happened? Okay, there you go. Go ahead. I don't know what happened. You do what you need. There you go.
All right, guys and gals, we'll get started here in just a few minutes, but if you're not signed in for day 2, make sure you do that.
You have to set this up for me. Okay. Do I tell the people joining in it'll be on the same link? Okay.
I know, right? Sure. A year or two, it'll be charged right. It'll be all right.
Is it late?
Morning. Get your old swag bags back there, one of everything. There's 5 things. Get signed in. There's a name tag.
Right here. Is that good?
Which is basically step by step everything that I went over yesterday, right? So if there's any kind of questions about one of the steps maybe I didn't cover well or you thought about last night, let's kind of go through that. And then after we do that, we're going to do some role play. We're going to do basically 4 different types of role play. We're going to do the intro and discovery, which I think honestly is probably the most important part. Great question, man. Sure there is. This guy right here. Scanning the customer, scanning the fireplace with the customer. And we're going to do touching base when we get off the roof and presenting exterior findings, the importance of water prevention, all those things. And then we'll actually do that presentation up on the whiteboard, trying to close, and we'll have a few objections that we deal with. So the thing about role play is it's never fun in front of people. It's always usually a little bit of anxiety. People get nervous. There's no right. There's no wrong. I just want to show you guys the process today so that hopefully you can really see in action what we've been teaching the last day, and then you can take it back to your team and start to work on it. So before I get into the process, anybody have any thoughts last night as they're talking? Any questions come up? Anything they wanted to review or question or go over again? Cool. All right. So this is the checklist that you're going to get, and I'm going to hit it really, really quick. Just and if there's anything that you guys need more clarification on, just let me know. The intro, remember, intro, discovery, investigation, establishing capability and trust, and then the close. We're calling the customer before we come. No matter what, offer them a cup of coffee. If it's our first appointment, let them know we're going to be there. We get out of the vehicle right away, wear our certification back. When we crossed the, have Moody's in there too. But on your Moody's, when we crossed the threshold, we actually recap what the office notes are referencing our items. Right? Seem pretty good? The investigation discovery, you just have some real Q&A with the customer about their business. Typically, 6 to 7 situation questions, problem questions. We ask open-ended questions.
Yeah.
That is, I'm the role play for a year. That's what I'm really looking for. And one guy said, what brings me out? What are we a little bit doing conflict? Tell me more about that. Those kind of things. Did we ask if there's any questions before we started? Did we do the detailed explanation of service? That kind of 90-second, 2-minute spiel. Did we go through Chimney 101 before we scanned? We showed the diagram to the customer, using that number 1 language of the big 3. This is what this thing is, what we're looking for. Did we scan the chimney or the flues with the customer? Did we stop and instead of saying, here's what's wrong, here's what you need to do, to take time to really understand what the customer wanted out of their system, and most importantly, tying back their discovery answers to those recommendations. We called the customer in the scan, then we get on the roof and do a full exterior investigation, that's what we're looking for. Inspection, that's a better word. We inform the customer of all known problems before proposing, right? We never want to propose anything to the customer that they're not expecting. We can't get over that price and need at the same time. Did we show the 3 water prevention videos if we have masonry recommendations? That brick absorbing a 1.5 cups, the mortar with the waterproofing and non-waterproofing, and then the full coverage cast video showing the umbrella. Did we ask for permission to put together numbers and to go to the next step? And did we confirm any additional?
Sir, you might give me kind of audio check when you say something.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. The different capability. Do we thought we educated the customer on their system, good burning habits, the type of wood to use, how to start the fire, using the damper, making it, putting the fire out, those kind of things. Did we clearly explain using the big 3 all the problems in non-technical language, or did we find ourselves using industry terms? Did we clearly explain the impact of not
So the mic is picking you up, but you might make sure to speak a little, make sure you kind of project your voice. I'm sure you are. You got people in the back.
We believe we displayed expertise and credibility, right? Do we add value with the wood creosote, priming, burning kit, things like that? Making sure they preheat the flue if it's cold, things of that nature. And then we communicate multiple company value propositions. Commitment, we're talking a lot about proposing and closing on the spot. But if you've got, I guess the only thing you got to do is a little bit of a crown seal or a lintel seal, or put in fill in a gas line hole or something like that. Go ahead and knock it out. So normally we charge this, we have a trip charge, we have this, but I can knock it out for you today for X dollars. And then again, the owners and managers should be pricing very heavily for that work. Did we do the inspection report online, on site, sorry? Did we sit down? Guys, you have to sit down. Did we go over the inspection report and the proposal and the photo stories? Did we review the good, the bad?
All right, good morning.
Just go in there.
How's the volume back there? Good? All right. I think this will be a little bit of an echo room. I'll do my best to project out. So thank you for coming. You guys know Mountain Rush. Rush Profits, the man of the hour back there, Kevin Rogers. He's our Rilla AI coordinator and sales manager. I think you guys have already worked with Kevin. So yeah, appreciate you coming here. Just a couple of quick things. Bathrooms again here, and then through that. Around another one. If you do need to go in and out, the handles don't turn, but just push on the doors.
Simplify and amplify. That's the photo.
If you have cell phones, I just ask that you silence them.
Where you're at now,
if you need to take a call or get up and go, that's not a problem. I do tend to take a lot of very short breaks. About every hour and a half, we'll take a 5-10 minute break. In the middle, we'll have lunch. Hopefully everybody's got something to take notes on, because there is, we go back here that's smaller, but I'm going to be feeding you 97 pages of slides of data today. It's going to be a little bit of drinking from a fire hose.
be
pretty overwhelming. And by the end of the day, your brain is probably going to hurt a little bit, including yours. So, for those that are staying at the casino, we'll do some cigars and drinks after work. If anybody wants to join us, it'll be a nice little nightcap and review the rest of the day. As far as rules go, there are none.
Anything on there we need to cover?
I'm going to interact with you guys a lot. If you have questions, please. Politeness.
Well, we're going to get right into
yell out, raise your hand, whatever. This is going to be, if this is just me talking to you guys for 8 hours, we're all going to be miserable.
Got plenty of food back there. Thanks
one
again,
thing I've
Saber
learned
Systems for
doing
picking it up and real entertaining for it.
I've learned in doing this. Thank you. As long as I have, you put a bunch of blue collar guys in a little room for
Sure
8
you
hours.
signed in today, and then whenever Saber Systems starts.
We'll try to make this as engaging entertaining as we can, as much as sales can be. But we'll kind of go through it. We'll do some introductions with everybody here in just a minute, but just a real quick kind of, if you don't know who I am, I've been doing sales for right at 30 years now. Long story short, 13 years later, worked with a couple hundred chimney companies, a couple thousand technicians, been on thousands of ride-alongs, probably over 5,000 in-field ride-alongs, sweeping chimneys, doing the whole deal. I'm committed to chimneys. I mean, hell, I got the tattoo now, so I mean, I can't.
All right, so the way this is going to work is I'm going to give you all the answers.
What we're going to do today is going to basically split today up into halves. The first half today, I'm going to basically just go over sales process.
On the roof,
Big picture, sales psychology, why people buy, objection handling,
the goal here is to get the correct information.
After lunch, we're going to dive into the minutiae, literally the sales process. I'm going to give you literally the 50-step checklist from the time that you leave the office or the time that you leave the customer's house. Exactly what I do. I'm going to give you all the language, all the diagrams, all the sales videos that I use to produce some pretty high-performing guys. It's tough for me to track myself. I lead, a lot of it's based on the follow-ups. From what I can tell, doing 3 to 4 sweeps a day, my sales are around $5 million a year. My top producers
first, and then
I'll start to pick up one guy in New York.
Anybody want to be the customer or the consultant?
I don't know what your current sales are, but
what do you want to be?
If you want them to be more than
no, that's not me.
I'll do it.
All right, you're the customer. All right.
I literally have
who's going to sell the bill?
There's not thousands of guys on.
Come on up, man.
Anybody here on Surefire? Familiar with Surefire?
No, who was it? It was Aaron that saved my life. Yeah.
One of my babies.
What was that thing called?
I got with Mark Stoner and Jim Brewer.
Y'all seen a wheel bug before?
So if you've ever done any training through there, thank you for that as well.
I don't know if you guys have you ever seen a wheel bug?
Be updated now. Some of you guys are on Gorilla. Some of you guys are coming on Gorilla in the next month.
And
on Gorilla.
The first time he saved my life, this thing was up on my neck.
Gorilla is basically virtual ride-alongs. So it's like having me or
a
Kevin
half hour later,
every single point
its way all the way back up and grabs onto my arm like this. We looked it up.
A little bit outdated. We've now done over 20,000 virtual ride-alongs this year alone, and some of the data that we're getting.
I was afraid.
Absolutely pretty amazing. What's going on, buddy? That's a quick intro of me. We'll get started. It's kind of a little bit backwards, but let's take this 5 minutes. Everybody go grab you some food, and then we'll officially dive in here.
All right. So you're the customer, so you come over here. You're going to be underneath the board. You're going to be facing the roof. They're not going to be on the left in a minute. So basically, the scenario that you have right now is the office sent you out. All you know is it's an open masonry fireplace, and the customer wants inspection to find out if it's safe to use. Right? I'm going to give you just a minute to read some of your answers. Where you can see. And if it's not up here, make it up. Right? Like, feel free to make it up. If it's not there, but take a minute, kind of get used to it. And guys, as you're kind of watching this, I want you to be thinking, what questions would you be asking to get some of these answers, right? Because this is all stuff that Bill's willing to share, but he's just not going to throw this information out unless he gets asked, right? So whenever you're ready, all right, cool. So basically, we're going to start with you knock on the door, do an intro, shoot the shit, go into why you're there, and then into discovery. And I'm going to sit over here and just kind of take some notes.
morning. How are you?
Morning.
I'm good.
Good deal.
Well, I'll do it. My kids.
It does look like in my notes that we can make sure that you need everything safe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Do you want to mind showing me where it's at?
Not at all.
Walk over to the chimney, shine my flashlight, typically up into the fireplace. Can ask you, how long do you use the, how often do you use the fireplace?
How about 30 days?
So everyone, how much wood do you typically burn?
Didn't tell me, so probably 2 to 3.
You guys didn't have
We haven't inspected the.
okay, gotcha. Like that. All right, well.
It's okay. Like, so that's pretty standard, right? Probably what you do. Again, going first, you get the easiest critique, right? The reality is, most of us naturally go in and we ask those same 3 to 4 questions, right? That is the habit that you have created. So let's think about this. Based on, and he gave him a few off the record answer, right? In this case, you had to use the fireplace in the last 12 years, right? But let's think about this from a sales perspective. Just a second. What does he know about the customer? Yeah, like literally, what do we know about it? So if it comes time to make a $10,000 recommendation, how are you going to do that? That's fine, right? Again, not taking, but why did you look at the fireplace when you first get there?
He's not more ready to pass it down. Everybody can get on it and lag it down. Oh yeah, I'll make that too.
I'm going to encourage you not to do that. Do what you will. There's no value added by adding it. And if anything, you can subtract value. How many of you all open the damper? Right? Like, I've done it. I've opened the damper and it's, where was my card? Where's my match? You know, so there's nothing that you're going to see inside that PowerPoint that's going to help you add different questions or whatever. And then also, the report side, right? Got some fun. Dude, Austin said you bought a house, man. Congratulations. Or whatever the case, whatever the case is, right? Don't be afraid to have a little bit of fun. So, we are going now. You guys have all seen this exact scenario, so everybody in here knows these answers. So we're going to do this exact same scenario again. Someone else is going to be the consultant trying to get the exact information. Now you already know the answer. You just got to get the information. So who wants to go next? Thank you very much. Yeah, come on up. So I'm going to still have you not look at the board, but just build some rapport and go through, and you're the same customer, same exact situation. There you go. Hello.
Hello. Hey, good morning. Is this John?
This is John.
Hey, John. How you doing? This is Doug with American Chimney. I just wanted to call and let you know we have the appointment today and confirm it.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to head your way. Should be there in about 30 minutes.
All right, let me put my underwear on.
Please do so. I'm away. I'm going to stop getting some coffee. You want some?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, you got it. I'll see you shortly. I appreciate it. You got it.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, John. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good, good. I'm Doug with American Chimney. Nice to see you. All right.
Yeah.
Looks like a shepherd.
No, it's a pit bull.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
a little off your dog breed. So.
It happens. I got a lab mix and here.
Hill!
I'm just the chimney guy, man. Just the chimney guy. No, but intermediate that. I just got in the house.
No, I bought it about 13 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So
Yeah.
you've had it. You've been here for a while.
Yeah,
Oh, all right. Nice, nice. You sticking around? You were home for a while. All right. All right. So my plan is here, just to give give you an idea, we're going to run the fireplace for you, see what you have going on. Probably running it out of the house a couple times. But before we get started with that, anything going on with the fireplace? What?
You know, it's been about 12 years since we used it.
So little what?
Yeah, it seems to be smoking a lot.
All right, guys, on our way.
When it smokes on you, is it right away in the first bit of the fire, or was it like something that you're using also to just smoke fill the house?
Seems like it's an intermittent issue.
So it happens infrequently?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, not a problem. Take a look at something like that. We generally tend to figure out why smoking starts some of that for you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get my stuff. If you could bring you over to the fireplace, give me a little look. And,
you find these?
Get in there and get started.
There's a couple up here.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Give him a round of applause.
Great job.
So, incredible rapport, right? Incredible, confidence.
That's Freeman, so he can go sit there just.
Incredible, just basically tonality, right? And who had control of that conversation? We did, 100%. I mean, he definitely had control of that situation. Got definitely a couple of discovery answers. Still a lot more to get, right? So, what does he know about the customer?
That's just Freeman, so you can still sit there. It's fine.
What? He likes his dog. He knows they've been in the house for 13 years. He knows he has.
All right, part 2.
He knows that.
All right, thanks Saver Systems, guys, for picking up breakfast for us. We'll be picking up lunch as well. And speaking of Rilla,
situation
Rilla has sponsored breakfast and lunch every day, guys. So
he knows
why
that
I
this is
will
forever.
shout out a little later
So,
today. So again, today, real quick, no rules. If you have questions, please ask them. Please call us your phone. If you need to step outside for any reason, feel free to do that. Bathrooms here and in the back. And it's going to be kind of your class and my intro. So we're going to get to know you guys here just a little bit. Kind of what you're
12 years, you haven't used it.
get out of this class now. So for those of you that do not know me, personally, I have a major flaw in life, many probably, but one is about 6-7 years ago I started developing vertigo, and so as of that, I've been on a roof in probably the last 6 years, and sometimes standing with a cold mainly. If you see me, that's why my safety net chair is here, so if you see me sit down, not trying to be rude, that's getting spinning stuff. I would not wish on my worst enemy. So, man, today I really hope you'll take notes today. You have, again, an opportunity today to, go back to your companies and really make an impact.
We're not sure.
People want to make excuses about why other people can fail and they can't, or this market or that.
Again, they're going to get very comfortable.
Different competition.
Did you build a wall when you got to the point when you were used to the questions that you asked when you were trying to kind of thinking of anything else I need to ask?
Well, I know there's more things to ask, but I also kind of flow through it as I'm doing things to make it more
this year.
natural. I know, like when I pull up to a house, a lot of times the house goes 40, 50, 60. So I'll kind of go through it when I see something like, oh, this house looks like it's built around the 40s. Is that right? 40, 50, something like that. And I kind of just bring it out into there as I'm going through places.
Today, we're just literally going to kind of go through the process that I've created. And it's really, again, if you know me, I'm a work hard, play hard guy. If I'm not having fun, I don't want to do it. I mean, I literally travel 250 days a year doing that.
I don't want to be invasive.
250 nights in a hotel. I do 150 flights a year.
All right.
This weekend, and
So,
kind of driving.
We're going to keep with the same scenario. So remember all
do what I do
discovery
unless you
answers,
love it.
everything.
And man, you gotta really decide if this is a job or if it's a career.
All the information that we found. And then we're going to go in, we're going to grab the customer, we're going to scan the fireplace together.
Help some people. That's what today's going to be about.
We find
the hardest
in order.
How many people have been doing this
blue
longer than 5
and
years?
smoke chambers and parts. It's a 1960s
Probably half
house,
the
so pretty much what we would
This is going to
expect.
be hard for you. If you're not already doing some of the things that I'm showing you, that's
going through all the
I'm going to show you very short. So you've been doing this 3-4 times a day, maybe even more, for years.
So
even making
customer and a new customer gets it really easy.
I see it all the time when they're right over here. Well, basically, all right, we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to go into the office and do what they always say.
A consultant is going to do chimney
So I'm going to show you some
101,
things. I want you to write things down. That'll help cement it in your brain. And then when we leave, tomorrow we're going to be doing some role playing. That'll be fun.
You be the customer.
I'm going to give you guys some tools to take back to your some of the habits
I wanna get better.
that we want to start creating.
I am going to.
So let's put the main thing. So if you're getting notes, you can forget 85-90% of what we talked about today. And then here's something that I hope we can agree on. But it's just a reality check.
Do it!
Just because I am saying it doesn't mean it's the gospel, right? And so the one thing that I hope, and it really, really irks me
So
whenever
typically, this is
people
the diagram I use. I don't care what you guys use, but yeah, you're going to grab in and you're about ready
reality,
to.
man,
You're basically
that's not
explaining what
really a
you're
thing.
looking
So
for. Use a
if I
positive
do
language,
happen to
and then when
say
we get
something
into
that you just think is
systems,
insane or
smoke
will
chambers
not
and
work
parts,
for you or will not work for
missing
your
mortar, all the
market,
tiles in
just
good shape.
call me out and you're gonna figure out what you want. Let's just talk through it.
Get your.
I really hate
your
whenever
gas,
we
you're
kind of
basically
kind of head on through the thing and then yeah, we're doing that.
and then
That really doesn't help anybody at all. So let's just,
It
we
does.
agree that
You
if you
never stuck it in
see or smell some bullshit, you'll call me out on it? Is that fair? All right, cool.
Yeah, of course.
So I do want to take just a minute, it's a pretty small group, so we should be able to do this. I'd like to do a real quick, if we can do this in like 10 minutes, just name, company, and then tell me one thing that you really hope you're going to leave this class with today. One challenge you have, one objection you struggle with, one customer type, one personality type, one sales process item, one thought, whatever it is, just one thing that you'd like to get out of today, and then I'm going to try to make sure that we cover all that. So just name, company, and one thing that you hope to get out of today.
So, as we put the camera up, I'm going to explain to you, above that smoke chamber, you have
One big goal out of this is
in your area, the two big
getting
ones,
with the client, making
and the stack on top of each other.
with what we're trying to help them.
So we're gonna see what's going on in that fireplace.
Comfortability with the
Chimney
client.
right now. You have any questions before I start with this camera? Okay,
Really
we're gonna shut this down right next to the camera for the chimney cam.
Sales process for.
And then we're gonna talk about it
All
here, all right?
Bill Reynolds, Wolfman Chimney Fireplace.
Going up right now. Okay, right now, we're resting on the damper. I'm gonna take it off and I'm gonna pop into the smoke chamber. Notice how I kind of take it off the damper.
Within our company to help them succeed.
Put it up, and the camera, by the way, is called a lighthouse camera. It's like a lighthouse, so we're gonna see it rotate around as we go. I'll slow it, stop certain areas.
Process.
In here, you see that we have to expose brick up in the corner.
Educate the
And
client.
gas main, it looks pretty sweet.
It's all red, for sure.
Yeah, and as we discussed earlier, if you haven't been using a fireplace, and you're not the first one.
This is man telling the truth right now.
can't say that potentially there has been use, but we can't know because we don't have that information. It does look like they're ready to. The concern here is that these gaps allow for heat to transfer up the system at a higher rate than the fireplace. Potentially. So wood burns around 840. And now, the concern here though is that it can bust anywhere from 840 around there. Okay, so we're going to heat transfer out the system.
I signed it.
There you go. You've been told to be here.
It is, but it does allow for that to exit the system along with carcinogen and smoke that can create creosote. Like an unreasonable, highly combustible. Now, I can't quantify anything in environment. I can't tell you something that's going to happen. We're going to discuss that later, though, okay? Right now, I want to explain to you the mechanics of what's going on. Okay? So, this is a concern, but we're going to talk about that down the road. We'll go a little further. This is your connection to your flue line. And as you see again, there's a gap right there at that connection. And it's doing the same thing, allowing you to heat transfer. Then a little further. There's another joint. Guess what? What's missing?
Let me guess.
A little bit of that, yeah. So, for the age of the house, this is something that I would not expect a fireplace that hasn't been maintained on a regular basis. It's not your fault. Out of sight, out of mind. It's like our bodies. We go through those specified doctrines. You can check out soon. Yeah. So we're at the top now. If you have any questions of what we've gone over? No. I'll drop the camera back down. If you want to stay and you have questions that go down, just ask. Okay?
No, I think it's good. It's gonna probably be the same visual on the way up as it is on the way down.
It is, and there's going to be photographic evidence of everything you saw and a description for you, but we'll discuss that a little later. Okay, so I also wanted to talk to you real quick about our notes to the 210.
All right, hey, Ron.
No?
Yeah, I like fire. My wife is scared of gas, but I like roasting water.
How you doing?
I mean, heat production is something that she's talking about.
stoves and fireplaces, you know, it's not best.
Yeah, so that's a decent
Well,
process.
because they can melt
through.
and they can
That's
pop
a-
issues and stuff,
one of the things that
but,
we'll talk
you know,
about today, that's an
you
important.
have to think the fire place what we're doing here. You gotta throw any idea, running a fire house, right? More stuff you add to the end there.
Customer's house.
Well, I'm not
How confident do you feel that
Well,
the customer's getting?
you can toast marshmallows if you like. Curveball. So then, at this time, is what we're gonna do is I'm gonna finish up the inspection here, you know, back together, we're gonna go over going over the whole thing. Show you some photos also, and we'll answer.
So,
At any time.
Jeremy owns Blues Brothers for a long time, industry icon, president of the guild.
Awesome, thank you.
But we're.
Give him a hand.
I just spent a whole day in the
great.
truck with this guy. You know what that's like?
Torture. But I have a lot of analogies. Sugar to
Uh,
caramel.
Okay.
So, couple little things, right? I want you to be thinking about what you would be doing differently, right? So, one thing that is a habit word, and I used to do this too, took me forever to get out of it, is stay away from the word obviously anytime you're talking to a customer. Because what's obvious to you is usually not obvious to them, right? So when you say, well, obviously this is this, I didn't know that, right? Then it makes them feel a little inferior. So, patience. Remember, and I know it's a little hard in role play, but remember when you put the camera in, we want the customer kind of, that first 5 to 10 seconds, right? We went immediately in and started explaining all the stuff that we were finding, but allow your camera to work a little bit. Take a picture, slow down, try to see if the customer's going to talk first. What are we looking at? And I get we don't have a real camera here, so that's kind of different, but the whole idea is what are we looking at? And then number 2 and number 3 is, what happened to it? When was this house built? 60s? Man, this is exactly the way they used to do that, right? And explaining the upside down funnel. And then what happens if we don't address it? And I feel like you went into that, byproducts escaping and things of that nature. So I think you said wood burns at 4,800 or
84.
8,400.
11.
It's typically 400 to 600 is for wood. Yeah. It can burn at
Complete combustion's 1100.
That's probably true. I don't know about that. Typical wood. Y'all look this up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 400 to 600 degrees. Maybe 600. Actually, I think it's maybe 600 to 800. But with pyrolyzation, it can ignite at as low as like 225, 250 if it's been exposed. And the ignition temperature's been lower. But I know flue tiles are typically rated at 2,200. So if it was truly burning at that rate, we would be breaking tiles every single time. So somebody want to look that up? What it's 1,100 to burn. Okay. So I don't know why I was thinking 4 to 6 or 6 to 8, but either way. What is it? 4 to 600. Okay, that's what I was kind of thinking. So you're gonna make it.
I'm good.
You need a hair of the dog.
I'm good.
So I had him at the bar last night. I was like, "You're going first, buddy." He's like, "Yeah." I got to see him this morning. He's like, "You go first." He's like, "Oh, please, oh God." Everything seems better at night. Yeah, seems like a good idea. So at this point, and he kind of threw in for a little bit of a curveball, right? It says here you're interested in a wood insert. No, I don't even know what a wood insert is, right? So it needs to go into. So once you have finished scanning the fireplace, we need to be very clear. We need to be very clear at this point. We have a system that really can't be used in its current condition. That should elicit some explicit buying questions, right? Oh my God, really? Like not even little fires? Like, how do we do this? Like, how much is this? What do we do? Right? Well, we can do a lot of things, right?
Marshmallow roasting for you, buddy.
Yeah, there's two or three.
It happens.
This is such a key part of it, right? Well, we can do a lot of things, right? There's 2 or 3 ways I can go about getting this functioning again. They all cost about the same amount of money. So if we are going to make an investment to use this again, let's make sure it's exactly what you always wanted, right? Let me just confirm a couple of things. You haven't used this in 12 years. You're wanting to use it. Is the main goal going to be ambiance, enjoyment, romance, or are we looking for something that's going to provide some heat as well? Well, the wife kind of wanted some heat if the power ever went out, but mainly I'm looking to roast some marshmallows and have a good time with an open fire, right? Okay, so we got a little bit of a juxtaposition. Typically, you don't get both of those, right? Fireplaces tend to be inefficient. They tend to take heat and air out of the home. Stoves tend to put heat into the room. Let me show you a picture of what a insert would look like, right? Show them a picture right then. So you still get to see the fire. You're still going to get some of that ambiance. It does have a closed door, so typically you're not going to roast marshmallows in this. It does have the option to put a screen in front of it, so you can kind of open it up if you like. But still, we wouldn't really recommend you have marshmallows in the stove. Now, if you want to have marshmallows in your open fire, you can absolutely do that. So between getting it back to its original condition and something that you can see the fire and get some heat, which one do you think works best for you guys? Well, I mean, the wife does want some heat, so we probably better go with what she wants. Okay, great. Well, I can put together some numbers for you for that, so you can see if that's a project that makes sense for you at this point. But before I even do that, I need to hop up on the roof, right? I need to just make sure that there's nothing up there that is going to allow water to continue to come in, since that's what caused some of these interior problems. Last thing I'd want to do, again, protect the investment. Last thing I'd want to do is come put a big metal box into your fireplace if there was still water intrusion coming in. So let me just kind of verify that everything is good up top, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay? Feel good?
The irony of it seems in the field, it's easier than here.
Oh, 100.
It's like it's trying to force your words here.
300 times harder here than it is in the field.
That's
the
best advice I can give you. Just pretend you're in a house.
Yeah, if you can do it in here, you can do it in a home, right? I mean, the whole point is to give you guys the tools to go back and do this, with your team, because again, there's only going to be so many scenarios. I've created 10 here. We'll honestly probably only get through about 3 or 4, just because I want to really kind of beat through the scenarios and make sure that we understand what's going on. So at this point, let's just say we've decided that missing mortar, unparsed, we want to at least take a look at a wood insert, right? So that's kind of where we're at this point. At this point, we go up on the roof, again, easiest scenario of the day. We go up on the roof and we see that it's an exterior chimney. It does have a single flue cap on it. I don't know if you saw the original notes. We never got this in Discovery, but they had a bird come in 4 years ago. So if we had asked the question, have you had any previous work done to the fireplace? So, well, we had a bird come in like 4 years ago, and they put a cap up on top. And so that's the single flue cap that you see. The crown is cracked. The brick appears to be absorbing water. Masonry looks brand new. For 1960s, you can't believe it. I mean, this is in great shape. The flashing's new. Looks like they probably just had a new roof put on. It's just basically a water package, if you will, cap, crown, and waterproofing. What's that? Oh, I thought I heard it. So, who wants to come and ideally, and I'm not going to have you go through the video every time we do the role play, but ideally, when we're grabbing the customer, we put the pictures of their exterior onto the iPad. We grab the customer, we sit down for a second, we kind of explain what we're seeing. Again, going through the big 3, right? This is what this thing is, what it does, what happens to it, what happens if we leave it unattended, and then what you would like to do for them, right? You said this is the forever home, you're not going anywhere. Ideally, we want to just button up these cracks that currently exist to make sure we don't have bigger problems down the road. And then if we're going to be here forever, I'd like to show you a couple quick videos just so you can understand how water reacts to masonry and how it can be very damaging. And then you would say, hey, I'm going to show the brick video, I'm going to show the mortar video with the waterproofing, and then the cap video, right? And then at that point, we know we need to fix the crown, but if you like, I can put together some numbers for you so that we can water treat this thing and really make sure that we never have to worry about this chimney again. You guys know, some people know this, some people don't, but did you know that in the IRC, the actual code requires a drip edge on a chimney? And a lot of people don't realize that. So if you've got a masonry chimney that does not have, any type of corbelling to it, and it has just a regular masonry wash, it doesn't meet code, right? I mean, it literally, you could have a cap on there and just a regular chimney with a wash, it does not technically meet code, right? The only way that it would meet code is if you poured a true, architectural crown, or you put a full coverage cap on there with a drip edge. The code very specifically says it can be, concrete or metal. And so what I don't play the code card with the customers, but I do let them know that technically the chimney is not up to today's code and standard. The code today requires the chimney to have a what we call a drip edge, which keeps the water off the masonry and keeps it from deteriorating quicker. And so we used to do that with concrete, which means that we set up big forms, we poured concrete, we drilled in and sawed in a drip edge, but now it's so much easier. We can basically just put a big cap. Here's a picture of what that cap looks like. It's custom fit just for your chimney. We'll give you that overhang, that umbrella to keep the water off, and it also has that drip edge and brings you up to today's code. So I play that card lightly, especially if they're selling the home. It makes it like, hey, the odds of the home inspector actually knowing this is a code is probably pretty low, but if they do know that it needs a drip edge, this chimney's not going to pass, right? So who's going to be, again, easiest consulted job of the day? Got a little crack in the crown, needs waterproofed, and it needs to explain that to Mr. Customer. Come on up, man. Come on up.
Face pictures, whatever you like.
Hey, Jared. Hey, just got done getting off the roof here. So, we discussed earlier that you wanted to get an insert, wanted to take a look at the exterior to make sure we're going to protect this investment.
Yeah.
So I got a couple pictures that I do want to go over with you. That's all right with you.
Yeah.
Cool. So, just to kind of go over the analogy really quick on the chimney.
Mm-hmm.
We got the brick structure. We got the protecting concrete cap at the top. We have our chimney cap up there in the middle, protecting everything from birds, rainwater getting in there. So good news structurally, everything looks really good. We have no gaps in the mortar joints. Bricks are in really actually pretty good condition. Top, your mortar, the concrete cap, starting to get a few cracks in there. This is supposed to protect all of your bricks underneath them. Luckily, everything is still really, really solid. So what we'd like to propose is, since it still has really good bones to it, we can actually use a commercial grade product called Crown Coat. It's just an elastic membrane that's applied over the top, stays flexible, so it always will kind of bend and breathe with the masonry of it. Okay. You see all these little algae and all that moss growing on the bricks? Yeah. Really normal. Think of bricks like sponges. All these millions of little pores in it. It's just soaking in all this water. I do want to show you the video, if that's okay, just to show you how bricks react with all this water. It's actually really crazy. This one brick can actually absorb up to about a cup and a half of water. Yeah. So we'll play in video. Now, that was one brick. We got thousands right now. So another thing I do want to propose to you is to protect this chimney from masonry damage. I'm going to recommend we power wash the chimney first. That's going to remove the mold, the algae, all the little ugliness of it.
Yeah.
It's also kind of like prepping the surface a bit, okay? Because after everything is dried, I like to protect bricks with a commercial product called waterproofing. All it is just a clear coat product. You're not even going to see it on the structure. Okay? But what it's going to do is, whenever it does rain, it's like waxing the car. The water's going to roll right off of this thing. It's a really, really good product. And depending on the area that we're in, Oklahoma can get pretty humid, hail, with all the crazy weather around here. Realistically, it can last a good 7 years.
So is that something you just spray on?
Yeah, it's literally just got a little pump on there. We go over it a few times, make sure it soaks up into the brick. But the nice part about all of this is we offer a really good warranty on all of our products. So as long as we're out here to service the new wood stove, if we want to go in that direction, we'll just go ahead and reapply it as we need to. That way we can protect our investment for as long as you guys want to live here. let's face it, this is forever home. This is a pretty big investment to set up.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds like something to look into.
Great. So, let's see here. So, we got one more area, is our chimney cap. Great, you've got a chimney cap. Perfect. It's protecting against the birds. It's protecting against a little bit of rainwater going down your flue. But it's really rusted, okay? Typically, the little wells underneath it just going to weaken over time. Especially in Oklahoma with the crazy winds we have here.
Yeah.
I've seen so many of these lids just rip off of it, okay? So, take a look at your neighbor's house over here. See all the bricks over here, like they're all in really, really good condition.
Yeah.
Like on the actual home itself. Once they have a little eaves, the roof protection, the overhang.
Okay.
So typically chimneys, per code, building code, they should have some sort of almost umbrella to it.
Okay.
Just to protect it in the long term. My suggestion is going to be to have what we call an outside mount chimney cap. This is going to protect your entire structure. Think of it kind of like if you just went a baseball cap outside in the rain. Not really giving you all that much coverage.
Yeah.
Same thing. I'm really going to suggest that we make an outside mount chimney cap to protect your entire structure. That way, with all of this stuff done, you don't have to worry about this stuff anymore.
Okay.
Is this something that you think that you'd like me to write up for you, just so we can take a look at the numbers?
Yeah, I'd like to look at it, for sure.
Great.
Yeah.
Holy shit! He is good! It takes a lot to impress me. I don't have any feedback. I don't have any feedback for that. What do you guys have any feedback? I mean, that's as textbook as it gets. That is literally going through, he started with protecting the investment. Look, last thing I want to do is spend money on their chimney, but hey, if we're gonna put this kind of money into the insert, let's make sure that we're protecting it. Get with the good news, right? Structurally, everything is great, man. Explain the stack, explain how the concrete protects the stack, how we're getting cracked, what happens if we don't do that, and then beautiful waterproofing setup with the videos, explain the cap in a perfect way. I love, anytime I have, and you guys should be doing this as well, you know, anytime you see a neighbor that has a full coverage cap or kind of that's more kind of what today's code looks like. You played the code card, but played it lightly, ask for permission to move forward. Would we like to do this? I mean, honestly, I thought that was one of the best that I have seen in a long time. So great job. So very, very good. And I should have prepped you a little bit. Yes.
Yeah, I just had a question.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, for him, I was up there, I was trying to think, okay, if I was a customer, you know, how am I gonna try to respond? And so I was trying to think, okay, trying to jump back on objections, but what I want to ask is, like, for example, is I know a lot of times you want to talk about having your customer talking more, but in that situation, it was like, every time I was trying to think of the objection, he already had the answer, and so he didn't give me that moment to let me object, and I just want to say, like, stop. I just want to say, like, on that, because, like, I know we talk about a lot of times trying to get more time, but in this period of time, at that point, that was very, very.
Well, this is the education portion, right? This is the time where you would be talking when you come off the roof and you kind of explain everything. You're kind of getting permission. Really more the customer talking is kind of discovery and the beginning, and then when we get to the proposal, tell me kind of what you're thinking, right? So fantastic job. So at this point, we're going to come back and we're just going to tie all this together and present it. I'm not going to have you go through the inspection report, so to speak, and we're just going to kind of get to the proposal and the photo story, right? What the main goal here is to amplify the value, right? So I want you to go into great detail of how much work this is going to be, right? Even if you're using fake pictures, verbally, we want to build the value up in the customer's head. By the time I give them the number, I want them to know that the wood stove, the install, the lining kit, the crown coat, the water repellent, and the full coverage cap, they need to be feeling this is a $20,000 kind of project, right? And then kind of going through explaining it, asking if they have any questions, having them sign that they understand what I went over with today and they can't use the system, rip the Band-Aid with the number, and then walk them through the different components, ask for the sale, handle any objections, right? I'm going to have you be the customer again because that way you can actually interact some more on this time. But who wants to present this?
I'm being extremely picky here, but I think the only critique I would add on that,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have listed the brand of.
Oh, yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. He did mention Crown Coat. I don't typically use brands, but yeah, you're right. That is, and he did say I think we have a product, we call it waterproofing. You know, that's fine, right? It's a commercial grade water repellent. Typically, now, Saber Systems guys, isn't the new Crown Coat 15 years now? Yeah.
Yeah, 15 years.
So just FYI, Crown Coat's 15 years. The new waterproofing is 10? 10, yeah. So.
And make sure that you guys call us and don't have the homeowner call us or anything. We provide you any kind of warranty, and you guys are responsible to repair. So
Yeah.
we don't send it out to the homeowner or anything like that. So.
And then a really nice thing what's that?
Customer, if you let them know the brand,
You can Google it.
literally it's on Amazon, all Jimmy Sabers. So.
Yeah. So yeah, I tend to not. That's why I said don't list products and price. I tend to not mention product names. But one thing that he did, another thing that I love, and I didn't teach this today, but it's something that if I'm a coach, if you're a coaching client of mine, I recommend lifetime warranties on everything that we do on the exterior. And he kind of mentioned that hey, you know, if we're out here and we're doing this, you know, if it needs some new product, we'll apply it. But I am 100%. If you are willing to pay me every year for an annual inspection, I will own this chimney for you, right? Like if it needs in 10 years from now, if you paid me 10 years in a row and it needs a little touch up, of course I'll throw some stuff on there, right? So the statistics, I think it was 3% or 7%. I can't remember that now without looking at it. I think it's 7% of customers actually do. No, I think it's 3. Actually, will do business 10 consecutive years in a row. So your exposure or your the actuality of actually having to honor that is going to be pretty low. But hell, even if you did, I mean, someone's going to pay me, you know, whatever, $300 a month or not a month, a year for 10 years, $3,000. I can throw a little product on there.
Well,
and
at that point, you might as well start offering like membership packages.
For sure, all that is good. But think about how you separate yourself from your competition to say, well, what's the warranty on that? Well, I'm coming out here and I'm your chimney guy. It's for life. Oh my God. Okay. I mean, think about that. And the odds of them actually needing to do that is pretty low. All right. So who's going to present this baby? The stove and a water package, basically. I'll get to you again, but I'll start picking. This is the easiest one. Josh, come on up here. Damn. All right. So again, just a wood stove. Recapping. Again, tying back the customer's answers. What did I do on yours? Here's your safety blanket. Yep.
All right, refresh me again.
Wood stove insert, Crown Coat, water repellent, and full coverage cap.
We're going over the proposal.
Yeah, you're basically you've been in the truck working it up, and you're coming in to give them the great news.
All right, Jared, you got a minute? I'm ready to go over the report with you.
Yeah, for sure. No wait.
All right, so obviously we talked about the issues up top. We need some waterproofing. We're looking at the stove, the insert, and everything, making this a lifetime system for you.
Yeah.
So I went over the numbers and stuff. I've got it built up. Starting at the top, you know, it's going to be X amount. We'll get through that. And then doing the insert, we're going to be here for roughly X amount of days, roughly about a full day, maybe a day and a half, depending on how long it is getting the insert in now. Difficulty of getting it from the truck inside. But overall,
Okay, do I need to be here? I mean, we're already jumping in.
it would be better for you to be here. That way, if we need access to something, we can have you here to get into it. But if it's hard for you, we can try to work around that for you, make it a little easier on you. But it's ultimately up to you. I'm not going to force you to be here. Do you have any questions about how the whole process is going to go before I get too much more into it?
Yeah, I mean, this seems like something I'm probably going to want to talk to my wife about. You know,
Okay.
kind of talk it over.
I strongly suggest that. And actually, what I would love to hear is that you guys get together tonight, sit down and write a few questions up that you'd like to talk with me about. And if you guys are okay with that, probably I'm available at 9 to 10 in the morning.
If you want, I can give you a call tomorrow, and we can kind of go over this, see if I can walk you through that, and kind of explain things a little more clearly for you, give you guys a little bit more solid footing over you. Does that work for you?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. If you guys want to do that, I'll go ahead and get this set up and sent over for you. We can again in the morning, once you guys have any questions, we'll go over that, discuss everything, and see if we can't settle this deal and get you guys going, and hopefully get you system set up and go for the rest of the 5 month home.
Okay, but just, I mean, you didn't mention any numbers, so I was just wondering is, you know, if we're gonna be talking about wife, I'd like to see if I can have that number for her.
Yes, so I mean, overall, full size system and everything, we're gonna be looking at roughly about $12,000 in total for everything. And again, getting on that, if we get you on a system where we can come out every year to service it, to maintain your warranty for it, any little things we see that need to be touched up or anything, we'll go ahead and do that while we're here for you. That way you don't have to worry about extra money, and we're protecting the whole system up front. Guaranteed.
12,000, wow, that's a lot.
Yes, sir. It is a lot, but it's an investment down the road. What kind of usage were you guys hoping to have out of this? Are you wanting more heat with this? I mean, are we looking at?
I mean, yeah, like we talked about, I mean, this is just something my wife and I talked about. And, you know, she wanted something going into the house, a little more heat. You know, I feel like I said, roasting those marshmallows, you know. But, yeah, I mean, 12,000, that's a lot. I'll have to like I said, we'll talk to the wife, and, you know, we're looking at that time. What was that time you said you called?
About 9 to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay.
If that works for you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll make it work.
All right, perfect. Well, then I look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Until then, you have a good day, sir.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
All right, give him a hand. First guy that gets picked, it's always, you got that little, oh shit moment, that little, please don't. And the more you look away, whenever I'm looking at you, the more likely you are to get picked. Just know that. the way up. I see you, you know I can see, because you don't see me, I still see you, right? All right, obviously, the big thing there is, don't use the word obviously, but the big thing there is obviously we'll sit down and let's recap what's going on, right? So, Mr. Jones got all this worked up for you. Were you able to get a hold of the wife? Did she have any questions that we were able to that I'm able to answer for her while I go through this with you? Now, well, you're welcome to record this, man. That way, when she gets home, you guys are on the same page, no problem. But I did put together a pretty comprehensive report for you, put together some numbers for you based on what you told me you'd like to see. So let's take a quick seat here and just kind of go through and see if this is a project that makes sense to do now or if we need a little time, right? Sit down, go through it, amplify. The first thing that we're going to be talking about, we know we had this system that we couldn't use. You saw the gaps and you saw the holes, all that kind of stuff. We talked about all of that. Versus fixing that, we decided we were just going to bypass that damage. We were looking at kind of a wood stove. This is the one that's going to fit into this size fireplace. It's going to be perfect for this room. We're going to put the nice amount of heat into this exact size room, about 1,200 square feet. It's going to really solve the problem that if your wife's concerned about not having gas, as well as if you lost power, you're still going to be able to have some heat out of this. Not going to give you all the things that you want on your list, but you are going to get a little ambiance on that. Sorry, you're not going to be able to roast some marshmallows. But hey, we sell fire pits too, so if you want a wood fire pit out in the backyard, maybe we can figure that out too, so you can have your marshmallows. But basically, what this project is going to look like is, I'm going to have a team. I don't know if you've seen these stoves, man. They're a couple 100 pounds. They're heavy. So we got some equipment. We're going to bring this into the house. We're going to perfectly place it inside your fireplace here. So I have a couple guys here, one at the bottom, one at the top. We have a big lining system, this big metal tube, and I'm showing pictures. Because this is wood burning, I do have to insulate it to meet today's code and the manufacturer's installation instructions. So we're going to wrap this thing in a full-inch insulation blanket. We're going to basically bring that lining system down, connect it here at the top, and we have a little offset adapter here to kind of make sure it is all good to go. I'm going to terminate it at the top of the chimney with a little top plate. Going to have a little cap that's going to go under that big capway there, just to make that we're going to put on over top of that, just to make sure that we're meeting all of our manufacturer's listings. So once we get this thing put in, I'm going to walk you, your wife, whoever's here, through how to use it properly. These new stoves, they're so efficient. The government kind of got involved back in 2001 and not 2021, right? May of 2020. May 2020. And basically said, we don't want black smoke anymore. So not only are you going to have a more efficient stove, you use a lot less wood,
But these stoves can be finicky, so I want to make sure that you know exactly how to use it. My team's going to help you do a little couple starter fires, show you the proper usage on this, and kind of get this thing going for you so that you understand the stove. Keep in mind next year's cleaning is going to be covered with this. We like to do that in April to August time frame. Give us a good chance. Kind of keep track of how much wood you're burning. That way, when we come in, we can make a cleaning schedule recommendation for you. Kind of basically own this, keep up that warranty for you. Now, when we get to the outside, we'll kind of go through that whole thing again. And then, so just that little bit on the stove. You see the difference in like how much you're willing to pay versus just, hey, we're going to put in a stove, right? So like that, every little detail that I'm adding, and you notice I'm using we language and owning it language that, look, when we come out here, we're going to do this. Or I'm already having them visualize using this stove, right? They're already seeing it in there. They're already keeping track of the usage. They're already expecting me to come next year and clean this thing. I'm owning this for them, right? You see how this visual explanation, and let's say the stove's $7,000, $8,000. Hopefully I've done enough that if I'm, look, I don't love that number, but I get it, right? So at the end of the day, let's just say it's just the stove, right? At the end of the day, man, to do this entire project, to do the stove, the install, the lining, the insulation, all the offset, the top plate, the cap, next year's cleaning, doing test fires, showing you how to use it. We're going to be roughly $7,500 on this, okay? And not even roughly, it's $7,500 even. Now, our company does three ways to move forward. I can take half now. It's going to be give or take $3,750. We're about a month out, so after we install it, we'll take care of the other $3,750. If we're not prepared for that level of investment today, our company does have two programs that this particular stove qualifies for. Because it's over $2,500, we can do our 12 months same as cash. Basically, I give you a year to pay it off. We'll do a quick credit check, and as long as you pay it off within 12 months, no interest. Great program, free money. We need a little bit longer than 12 months. They used to have a 5-year program. Does carry a little bit of interest rate. Works out to be give or take about $98 for every $5,000 we borrow. Since this is closer to 75, I'm expecting it to be about $150 a month. I can get you that exact number. Between the down payment, the same as cash, and the 5-year program, which one works best for you? Get the objection, handle whatever buying questions they have, and go from there, right? One thing that you did, and I think this is very, very natural for salespeople, and I would write this down, probably one of the biggest mistakes that salespeople make. After you give the price, shut up. Right? We feel the need, once we give the number, we feel the need to justify that number just a little bit more. But anytime you do that, you're selling. Right? Look, at the end of the day, we do this whole thing for this amount. Here's the way we can take care of that amount. Yeah.
How are you with, when you get a price objection from a customer about an appliance or what have you, having an option, like option 2, it's not going to have some of the features, but I can get you at this price point, or.
So literally give me the, like, if I just.
So he said 12,000, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Joshua could have said, I mean, I do have this appliance that I can probably, be around 8.
Well, and I think the 12 was with all the exterior and
Right.
the cap and all that stuff too. It's like, and if we would have went through and explained, here's the crown, here's how we do all that, here's the water repellent, I'm going to spend more time prepping your house for the water repellent than actually applying it. I mean, I've got to put down pads, I got to make sure your gutters or roofs, everything's protected, make sure there's no overspray. There's a lot of stuff that's going into that, and then fixing it and doing the cap. All those kind of things is $12,000, right? Wow, that's a lot of money. I mean, it's a big job, right? So here's how it breaks down: $7,500 for the stove, $2,500 for the cap, $1,000 for this, $1,000 for this, and all that stuff. And if you were at this one, man, wow, $2,500 for the cap. Well, I mean, it's a lifetime protection, right? This is the umbrella over your house. You never have to worry about it again. I own this for life for you. If it's truly a price thing and payment options aren't working for us, I've got different caps, right? I mean, we can basically look at a flat lid, or I can go back to a single flue cap. That'll save you about $50 right there. But keep in mind, 10 years from now, we may have some more basement issues that we got to deal with, right? Question?
About explaining our products in deep detail to exaggerate, wow, this is going to be a big job already on this.
Yeah, it's
just making it just a cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, you know, you don't wanna
Not as simple, yeah, we're gonna think this on, or.
Yeah, I mean, we got the way I've justified it, like, it used to cost this much to pour concrete, right? I joke, there's two types of concrete, freshly poured and cracked, right? I mean, that's kind of the deal here, but I would have had to be here for 2 days. I would have had probably $100 in materials, but I would have had 2 days. I'd probably had scaffolding set up. I'd have to bring a guy back and have to remove forms. Basically, I'm able to do the same thing, but put a lifetime warranty on it. Yeah, my labor's only about 30 minutes, but I've got a stainless steel product that's never going to rust. It's going to last for life. And my fab team literally took every measurement on your chimney, and it's going to be made specifically to fit your chimney perfectly, right? We can powder coat it different colors. And I always start, I didn't really talk about this, I always start with the most expensive cap, right? I go in with Hip and Ridge, standing seam, powder coated, and I give them the $2,500, $3,000 cap every single time. It's very easy for me to go into my cap holder and make them feel like they're getting a great deal by, well, you know, if you don't mind the color, you know, I can save you $300 just by getting it back to stainless steel. If you don't like or need the Hip and Ridge style, I mean, I can take it to a flat lid. That saves us $500 right there. If you don't, you know, and just kind of keep it. I was like, all of a sudden, the $2,500 cap is now a $1,500 cap. Seems like a really good deal, right? Questions about that? Yeah.
Do you think though, whenever you're doing that, does that kind of open the door of Van Manor? If you got other options for that, then maybe there's some other options for this.
I mean, it could, but I would handle it, right? I mean, it's like, the outside, I felt like I'm not the chimney police. I'm just offering you, this is a forever home. This is the best level of protection you can have. Literally, these were cosmetic upgrades. They're not performance upgrades. So anything else that I have in here, they're all, there's no cosmetic component to it. This is either you vent or you don't, right? Or it's safe or it's not. So, yeah.
So with the inverse proposal for upside down caps, I'm not sure if this is the same for every manufacturer of them, but we have to call and give them our measurements, and then they end up calling us back like 20 to 30 minutes later.
Yeah, find a new manufacturer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million that have apps right there. You spend the measurements on the app, it shoots you out a cost, and then whatever your markup is. So talk to me after this. I'll introduce you to 3 or 4 companies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If somebody doesn't see the value in it,
oh,
that's a lot. You want to kind of ask them something like, now that you see what we do and how we do it, does this number make sense? And if they say no, and they go on something specific, you can go into more depth, explain it, trying to like re-pitch it.
Sort of. Like when someone says to me, that's a lot, I was like, a lot of investment or a lot of money? Like, what's the, you know, again, what did you, where did you see, as I was explaining this process, where did you see this number coming in at, right? I want to find out, am I close or am I so far out of expectation that I'm not even, am I trying to sell a $60 beer in a $10 beer environment, right? I need to know, am I even in the game? And how did how did we come up with that number? I need them to admit that they have no idea what this shit costs. It just felt expensive. And once I can get them, because remember, if they think it's a lot, I mean, what am I going to say to make it, well, it's not really a lot. That's their perception, right? I mean, I can't say, no, it's not. It's like, if it only worked that way, I've got to readjust their expectations. It is a big job. It is a large job. It does take a lot of time to make this. We are putting a lifetime warranty on it. Mason, look, if I were to rebuild a chimney like this, I mean, we're probably talking $30,000. So the fact that I can I can literally warranty this thing for life and own this chimney, that takes a little bit of an investment. Right. How do we feel about this process? We like it? Yes. I know it's a little nerve-wracking. Nobody wants to be called on, all that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, if you will go through this with your team and use real jobs, right? Take real pictures, do real presentations, do all that. I mean, this will work very, very well for you. So we'll take a short little break, and then we'll come back. We'll do some more scenarios. Should be right about here. Yeah, perfect. So I'll just try to take like a 9-minute break. Well, 9:20.
Yeah. But I feel more comfortable.
Good.
she informed me that last Monday my roof wasn't because of the ceiling and the windows leaked and there was that like drenched. So then like all night last night, it rained. So I'm like, I moved my suitcase. I was like, I don't know what shit to do. So I moved that. Yeah, we were going to bed. She was going to get off, and I was like, thanks for ruining my night. I said, now I'm going to sit here all night. And I did. I think I finally sleep about 2:30, 3 o'clock. Wow, my comments all away. Yeah, I'm going to reach. I told him to get oxygen. Oxygen is good for me. One of them was sitting there.
You're almost up. Almost ready. Not you yet.
Well, I just got to get
No, we got it original. Pretty good. I mean, I've got 3 different gig work things that I do, so every day I gotta do 2 of them.
You're training.
Yeah.
up yet, Adam? Good? Yeah, that's a good thing. All right. I think we got a few people we're still waiting on, but we'll get started. They're lost. Make sure you guys get out of here. That way, if you're late, the saver system's fault, not mine.
We can't do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You get out of here. I think most people here are either flying out or driving out today, so. But if you're not, we'll be over at the Osage Skiatook, having some cigars and drinks again. So.
I imagine we can be done around 4:30 today.
Sweet. All right. So scenario 2. Any questions about scenario 1? Like any what ifs as you were seeing questions? Any how would you handle that? Yeah.
Naked cheerleader.
Naked. Oh. Yeah. All right. I'll give the short version since there's a few people not here.
I mean, see, a scenario like that can't come up. I know that happened to you, but where you're uncomfortable with something like that.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, we literally walked away. Like we went out to the truck, called the owner, and took off, and had the office deal with it. But yeah, I'll just tell you guys that story. All right. All right, scenario 2 is very similar to scenario 1. So we're kind of getting through. We'll probably only get through about 3 of these full scenarios. Maybe we'll get into a 4th. But I'd rather take our time and break down the process, make sure you guys understand. There's a lot more situations in here based on your company. Some people do things, some people don't. There's some dryer vent ones. There's some gas. There's some direct vent. There's some furnace, water heater, combos. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question. So, whenever you're talking about the initial part, it's kind of hard to grab those questions and trying to build that rapport off the bat. But when you're discussing, you're talking about being at the door during that whole period of time before we even get into the house, or is that throughout the whole getting to the fireplace?
It typically, the initial rapport is, we're on the drive, we're on the porch. Thank you. My brain's not fully on today. We're on the porch, we're shooting the shit, talking about the dog, all that kind of stuff. And then when we cross the threshold, put on our booties, that's when we start looking at the iPad. We're walking towards the fireplace that whole time. So office has kind of got us here for this. And then now we're in front of the fireplace. Oh, beautiful. It's great. So tell me a little bit more about, what brings us out today, right? And kind of then you're starting that while you're sitting there looking at the fireplace.
But that walk is also a good time to kind of survey the house.
Yeah,
Start looking at there's an antique something, a military, whatever.
Hey, you might look to the Disneyland.
Absolutely. Anything that you can pull that walk from the front door to
This is
the
an awkward
fireplace.
5-second walk.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering for him, because if that's the best process, is trying to get those 6 or 7 questions out before you cross that threshold.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, then that's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
No, but that's, so if you remember yesterday, he talked about, for a lot of you guys, starting at the table and ending at the table. So, if that helps bring some clarity.
Yeah.
The other one thing to know is that when you're walking to the fireplace, you're on floors with a cart or rug. Even if you have your booties on, you walk around the rug, and they just notice those little things that you're doing.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a fine line between being creepy and stalking and being aware of your surroundings, right? If you've been out in the field with me, I'm pretty loose. Like I believe that, and Doug said similar things, you know, if you can make a customer laugh, right? If you can, even if it's a stupid, corny dad joke, if you can, again, people buy from people they like. Whenever you're sharing a laugh together, that is a good thing. So even if it's an uncomfortable laugh, like, you know, it's like a groaner, like, you know, like that works, and that works for me. Also, like, I'm a huge sports guy, so I mean, the Saber System guys know, I mean, we rag each other all the time about our teams, and it's good fun, right?
Well, I mean, I was to put it in the scenario where we're about to throw hands, so
well, if you don't have the ability to have levity with it, then don't do it.
If you can't have levity, you shouldn't be doing this.
I will not ever make fun of a home team. Like, if I'm in Indy, I'm never going to make fun of, you know, the Colts or whatever. But if I'm in Indy and I see a Pittsburgh sign, I'm definitely, you know, we're going to talk some shit. Like, and I usually make the same joke. I'm like, Steelers, seriously, is that you? Tell me that's the wife, man. Please tell me that's the wife. This is going to be a big problem when it comes to pricing. I mean, you can put it away now, and we can go regular pricing, or we can do Pittsburgh Steelers pricing. It's up to you. You know, just kind of, you know, just have some fun with it, man. Who's even their quarterback? I don't even know who they're, you know, just kind of, you know, talking to. Ever since Ben went away, I mean, I don't know, you know. So just kind of get into talking about similar interests. Like I get it. I'm a Titans fan, man. We're just as bad, you know. Just have some damn fun, right? I mean, again, 5-3-1. Learn 5 things about them. Let them learn 3 things about you that are similar interests, and then share at least one photo or video from your phone that shows that experience, right? That's how you kind of create that likability. But if you can find that initial just conversation, man, the shirts work amazing, right? If people are wearing cool shirts, like, I mean, that's obviously an interest of theirs if they're wearing the shirt. That is a big thing. And then keeping an eye on pictures, you know, as you're going through any kind of, like you said, antique artwork, anything like just like unique back doors, outdoor spaces. I mean, one really cool thing about what I get to do is I get to go to a lot of different cities. So I get to see a lot of different cool shit. And several places I work with that are on the ocean, just full, like, windows looking at the ocean. And that's just like, man, please tell me, you know, how long have you been here? 10 years? Like, please tell me that you wake up every day and it says, well, this looks as awesome as it does to me right now. Like, oh, yeah, we're living the dream. And just kind of bragging on things that they're proud of, right? Talking in terms of their interest. And if you can become that person, man, that everything else just becomes conversational, right? At no point through any of my conversations with you guys should I feel like I'm selling to you, right? We're just talking about what you want, how to get it, making sure you understand the process, why it costs what it costs. If you have questions or objections, I'm the person that can help you process those. And look, at the end of the day, if this is not a project that makes sense for A, B, and C reason, I get it. Not everybody's got $15 grand to throw at their fireplace. We got some plans to help you, but if we can't do it, we can't do it. As long as you understand by not doing it what's going to continue to happen, I've done my job. That should be absolutely your mindset going into that. So before we start at number 2, any other questions? This is good. I think this is honestly probably as helpful as anything, is just kind of going through these scenarios. What would you do? That's the whole idea of the role play. So, anything else? Oh, cool. All right. So scenario 2, very similar to scenario. Actually, this is technically 3. I skipped one. Basically, we really don't know much at all on this one. Office notes that they gave you is that it's a wood burning fireplace. They believe it's masonry, and that they just bought the home and they want to make sure it's okay to use before they have their first fire, right? So who wants to be my, come on up. You're going to be my consultant. All right. So I'll have you face who wants to be my customer and have to learn some stuff on what to say. Come on up there. So this is all you really know at this point, and then I'm going to let them read some of these notes to get familiar. Again, if there is not an answer up there, just make it up. So take your time and kind of read through that. And everybody in the audience should be kind of reading the notes too, thinking, like, and just honestly think about it. If I didn't have the answer up there, would you have asked the question that would have given you that information, or would you have dismissed it? right? Because customers will give you a lot of gold if you just take the time to ask the right questions. So whenever you're ready, let you guys have at it. What's your name? Chris. Good.
Howdy. Hey, I'm Austin with Tradition Shimmy Sweeps. How you doing today, sir? Doing good. How are you? I'm great. Hey, I'm here because I heard you bought a new home. Yes, sir. About a month ago. Hey, it looks great. Do you know how many fireplaces you got in here? Just the one. Just the one. All right. What do you know about the home so far as far as your venting? Not a lot. Inspector said everything looked good. Just want to see if it's safe. Great. Sounds good. You want to show me where that would be? Yeah. Come on in. All right. Wow, it looks great in here. Yeah. Like, may I ask how you picked this area? You know, just trying to move closer to some family. That's awesome. So what are you looking to get out of your fireplace? Are you looking to use it, a lot of the time, or are you just looking to, burn once or twice in the winter? We'll probably just use it for parties, things like that, just something that looks good. All right, and do you like the wood burning, or are you looking do you like convenience of pushing a button or anything like that? I think we'd like to keep it how it is. Keep it how it is? All right, sounds good. Have you ever had a fireplace before? No, sir. All right. Well, while I go through the inspection, I can always show you how your system works, and I can talk to you about proper burning procedures. Does that sound good to you? Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let me just take a quick peek outside, make sure that's the only flue that I can see from the exterior side. I'm going to be in and out about 2 to 3 times, bringing materials in, getting my vacuum ready. Just a question. Do you have any kids or pets or anything I got to worry about? No kids. Wife's working in the back. Sounds good. I just want to let you know it might be a little noisy while I do my work just due to the fact of, we have vacuums running so the dust doesn't get everywhere. I'm going to set up some dust protection on the floor too, so you won't have to worry about any mess. And that vacuum just, again, will be a little loud. So you just want to shut the door for your wife so you don't hear anything going on. After I'm done with my inspection, I'd like to, recap with you and your wife just to talk about anything that I could help you out with in the future, as far as, proper burning procedures with the both of you so you're on the same page, and then anything that we might need to talk about after that. Yeah, that sounds great. Sounds good.
Cool. Give me a hand, guys. How did we do on the discovery list? Did we hit everything? Most everything. We did pretty damn good, right? Maybe not the age of the house. I think that's not the only thing that I really didn't get. But what is this customer's, right now? What are they buying? What is their need level right now? What are they buying? What do they want from us? Safety. They want safety. They want to know if it's safe to use for sure. What else?
Sounds like more education, just because he's never owned a fireplace.
Never had a fireplace, and I think he did a great job setting that up. That I'm your guy. I'll show you how to use it. Bring you and your wife in. We'll go over everything. Very good. If we find an issue right now, where do we believe the customer's need level, or are we implied or explicit at this point? It's pretty low, right? At this point, we're just in discovery. Home inspector said it was okay. I don't know. One of the things that the customer could have brought up is, well, we did have a little bit of a smoke stain above the fireplace. I don't know if that's something we need to be worried about or not, but that was something the home inspector pointed out, right? So I feel like at this point, we have a customer that is curious, right? We have a customer that is curious. We have a customer that wants to know. We certainly don't have a customer that we have any feeling that is willing to spend a lot of money at this point, but we're just wanting to know at this point, is it okay? This is the Forever Home. One of the things that we could have built a little more rapport around was around, we wanted to move closer, great answer, closer to family. Oh, sweet. So you got, people right around here like parents or, however you want to word that. Because those are people that may be coming over and we could entertain, right? Have the fireplace, ambiance. How often do you plan on using it? Well, we'll probably just use it a little bit on the weekends or whatever. It's any particular reason why you wouldn't use it, more often, or we just don't know about, much about it. Well, I have a feeling once you get to using this thing, you're going to use it quite a bit more, right? Making them feel good about it. So good. Very, very good. So only the one flue. When we kind of go through here, it is it's very similar to last time. Just missing mortar. All the flue tiles are in great shape. It's a 1977 home that is untarged, and their desire is a open wood burning fireplace. Mainly just the ambiance is a perfect heat shield candidate. So we're gonna kind of go through that recommendation with the customer. So who wants to present the findings and do the scan? Everybody's got to go at some point, so these are still the easier ones. Clean Dean, come on. Yeah. You'll get this over with, Adam? Sure. All right. I'll let you be the customer this time, and then we'll switch you to. Basically, you're going to explain. You're going to scan the chimney with them, and you find missing mortar, and of course you can. All right, guys.
Hello. How you doing, Mr. Adam? I'm Joseph with Queen D.
Good. Nice to meet you.
I heard you wanted to do a chimney inspection.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. We're starting at the scan.
Starting at the scan.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you just finished sweeping. Same exact scenario as the last time. You're like, hey man, get ready to run the camera. Let me walk you through your fireplace, and those are the 5 things that you find.
Hey, we just finished the sweep. We got it all cleaned up, and I got my camera ready to roll. I would like you to be here with me and check it out if you could like.
Awesome. Yeah.
Go in. Let's get down to it. Yeah. All right. So right here in the smoke chamber, and as you can see,
It's okay. Start over if you need to.
What's all that shiny black stuff there on the brick?
So that is creosote buildup.
Oh,
That's what I wanted to talk to you about right here, because they did cordling right here, and they did that way back in the day, and they thought it was okay. But that right there caused the smoke to build up and roll around right up in there, and build up in the area, and I wanted to talk about getting a parge up in there.
Okay.
And that parge will fix it, make it more cone-like, and make it able to flow into the flue, out to the chimney, and not cause that buildup as much.
Gosh, it makes sense.
Yes, sir. And not cause smoke to go out into these cracks are in there and the holes, and cause buildup in the areas we can't see, and cause creases to build up there.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Let's start going up in there. All right. Let's take a picture of this right here.
Well, what are you taking a picture of?
See right there in between the terracotta tiles, there should be mortar right in there, and there's a gap.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
not good.
Same thing that could happen in the smoke chamber. It can break out that smoke and build up in areas we can't see and cause a chimney fire, which we do not want.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir. So that's why I'm taking a picture of that. And as you can see, as I'm getting my camera, you can see that it goes all the way around. It's not good.
Okay. Is that something you can fix?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. What's the cost on that?
Well, it depends. We got to do the rest of it first.
Oh, okay.
And go
All right.
from there.
All right.
And, yes, sir. I'll keep on going. Alrighty. Here's another missing mortar right there. Probably do need to fix that as well.
Okay.
Keep on going and going. There's another one. I'm going to take a picture of that as well. And it looks like you got 3 spots where the mortar is missing.
Okay.
And what we could do for that is actually run this material called heat shield with a high temperature mortar. And we can run from the bottom all the way up with a sponge and a winch.
Okay.
And as we crank that, we're going to do that twice.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
That sounds expensive.
It can be, but it's worth the investment.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, sir. Because it'll keep that stuff from happening, and it's under a warranty. So if anything happens, any kind of water damage, we'll come in and fix it ourselves.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir. And it'll seal everything up from the top to bottom, and that's from the smoke chamber all the way to the top.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's give him a hand, guys. Yeah, you're done now. Look, you got better than you can. So you can obviously there's some nerves at times and things like that, but very technical, right? A lot of industry words, parging, corbelling, smoke chambers. The whole reason we have the big 3, right? The whole reason we do Chimney 101, number 1 is, let me walk you through how your fireplace works, right? Here's the diagram. Here's the firebox. Here's what I want to see. Here's the smoke chamber. Here's what it does, what we want to see. Here's the flue. This is what it does. This is what we want to see. So always doing that number 1 of Chimney 101 before we put the camera in. That way we don't find ourselves using the technical words that the customer may not understand. when we get the camera in, good job having patience. Again, nobody knows what floorboarding is. Nobody knows any of those type of words. So taking the time, what we wanted to see was this nice smooth transition. What we're actually seeing is this, right? When was this house built again? Pretty common. Remember how it happened, what happened to it, and then what happens if we don't address it. Safety, performance, right? Safety, performance. We're building up stage 3 creosote or whatever. We explain what that is when the smoke is melting, becomes a carbon combustible, a fuel, if you will, right? And I use pockets of fuel all the time in my language. It's very powerful language. So basically, smoke can get into areas that I can't sweep or access. And when that smoke cools, it becomes creosote, which is carbon. So in essence, we just have kind of these pockets of fuel in areas that I can't access. So spark or heat were to transfer to that, we could see how some things could happen. A little strong for me on, you could have a chimney fire, right? I tend to not try to go to the worst case scenario, but basically let them come with their own thing. It's more educational, right? We're allowing pockets of fuel byproducts to get into areas that I can't sweep or access. If a spark, something like that, were to hit that, we can see that bad things could happen. So we don't want it to feel like we're making it an emotional type of thing. There was one other, visuals, and then when he said it can be expensive, he said it can be, right? Remember what the word expensive means. What the word expensive means. That's the price, but what is it?
The perceived value.
It's relative. It's their perceived value. It's more than they would be willing to pay or think that it's worth. So when you agree with somebody, yeah, it's probably more than you want to pay. Right. So, but yes, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a big job. It's a lot of work. Yeah. I'll be happy to put together some numbers for you, see if it works for you. Right. Kind of go through there. We got all kinds of programs. This type of system qualifies for all kinds of payment programs as well. So we'll see if we can work out something to make that work for you. So at this point, and then the last main thing, and guys, this is going to be one of your hardest things to go back and do, is when you got to the end of the chimney, what did you immediately do? After you found all the problems, what did you immediately do? You immediately told him how you were going to fix it.
Yeah.
Right? That's the tech. Right? That's how we've been trained for so long. Here's what's wrong. Here's what we can do. I'm going to do a heat shield on this. Well, what is that? And I can fill in these mortar joints. Remember, the main thing, guys, I'm telling you guys to practice this. It's not what's wrong and here's what we do. It's what's wrong. Here's what this means to us. At this point, we have a system that really can't be used in its current condition. You called me today because you wanted to know if this was safe to use. The word safe is weird in our industry. I'll tell you that today it does not meet any kind of code or standard, and we would recommend that you don't use this system. As long as we're not using this system, there's really no issues here at all, right? This is not a problem that's going to exist unless we want to have a fire. Now, you told me when I got here, the goal was to have some fires over the weekend, have family come over, mainly kind of do an ambiance thing. The good news for you, there's only problems in the joints themselves. I don't see any structural issues with the tiles themselves, anything like that. So I do have a process that I can bring this back to wood burning standard, and I can show you some pictures here of how the heat shield works. It's basically an alternative to having to replace the guts of this system. If you like, I'd be happy to go when I put my report together, give you some numbers to bring this thing back up so you can enjoy those fires. If that's something you'd like to look at, right? Permission. This is what it means. Tying in your discovery answers, what you told me you wanted out of it, and then getting permission to put together something for you. Once you have gotten permission to put it together, now, before I get too crazy, we go into the takeaway. A lot of this damage probably happened due to water intrusion. So I just want to do a real quick check up top, right? Make sure that any water intrusion issues are in the past, if there's nothing current. Everything's nice and structurally stable up there because, all right, everybody have a good day? Time's up. Basically, I want to make sure that if we put in a mortar-based product, all the warranties are temperature being watertight. So let me hop up there, take a quick look. I'll come back. I'll touch base with you before I put together the entire package, and we'll kind of go from there. Right? Questions about process? Are we seeing how this is starting to tie together? Yeah.
So in the last part of your statement, you said I got to go up there and see, just make sure basically these two things work together before I put that package together for you. Shouldn't you get that permission from the client prior to get permission to write up that proposal?
I'll do that when I get when I figure out what I find up there. Then I'll come back and say, here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I would recommend. Would you like me to put together some numbers for that as well to protect the investment on the outside?
So recommend it then after the proposal.
Correct. I'm going to do the exterior as part of the inspection that you're paying for today. I'll explain to you what's going on, and then if you want any, if there are any issues and you would like to see some rectification to that, then I can help you with that. Yes, good question. Any other questions so far?
Yeah. When is the best time to show the visuals, the pictures? Is that before the inspection?
So on the outside, we're getting ready to do that. So we go up on the roof, we take the pictures, and then we come back in and show them what we found on the outside. Then we show them the waterproofing videos, and then we make our recommendation. On the inside, I show them the diagram of the chimney before I put the camera in, and then as we scan it together and I'm taking the pictures, that's when I'm explaining the inside. Yeah.
When you're doing that, you've already looked at the box. So before you run the camera, you have to discuss what you find in the box.
Absolutely. That's the whole diagram. Here's the diagram. There's 3 or 4 main components if you count the damper. First component is the firebox. That's where main thing I'm looking for. We have the right type of fire brick to protect any combustibles that could be in the wall. This looks perfect. Make sure all your mortar's in there. Make sure the lintels and profiles explaining all that stuff. Make sure you have the right appropriate size grate. Man, so far A+, right? This all looks really good. Or hey, you've got a couple see these little mortar joints here that are starting to fall out. That could allow some byproducts to get in behind the system where I can't access it. So very minor. That's the only thing that we found. I'm able to be able to take care of that for you today. Right?
If it's an old fireplace, 333,
yeah,
and it doesn't have fire brick in it, and you can't do your measurements to make sure there's enough waste material,
yep.
How do you bring that challenge further than a possible way? Because you can't identify what needs the proper thickness.
Yeah, almost every time I'm just being like, this is the challenge with this type of system and the age of it. I am doing what we call a level 1 or a level 2 inspection today, which is basically a visual evaluation. Unless I were to get into drilling or holes or getting behind the system, I have really no way to verify if I have the proper airspace or masonry. So
that point is just documentation.
100%. 100%. Yeah, and your paperwork at the bottom should very clearly say, just as a result of a visual inspection, hidden defects, not covered.
So you were saying earlier, like really kind of get out of the mindset of being the technician.
Yeah.
During the initial scan. So just so that I understand correctly, as you're going about your scan, you're really kind of going over what is this, what happened, what's going to happen if it stays like this.
Correct.
We're not really talking about solutions at this point.
Not until we get done with the scan all
And I
the way.
pull everything out of it.
Well, I usually do it while I'm at the very top. Like I'm looking out the cap or whatever. I always make the same stupid joke. It's like, oh, you got any neighbors? What's going on around here? They're like, ah. But yeah, that's the way to do it.
But I love one of the beautiful things about like your process is when you said what you want to see, and you start running that camera, and the customer sees something that you said you don't want to see. Like they're already triggered. That's right. And that's beautiful.
Yeah, we want their need level to go from implied to explicit right away, right? We want them to say, oh, what's going on here? Or hey, what are you taking that picture of? What is that mean? That doesn't look like what you said. And then it's like, yeah, I mean, and again, it's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal until we get to the proposal. Then it's the biggest deal, right? Because we got to get the number about, well, yeah, I mean, it's a 70 home. This is the way they built it. You know, think about it. It's 50 years old, almost 50 years old. Had a lot of expansion, contraction, had a lot of water coming in. I mean, this is kind of what we expect to see in systems like this, right? So, all fixable if we want to do it.
So you basically want to paint them a perfect picture of the fireplace, and then they can discover what's wrong with it technically?
That's the idea, right? This is what I'm looking for today, what I want to see, And then if we don't see it, we understand what that means. And then, you know, after they've kind of then we explain how it happened, what happens if we don't address it. Yeah. The two big keys as you're doing this, and you should say this every single time, this is a safety and a performance issue. This is a safety and a performance issue. Safety and a performance issue, right? That's the deal. We had, in this particular case, you know, Ms. Jones, we saw that there was, you said that the home inspector called out there was a little bit of smoke staining on the front of the fireplace. Makes sense now, right? The smoke was not able to smoothly get into the flue system. The flue system has some holes in it. So I always use the straw analogy, right? Have you ever tried to drink out of a straw that had a little slit or a hole in it? What happens, right? You got to suck a lot harder to get the Coke or the water out. In a fireplace, we call that draft. The fireplace has to work a lot harder to draft when it has holes in it. So that's the performance issue, which is allowing some of that smoke to come back into the system and hang out too long, which is leading to the stage 3 creosote, which that smoke is burning onto the fireplace. Now, on top of the performance issue, it's a major safety concern, right? Now all my smoke and heat and byproducts are not able to get out into the atmosphere the way that they're designed. They're now escaping into areas that I can't sweep or access in between the flue and the chimney. When that smoke settles, it becomes creosote, which is carbon. Carbon's combustible. So we have these little combustible pockets of fuel outside of the flue system. For those reasons, we definitely don't want to use the system in its current condition. These are not really big deals as long as you're not using the fireplace. But you told me, blah, 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 whatever they told you in Discovery, this is kind of what we were looking to do. So if we wanted to do that, there's a couple ways that I can help you do that. We can either fix the damage, we can bypass the damage. But if we're going to put money into this, money's going to be all about the same no matter what I do. Let's make sure this is exactly what you always want. It's a forever home, so let's make sure we make this right for you. And then here's what I would typically recommend. Let me show you some pictures. You know, you'd like to have gas insert, or you'd like to have the convenience of just hitting a button or shooting a remote. Here's what something like that would look like. What do we think? Would you like to see some numbers on what something like that would be? Cool. I'll put that together for you. Before I start putting metal into a system that has water intrusion, let me hop up on the roof real quick, make sure that everything's nice and watertight up there, and then I'll come back and I'll touch base with you. That's kind of where we are at this point. We're going to go up on the roof, and we're going to come back, touch base with the customer. We feeling good? Is this making sense? Is this helping tie it together? Kind of we see how, man, it's so easy to say, here's what's wrong and here's what you do. But if you'll just stop for a second and allow the customer to lead it, to put again, people don't like to be sold, but they love to buy.
It's what they want.
It's 100% what they want.
It's just what they want.
Yeah. It literally is that simple. Right? What do you want? All right, cool, let's do that.
So yeah, you want to do that or not? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a conversation, right? Our definition of sales is a conversation about where we're at now. Can't use it. What would you like to do? What's your desired future state? Great. I'm the guy. Let me show you how to do that. Let's find out if you still want to do it. It is that simple. But it's that hard too. All right. So missing mortar, unpars. We're gonna go with the heat shield, and then we can go up on the roof and we find there's not a cap up there at all. The crown's got some cracks in it. Masonry's still pretty good. Definitely not waterproofed. The flashing is just silicone that's not cut in. The silicone's starting to deteriorate, so water could be getting in. Let's just say for this example, we got into the attic and we don't see any kind of water into the attic yet. And this is kind of the deal. So based on what we see here, what do you think we should be recommending?
Water protection system of some sort.
Full coverage cap.
Flash seal.
Flash seal. You said new flashing?
Yeah.
You guys do flash seal?
Yeah.
Okay, why would you go with new flashing here?
Because it's not cut into the chimney.
So why wouldn't you do flash seal?
I'm using a down flash so where it's not cut into that. I usually recommend a roof to do new flash.
Okay. Anybody else recommend new flashing if it's not cut in? No? Okay. Maybe an opportunity for you. But I mean, if you think about it, you're going 2 or 3 inches above where it's cut in anyway, and you're putting a mesh down that kind of creates the cut in for you. So seal, ground coat, and water repellent, okay? It's really, this is the Saver Systems dream client right here. It's yeah, baby. So, you know, one of the classes I do on my weekly videos, pitch if you're not on them, they're rushprofits.com. I do a thing called the $5,000 chimney, right? The perfect $5,000 chimney. So is literally you can have a brand new chimney built today, and I would still do a $5,000 water package on it, right? Because I mean, again, it's the sponge. If we haven't water treated it, I mean, I'm going to make sure the flashing is sealed. I'm going to make sure the water repellent is there. I'm going to make sure that the ground coat is there, and then I'm going to make sure it's got a full coverage cap. So even if everything is perfect, in essence, you should be putting together a package. And that's the type of product that I'm willing to warranty for life. Right? I'm not going to put a lifetime warranty if you only do part of my recommendations. And one other thing, I have a class on this on rushprofits.com. You can sign up for the weekly videos. But I do there's a thing called the leak acknowledgement form, and I'll be happy to send this to anybody that wants it. But if a customer chooses to only do partial repairs, right? Like, well, Alan, I definitely see the cracks at the top. I need to do that, but I'm going to hold off on the flashing and the flash seal for now. I can probably get up there and put some silicone on there. No problem. And I have a form at the end that the customer basically signs that says, I understand I'm not following all the recommendations of ABC Chimney Company. If leaks continue to persist, then additional charges will apply. Right? And it's just very simple that, hey, you're taking ownership of this. You know, I've made recommendations. You called me. You didn't follow them. It's cool. Still America. Do what you want to do. But if I do have to come back out to continue to this leak, there will be additional charges. Yeah.
How many times has that turned into them changing their mind?
50%. Yeah. 50%. Yeah. Well, no, man, I wanted you to, this is what it's going to take for me to make sure your chimney doesn't leak, right? I come back, but yeah, half the time, they're like, let's go do this last year. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. So who's going to give this customer great news that they don't have a cap up? Isn't it amazing? Like, I just think about that in general. Like, before chimneys, I never looked at a chimney either, but now I assume you guys are all like me that you can't even drive down the street without looking at every damn chimney that you pass. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. But yeah, it's amazing how many fireplaces, chimneys just don't have caps. Like, you have a 13-inch hole in your roof. Minimum. It's amazing to me. Like, literally, you can go and just stomp through boot through someone's house, and it's basically the same thing. It's amazing. So there is, yeah. All right. So our recommendation here is going to be a cap, ideally full coverage, crown coat, flash seal, and a waterproofing, and we're going to protect that heat shield. It is required by the heat shield warranty to do these things. It's fine if they choose not to. It's just the warranty is not upheld, right? So, who wants to present this?
Ellen. You want Ellen to do it? Yeah.
Come on, Ellen, you can do it. All right, you got this. Who's going to be the customer?
Hey, I'll be a customer.
All right, come on up.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah. All right. I'll let you all do your thing. So you just got off the roof.
Remember, we're from Jersey.
Okay. There's his iPad if you want to take it or whatever. He's already decided that you're gonna get his numbers on the heat shield, but before you put that together, you wanted to check and make sure everything was good up top.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I just got off your roof, and it looks like that you don't have a cap on the chimney. That cap is there to protect the whole system from getting birds, any animals, any water down in it, So it's a good idea that we'll get a
I noticed
cap put on it. Yeah. And then around the edge, there's a flashing that keeps the water and stuff away from your chimney and keeps it from going on in your roof. That's supposed to be cut into your brick, and it's not cut into the brick. It looks like somebody just tried to smear silicone on there. So they make a really good commercial products that we could put on there, like a rubber boot around the whole chimney, to be able to keep that water away from that and penetrate in the roof. And then the whole chimney's not waterproof. We might think about protecting your investment there, you know, if we do that heat shield on there to keep the warranty and everything, we'll waterproof the chimney also, but we can give you some of those numbers and stuff. Okay. And so, and then the big thing, there's a whole cap. You can do just a 13 by 13 chimney cap that will cover what you need. You can do a whole chimney cap, and what it does, it keeps the water from running down the face of the brick, and it'll prolong the life of the chimney, and it'll drip down off. Instead of the water running down the chimney, it's going to drip off the sides of it. And so, yeah, it'll be better in the longevity of your fireplace. Yeah. So,
Right, so if you want to put some numbers together, then I'll be happy.
We can do that. And I'll get back with you on that.
All right.
So.
All right, well, give him a hand.
Yeah, visuals, right? As you're starting to see this, explaining things, telling people what they need to do, hopefully, even in this short amount of time, and I'm not picking on you else, like, hopefully in this short amount of time, your brain should be shifting to say, don't tell them what to do. Explain what happens if you don't do it, right? It's not, this is what you need to do, right? It is, look, at the end of the day, man, you got a perfect chimney. If I came and saw chimneys like this every day, we wouldn't have a masonry division. So, this is very rare, especially in a 70s home. Give them the good news, right? Because if we do not protect the investment, the good goes back, right? Only thing I really see going on up here, besides the obvious, is, we don't have a chimney cap. It's amazing. You have a 13-inch hole in the top of your roof. Every time it rains, water's coming in, right? Have you had any birds, squirrels, animals, anything like that get into your house yet? Right? Throw that implication question out there.
That also explains probably why the missing water joint inside your foot.
100%, right? It is a very fast version of the Grand Canyon, right? Every time it rains, water is just going down those mortar joints and eroding them and causing these holes that we have. If I am going to put a mortar-based product back in here, I need to make sure that I'm not allowing access to rain into the system, right? So at a bare minimum, we need to get a cap up here that covers this chimney. Now, if you look at the top of your chimney, this is the concrete that holds the whole chimney together. We call that the crown. Crown is basically the first line of defense against keeping water from getting into the brick structure. So we can see here we got a little bit of cracking starting to happen, most likely when they had fires or when it got cold, the expansion, contraction of the tile caused some of these cracks to happen. They didn't allow for that expansion. So at this point, though, really the only damage I'm seeing is at the top. So all I really need to do is take care of this sealing this top. It's not even bad enough I need to replace it. But if I don't take care of this crack, then water is going to continue to get into the masonry structure. Let me actually show you a quick video of how water and bricks work. I mean, it's insane. They will take a cup and a half full of water. You've got 10 bricks is a gallon of water, and you've got, what, a couple hundred bricks up here? So how many hundreds of gallons of water do we have into this chimney? And what happens when the bricks get full, right? That now we're going into the home. So I was in your attic. I didn't see any evidence of that yet. I think we caught this at a good point. So what I'd like to do is just kind of not only fix the top, but put together a water protection package for you. Let me show you this other video of how much water actually comes into the mortar itself, and then how whenever I put my water treatment on there, it basically stops that but still allows it to breathe. Right? Big three, guys. This is what this thing is. This is what it does. This is what happened to it. And this is what happens if we don't address it. Would you like me to address it? Or are you okay with what's going to happen if we don't address it? Yeah.
How do you feel about the term preventative maintenance?
I don't use it, but I don't hate it. So typically people don't like paying for maintenance most of the time, you know, preventative maintenance. It's like you're basically saying this could be a problem down the road and, you know, you can prevent it now. Most people are, you know, now there's certain people that love warranties, love preventative maintenance, love plans, but I don't hate it. I just don't particularly use it.
So it sounds like we need to take the vocabulary out of you need to do this, just because it sounds like instead of the homeowner, like I don't need to do anything.
Absolutely. You tell me I need to do something, it's like get out of my house. Like I mean,
it's like they're going to challenge that.
100%. Would you like me to do this? Right? Again, you're putting them in the buying shoes. You're putting them in control. They're giving you permission to do anything in their own home, right? And again, you're the guy. You're just showing them how to do it if they want to do it. You're not the hero saying, I can fix it, right?
And looking forward is different than a service plan or a maintenance. Like, you know, your annual, once you get to the routine of what they're doing.
Absolutely.
That's looking forward to the next year. Let's keep it hunt share. Let's actually do it.
Absolutely.
In June or July.
Well,
so that we get you when the off season's happening, so you're not passing the rush.
Yeah, look, exactly. If nobody thinks about the fireplace until it's cold, we'll take care of you before August. So when it's time for your first fire, you can feel good that you're ready to go and you don't have to wait a couple of weeks.
So basically, we're putting the decision on them where they have to weigh it. If I don't do this, I'm taking the risk of all this.
1,000,000%. People do not buy what you sell. They buy what's going to happen if they don't buy what you sell. So if what is going to happen matters to them, they're going to buy. If what is going to happen they don't care about, they're not going to buy.
You're making it a high preference to a low preference.
100%.
You're always going to flock to the high preference.
Well, I'd like to think so, but sometimes we've all got those customers about. I mean, I've literally had customers, well, I got insurance. If it burns, it burns. Jesus.
Anyway.
Yeah. It's like
100%.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 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 I didn't like that kid anyway.
If the chimney falls in the driveway and hits my neighbor's car,
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess insurance will pay for it.
Yeah. It's insane. So,
Yeah.
So I don't think we got into really the flashing too much on this, but again, I've showed you, and again, I'm going to give you those diagrams. You'll get the Dropbox folder with all of this stuff. But it is so amazing when you get into visuals, right? And you can really show people, hey, this is supposed to be cut into the chimney like this. Yours is not. It's just depending on a bead of silicone right here. We can see that silicone is starting to fail already. When it gets hot, it expands, it contracts, it melts, it does all these things. So once this fails, water is coming straight down the brick and into the home. I haven't seen that happen yet, but I mean, it's literally waiting to happen. So, excuse me, your flashing's in really good shape. All the metal is good. It's got a little bit of rust, but it's holding up, right? So I think what I would do if this is my home is I should just basically get a commercial, basically a boot to put around it, and kind of what I would do, something like this. We actually put this mesh down a little bit above the chimney and a little bit onto the roof, and we have this basically rubber boot that gets painted completely onto it. We have this nice tape so it has clean lines, and then whenever it's done, it's going to look a little bit something like this. So you basically have that 10-year protection on the roof, and then we can do it in a couple different colors. Did you guys know you can mix flash seal colors? Pretty cool. I just learned that not too long ago. Like if you want to do like a black and a white and get like a gray to match a shingle or something like that.
You get the homeowner information on that product, because I've been on inspection for a lot of the home inspectors and calling flash seal out as Maxleaf, and it's not.
Yeah, no, I don't really talk about the product, but I will tell them, you know, a lot of roofers will basically throw a tar down, which is a combustible material, so we want to make sure that it's actually temperature rated and it's actually designed for this structure. If we install it properly, we can feel good that you're not going to have any leaks in this area for the next 10 years. Right. Yeah. Question? All right, so it's now time to present. It is time to present the heat shield, the Pargene, the cap, the crown coat, and the water repellent, and flash seal. All right? It's a pretty standard type of presentation. You guys want to give it a shot? CNC? Sure. Come on.
You're not good at talking about it.
It's water.
on this chimney, you're gonna have a lot of water in there. So we want to do that, water prevention, keep anything out, and keep this investment protected. So up top, you also have your crown that we talked about, has cracks in it, all that good stuff. There's silicone just kind of smeared onto it.
I'll redo that.
Yeah, so we don't need to replace it, it's not that bad yet. We do have a product that we put on top of it, it's like a water protection sealant. So we put that on there, and that protects anything from going inside. And also, we were talking about putting a full coverage cap up top there. And so you see here, this keeps anything from going onto that crown, keeping any water from even trying to penetrate it. So it's, stopping it before it's even becoming a problem. And then on the inside, we talked about heat shields, sealing up all those cracks. And so I like to talk about the water going inside there. It can't be like a straw, or drinking water through a straw. There's a bunch of holes in it. So your system's going to be working a lot harder to expel any of that smoke into the byproduct combustion. So basically what we do is we put like a spongy plug inside of there, push it all the way down, put that stuff up on top there, and then as we pull it up, it fills in all those cracks and stuff. So basically it makes it one seamless new unit.
Will I have to get my cats out of the house? Is there a camera to take my cats?
You can leave them inside. If they're kind of nosy, I might keep them in another room because this stuff can be nasty. It can get trash all over the house. But animals don't bother me. I love animals. I have a cat in my house. Her name's Mitten. She's awesome. She's lovely. We just put these new like play toys in the wall, so we attach it to the drywall, so now she can jump all over the walls above the couch, hanging out. Yeah, I love her. She's great. All right. So is this something you're looking to get taken care of, or are you looking to? I tried to stay all together too.
Yeah, just send me all that information to me and my wife.
All right.
That'd be perfect.
Absolutely. And is there a good time for me to call? I can call you tomorrow after you guys talk about it and see what you guys are thinking.
Tonight, yeah.
Awesome.
Or yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll get all this sent to you. And I'll give you a call. Does 9 a.m. work for you? All right. Well, I'll talk to you 9 in the morning.
Thank you so much for your services.
Yeah.
All right, give him a hand. All right, so remember, why are we here? What are we doing?
Closing deals.
Closing deals, making my play. I fly, side note, this is a squirrel moment, but I fly American Airlines, all those exclusively, unless they don't go somewhere or there's a direct flight. And so they have this spill now every single time they bring on the recording. They're like, and our flight attendants here are here for one reason. And like there's just like a little pause, and like in my head, like every single time I'm like, the money. Yeah, and they're like your safety. And I said, no, that's not. They were here for just my safety. So when we sit, so let's tie this back together. I'm gonna do this a couple times, guys. This is if you will, what's that?
Not lying here.
So when we come back in, right, keep in mind what they've been marinating for the last 20, 30 minutes. They have we're going to take a break here literally in 5 minutes. So they've been marinating in the vehicle for like 20, 30 minutes, right, or while you've been in the vehicle. They're waiting. They're anxious. They're a little like, God, how much is this going to be, right? I'm getting a part. I'm getting a heat shield. I'm getting a cap. I got cracks. All this stuff is going through their mind. So when you come back in, let's make them feel like we are still their guide, right? Hey, Ms. Jones, just got all this worked up. Sorry that took a little bit of time. Were you able to get a hold of your husband? Did you kind of give him a heads up on what we've talked about so far, what you told me to work up, kind of what we're doing here today? You were? What did he have to say? Was he able to join us for this particular presentation, or does he want me to have you go over this with him later, or me go over this with him later? If you want, you can record this. That way he can play it and kind of go from there. So it's okay, great. Well, he's going to join us. Perfect. Let's put him on speaker. Hey, Mr. Jones, Alan here, ABC Chimney. Yeah, appreciate you taking some time. As I kind of went over with your wife here, we've got a couple things going on. I just want to do a quick recap with you and her while we're together. Basically, when I got here, The goal was you guys had just moved in. Congratulations again on the home. Very cool to be closer to family. Hope you have a lot of great memories here. And one of the things that the home inspector pointed out was you had a little bit of smoke staining above the fireplace, and you just wanted to know if this fireplace was okay to use. And pretty quickly, I had your wife join me here today when we ran the camera through your fireplace. We quickly saw that there was a couple things that made the fireplace not okay to use. So all this stuff is fixable. All this stuff can be fixed. And when I was talking with your wife, she said your all's goal here was just to have some fires once in a while on the weekend, or when the family came over, you weren't really looking for any kind of heat production, mainly just looking to enjoy the fire. Is that your understanding of what today's visit was about as well? It is? Okay, great, awesome. So the good news for you guys is the flue system itself is in pretty good shape. We just had some of the gaskets or the mortar joints that were in there that started to fail. So we do have basically a non-invasive way to resurface the inside of that flue without having to completely tear it apart and start over. So I'm going to show your wife a few pictures here. If you can visualize with me over the phone, or maybe I had them on Zoom or something like that, then I'm going to walk them through how the heat shield process works, right? I'm going to have a couple guys here for about half a day. We're going to be mixing up some material, making sure it's all to the right consistency, and again, I'm showing pictures through all of this, right? We're going to put dust protection down, tarps down in the fireplace. I'm going to get up on your roof. I'm going to be setting a winch up there. I've got this foam bell that's exactly the inner dimensions of your fireplace flue. I'm going to send this foam bell all the way down after removing any kind of excess mortar that's in there. I'm going to be doing a couple of coats of this. First thing I'm going to do is kind of what we call a tie coat, basically. Just get everything kind of nice and rough so my product can stick in there and everything works really well. And then I'm going to basically pull a second pass. As I've got one guy pouring in this high temperature cement. I've got another guy cranking this winch. And basically, we're going to have a nice, smooth, brand new interior flue. It's going to look something like this. Of course, I'm going to protect the roof. All my guys will be up there wearing fall protection. And that'll take care of the flue system itself. But before you get to the flue, Mr. Jones, we have this thing called the smoke chamber. Think of a big upside-down funnel that is right above your fireplace that takes all the heat, smoke, carbon monoxide from the size of the firebox and narrows it down to the size of your flue. Your house was built in the 70s, and basically they had a different type of construction that's not allowed today due to some safety and performance issues that I spoke with your wife about. So basically what we're going to do there, we're going to gain access to get inside there. I'm actually going to have to remove your current damper to get a guy in there. Showing your wife some pictures here of my guy in his Tyvek suit. He's going to get in there, and he's going to, by hand, literally take a product and smooth over all these bricks. So one, that's going to allow everything to flow smoothly into the flue. Two, is going to make sure that everything is heat protected so that anything that may be in the wall behind this product is going to be protected for you. So all in all, we're probably going to be here for a good full day, including my setup and takedown. And then I'm going to get into the exterior, and I can explain that later. But any questions, Mr. Jones, about the inside of this deal? No, we're good. And I'm just going to pretend for now, just for time, so we can take a break, and then I'll have the exterior. It's like, well, cool. Well, basically, to get all this done, to get this thing resurfaced, to get it the smoke chamber smooth, in and out in a day, we're looking roughly $7,000. I don't know why I keep saying roughly. We're looking at $7,000, right? And so, nice thing about this is it does have the lifetime warranty as long as I come out every year and inspect this thing. So once we've made this investment into the forever home, you really don't have to worry about fires anymore. So I can take half down today. It's going to be roughly $3,500. Well, this is roughly a new habit. I don't like it. I can take $3,500 today, or this particular project does qualify for 2 of our payment programs. This basically we can take 12 months, same as cash. Basically, I give you the $7,000 today. You have a year to pay it back with no interest, right? As long as you pay it back within 12 months, you are good to go. Pay a little a month, pay it all off in 11 months. No big deal. No prepayment penalty. If you think you need more than 12 months, we do have a 5-year program. It does carry a little bit of interest. Works out to about $98 for every $5,000 we borrow. So this is give or take $7,000. I'd expect this to be about $135, $140 a month. Now, between those three, the down payment, same as cash, or the 5-year program, which one of these works best for you guys? Right? Are we seeing how this is starting to flow? That we're just simply having a conversation to take them where they want to go. We're recapping why they called us. We're recapping what they wanted, what they gave us permission to do, right? At this point, they should not have any need issues at all. It is literally, hopefully, I'm building the value up to the point that the number I give them is going to be lower than the number that they thought this would be, and then I can have a conversation. And then I'm tying back what they're getting. Then you're going to be able to enjoy that fireplace when the family comes over, have those weekends, enjoy it. Not ever worry about the fireplace again because it has a lifetime warranty. This is a one-time investment outside of your annual inspections. Feel good? All right, let's take 1022, let's come back to 1040. We'll do one more full scenario, and then we'll turn it over to the Sabre system. Yeah. Yes, guys. That you work with. On you.
Where'd you find this stuff?
comes in, and I'll be, here's what you do, and this is what it costs. So, I'm going to say, that's all you, I'm not going to worry that you have to do this. When it's warm, you see the. I'll come in there, we'll go over it, dissect what we need, what we don't, there's a bunch of stuff that, adding from.
Yeah. But the tie-up and the order of operations, I do order of operations, like, almost like my house. Then it's, and then scan last. I do like the idea of scan explaining, you know, what we found out here, but. Yeah. It makes more sense for them going back to order. They gotta get out to California more. That's Southern California. These guys up, we need to go to Northern California for our stuff.
Yeah, I know.
And it's such a lack, right? I think we're not organized companies out there. As everybody here is. And I don't think people have the training facilities. Just like down south. Oh, you're good? I don't even know what to say. I just walk out my door. That's it. Yeah. It's just one of those things where words us just make words. I usually
All righty. They're good. My wife sent me the most awesome text this morning, motivated me for the whole day. She said, "Today's your last day of work before vacation." Isn't that a good day? That's a good feeling day.
That makes you want to leave half hour early.
Yeah, we might, I think we're done, right? Everybody feel good? You get value out of it today?
Sounds like you all did a really good job.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that would have sucked to die right before vacation. And with wheels on it. Yeah, it's going on. All right, this is going to be our last scenario. This will take about an hour, and then we will we'll do a what time do we have lunch coming?
Well, we're gonna try to be there at 11:30, but we're scheduled for a new pickup, so we're hoping there's
Okay, so
maybe a little road bump.
yeah, don't worry. So somewhere we'll do a break, probably about 11:45 to 12:30. Have some lunch in there, and then we'll spend a few hours with the Saber System guys, and we'll kind of go from there. But any questions as this is starting to roll through your brains a little bit? Any curiosity? Any questions? Anybody need any refreshers? It's starting to click a little bit.
Yeah, we could use refreshers, but we'd have to start all over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I told you yesterday, this is going to be drinking from a fire hose, right? This is a lot of information coming in a very short amount of time. It feels overwhelming, especially after the class, right? After the class, like, shit, where do I start? What do I do? Hopefully you're seeing today, I really like this aspect of it. Look, it's the same thing over and over and over, different products. Get really, really good at helping people understand how to vent. What happens if they can't vent? Get very, very good at helping people understand water damage. What happens if they don't prevent water damage? We can sell everything from there, right? So it's all prevention based. It's all what do they want out of the system, right? So this one's going to be a little bit more difficult, and I would like for your team to do this one because this is going to hopefully be right up a lot of what you're going to be doing when you go back. So I'll let you pick two guys to start. Good. All right, this is the easy side. This is just the intro discovery. All right, so the only notes you have from the office is guy has a wood stove insert, just needs it cleaned and inspected, right? No issues, it is his main source of heat, he said, okay? And then I'm going to let you kind of read some answers here. Good, all right.
Hello. Hi, I'm Chris, Ozark 7 Chimney.
Hey, Chris, I'm Aaron.
Good to meet you. Got some, here for a...
It's all right, brother. You need a shot?
Jingle all start again.
Tell him your arm.
I'm Aaron.
Tell him your arm doesn't work.
Hi, Aaron. Good to meet you. Here for a sweep and inspection, it looks like. So, my office tells me you've got a wood stove insert. Sound right?
Yeah.
Use it for your main source of heat?
Do.
Okay. All right. Well, mind if I come in real quick?
Yeah, go on, have a look at it.
You know what to think. All right. Hey, that is a huge kitchen. You professional chef or something?
I dabble.
Dabble a little bit?
Yeah.
Dabble in what? Desserts, entrees.
Oh, you know, just a little bit of whatever the wife wants.
You cooking now? You got a meal for me?
You gotta see how you are first.
Okay, that's fair enough, fair enough. All right.
The right thing to do.
So how long you lived here?
We moved in about 3 years ago.
About 3 years ago, okay. So you're using it pretty consistently for 3 years.
Yeah.
Are you seeing any kind of things that you just love more than others about it?
I mean, puts out heat, that's what we want.
Yeah, well, I would hope so if you're using it for your main source of heat, for sure. Okay. Is there anything you're not so sure about?
I think everything's good, just wanna make sure, you know, everything's all right before we start burning the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you happen to have any pets, family in the house?
No pets, no, it's just me, wife, and a couple kids.
Your wife and a couple of kids. How old's the kids?
4 and 8.
4 and 8. Okay, I love that. I got a 2-year-old and a 10-month-old myself, so I'm not quite to the 4 and 8-year-old. Yeah. Okay. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take a look at the stove. We're gonna go through the whole system. Gonna run a camera up. I'm gonna look at the outside, the exterior, make sure that everything looks vanity there, and just kind of go from there. What are you looking to get out of this visit?
Again, just wanted to just make sure it's safe.
Safe. And how often do you have it cleaned?
Oh gosh, I had it cleaned up.
Okay. So been here 3 years, haven't had anything? No problem
No
whatsoever.
issues, so.
Okay. All right. Well, what I'll do, I'll get my stuff in. I'll come in and out a little bit if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll let you do your thing.
Okay. And then when it comes time to do the inspection portion, I'll come and grab you, and we'll take a look together at that point.
Great.
All right.
All right, good job, good job. This public speaking thing's hard to look, ain't it?
Man, you can tell I'm in vacation mode now, I'm ready. Got me pumped up now. That's it, yeah, I did have to that might have done it too.
Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
We're doing a 7-day Alaskan well cruise. We're going out on one of the deadliest catch boats and it's gonna catch whatever we catch and eat it.
For real?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Which boat?
It's on. Do you remember the name of the boat? I'll share it with you. Well, no, the deadliest catch boat. Oh, I'll look it up. It's on the app. So don't worry about nerves, man. This is one of those situations that is difficult in front of peers. But so what do we know? First of all, as far as what did he get through all the answers? I feel like you got through the majority of them, right? We didn't get I think how many cords of wood, but really,
Yeah, you did.
Loses, did he say?
Yeah, like 3 or 4.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, sorry. The loses power a lot. You know, that's kind of one of the main sources of heat. Loses power a lot. But outside of that, I don't know if you got that forever home. I don't remember if you asked that, but everything else I think you pretty much got. We didn't get when the house was built, I don't believe, but we got a pretty good idea. What this guy's one and only thing he cares about? Heat in the house. Just want to make just want to make sure it works, sweet, make sure it's okay, because it's my main source of heat. So we pretty much have a solid idea. He does have a family there, and we know that he loves this stove, but he also believes that everything is okay. You know, he's never had it serviced, but if you've never had it serviced for 3 years and you burn it all the time, was there any particular reason that prompted the call today, right? Just to kind of see, was there anything that triggered it? Did the wife say, hey, you need to, all those things? Because, man, when the wife tells you to do something, you do it, right? And then now, all right, you need to do that. So I'm going to have you two come back up, and then I'm going to have you switch roles. And then we'll do 2 other Ozark. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, so whenever, we see right here, the house was built in 1937.
Yeah.
Is it more important to get that information again, or possibly, normally when I would try to get it, would be like when we were kind of walking towards it's just kind of like a smooth conversation on our way to the fireplace?
Yeah.
Or is it just to get it something?
Even if you don't ask it at the beginning, it's fine. I'll ask it a lot of times during when I'm scanning the smoke chamber or scanning the fireplace. What did you say this house built again? something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's not a right or wrong time to ask that question.
Also try typing it in your phone. Sometimes it'll pop up on some of the real estate things, even if it's not for sure for years, and it'll give you the year bill.
Yeah, and you're gonna know, like, I mean, Service Type, House Call Pro, a lot of those, I mean, it literally pulls up the listing. You know the age of the house before you even go in. But the point is to get them to say the age of the house. Like, oh wow, 90 years old, because you really don't think about, 1937. That's literally almost 90 years ago. Yeah. So there's gonna be some love that needs to be put into this thing. So whenever you guys come back up one more time, we're gonna switch roles, and then we'll pick on some other people. All right, so you're going to be my consultant. You're my customer, and basically, as you start to inspect this thing, you realize it's a slammer, right? There's no lining system at all into it outside. So terracotta, and normally I would stop at that point, have this conversation before we do anything. But the way we're going to do this now is you're going to go and say, hey, went to go sweep this thing, and there's a couple things we need to discuss before I do. And then we kind of have the conversation about what they have, and then let's just say they give us permission to scan. And then when we scan, we find missing mortar, vertical cracks, and the smoke chambers and parts. Your only goal, man, all you care about is heat, right? I mean, that's literally the goal here. So,
Is that normal for those guys?
Oh yeah, this should be right up your all's alley. You can go the insurance route if you like. If you need help with that, let me know. But
So I've been in this business for 3 weeks.
For 3 weeks? All right, Barry, pick somebody else. That's not fair to him. All right, my bad.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not that much of an asshole.
You and I?
All right, you familiar with the situation?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right.
All right, hey, Mr. Jones. Once again, we look at here, I see your system. It's one of those old country planes. Those suckers are huge.
Oh, yeah, put that great heat.
I can tell, man. This thing's huge. So about how much wood did you say that you typically put out in this?
3/4 or so.
I bet, man. This thing's huge. It puts a lot of heat in your whole house. How much square footage you got?
Oh, looking at about 2,500.
2,500. So pretty nice house. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I went in there. I was looking to do the sweep here, and I noticed some things I'm going to need your attention on. I was hoping if I could pull you aside and take a look at it. If you're comfortable with it, typically on these, I like to take my camera up in it and go with it with you. That way you can see what we're talking about. Okay, awesome. Let me get my tablet here, and I'm going to show you right off the bat. Just typically, once we take this system out, you're dealing with, typically they put them into a masonry fireplace, right? So when we're looking at a masonry fireplace, they kind of mix two different things here. So first thing is they put an insert inside of this pre-existing system. So the way this pre-existing system functions is like this. So how it works is you have the initial firebox, which is where the fire is involved. And you can imagine that, instead of being a firebox, has this system that's been plugged into it. Okay? So then we go up, and we have that smoke chamber, right? In the smoke chamber there, you have two different sides. This picture does a really good job of showing how one side is the correct way, the other side is, something we try to look at and see how we can solve and repair in the future situation. Next from there, you go up, and you have the flute tiles. They're terracotta flute tiles. They're baked and they're put, and it's pretty much standard, but that's what they use for a lot of fireplaces, right? That's the typical exhausting board. Next from there, you get to the top, and we'll get to the outside here later, but right now, let's jump back to the box here. So as I'm going through, I'm going to go ahead and take a picture, and like I said, I'm looking for like this good side here. I'm looking for those I'm looking for a system here for the fireplace that's different than what's good for an insert. So right off the bat, I'm going to look in here, and I can see that right off the bat, you do not have a liner or anything for a system that properly connects into this flue system. Okay. So on these systems, typically, how they should work and how a lot of times we want to go with is they have a liner that connects down to the system, and it bypasses all of this and goes through with exhaust straight out the top. It runs a lot more efficiently and everything like that. But right now, your system has been plugged into this masonry fireplace, like I showed you how that's supposed to function and work, well, right now it's just exhausting into that pre-existing system as it's not supposed to. They thought it was a great idea. The company did a great job of building something that would solve something like you said. I know you said you love heat. Well, this system does a great job of that. It puts off a lot of heat. But unfortunately, due to the new modern codes and things that we run into, is that this system does not comply to those new codes and standards. Unfortunately, all these gaps and cracks in this flue tile, that all leads to the potential of the creosote and carbon monoxide to escape and get into your home here. Right. So as we move on now in these new modern codes, we figured out that through trial and error, houses burning down, things like that, people loving it and burning it and keeping it going, is a lot of times in the smoke chimney you have huge amounts of 3 to 30 degree creosote.
Do I have 30 degree creosote?
So let's pull back. Like I said, once I get my camera up in there, I'll be able to fully look and see inside that smoke chimney. Once we see, a lot of times that's those big pockets of air, not air, but carbon that is an igniter that can cause a chimney fire to go on. So let's go ahead here. I'm going to go ahead and start taking a look and seeing what we're looking at. So as we're going through, I'm going to take the camera up. If you see anything, got any questions on it, let's see what we're looking at.
Okay. What's all that black stuff right here?
Yeah, so that black stuff, like I mentioned, that's that 30-degree creosote. So in a system like this, it's not running very efficiently, not properly exhausting, doesn't have that liner. All of that flue gas is just exposed into this cooler air, has a lot more of a residency time, and it's just being baked into your firebox there. Yeah, so all of that, like I said, that's that carbon that's got a really good, it's got a low paralysis fire point that's going to heat up and probably catch a fire. I'm not sure. I can't tell right now if you had one or not, but what I can say here is you've got a lot of symptoms that could lead to that. So as we keep going, I'm going to go ahead and look and go into this flue tile here.
So what are these gaps?
Yeah, so if we're talking about a fireplace and we're looking at these flue tiles here, those gaps are typically supposed to be sealed with what we like to call a gasket or mortar that's sealed around, and that's the proper, well, what typically they use for years for a fireplace, right? Okay. So for this system, ideally, we wouldn't even have this type of connection for this system, but for the fireplace, if it were, it would be gasket sealed for these flue tiles and allowing all those flue gases to go straight up and out and exhaust. But right now, exactly the same reason if you're getting creosote inside the firebox is you have a potential for that creosote and things getting into your house because of those gaps and things found in those gaskets along your flue tiles here.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Definitely not. And I know, like you said, you're using a lot of wood, so as you can see here, there's a lot of buildup going up inside of these. So we're definitely going to need to look. And the thing that can happen with this is we keep burning this and keep running this system like this. Potentially you have a chance of having ignition, not only inside the firebox where all that's baked in, but also running up and through your system here. So that's definitely something if you'd like, I'd be able to run through some options we can do as far as getting a system that's going to be heating very well this full 2,500 square feet. I mean, you would imagine the type of systems we have these days that'll put off some crazy heat. And the new types of baffle systems, things like that can actually have a very efficient burn. That rather than you having to burn through all that 3 and 4 cords of wood, save some of that wood for you. You won't have to go out there and chop enough wood as long, and we can get that system in there, connect a liner down to it, and we can run a system that's going to be a lot more efficient at actually heating your full house and save you a lot of time.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead.
What I want is I just want heat, so
you want
what
heat?
do we got to do?
All right, well, let's see what we can look at. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and pull my system out of here. And just before I get to pulling up an inspection or making anything out for you, if I have permission for that, I'd like to head up top and make sure, we're going to be putting a nice system, metal box, like the one you have here. And as you can see, there's probably been some water intrusion that's helped cause the deterioration and eroding of these gaskets, and inside the back of the system, you see some rusting here. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to run up top, take a look and see, and making sure that we're all sealed up and there's no water intrusion going on up there. After that, I'll take some photos and get different views of it, and I'll come back run in here and let you look at it, and we can look at maybe some options as far as making sure if we're going to go with
putting a new system in here that we got a full coverage inside the warranty that we can take care of for you. Does that sound fair to you?
Yeah, take some pictures, show me what you got.
Awesome, great.
All right, go give him a hand. Yeah, definitely a lot of education, right? A little bit of potential fear in there, but a lot of education. The main thing I took away from that is you're taking away my stove and you didn't explain why. Right? Like, yeah, what do you mean new stove? I got a stove, right? That's what I would, if I was your customer, I would have been like, yeah, we'll get you a nice new shiny stove. Like, why? Like, what's wrong with this stove? Right? So taking the time to explain that, this type of system has to be, you did all the venting, but if you notice this type of system, it doesn't have a type of connection that can accept a modern liner. So unfortunately, there's really not an outcome here today where we're going to be able to allow this system to be used. But the potential good news is any modern stove that we use today is going to, one, give you all the same heat that you love. Two, you'll probably be able to see the fire, enjoy a little ambiance out of it. But I mean, due to the efficiency, you're probably going to use, instead of using 3/4 quarts of wood, you may only use 1 or 2 and get the same heat. So I mean, that's some good stuff. We didn't go into this. I wanted you guys to go into, and we'll do this on the next one. It had a fire, right? We found a vertical crack. We found a vertical crack. Typically, this is evidence that we have had some sort of flue fire. All this stage 3 creosote in here certainly does not surprise me that this happened. Once we have had a fire, the flue becomes compromised. Even though this looks like a little crack, whenever you're having a fire, that little crack expands, becomes very large, and allows more byproducts to escape the system and get into areas that we can't sweep or access. And then it closes back up, and it can leave something, have that campfire smell that we're smelling. That's due to that stage 3 creosote. So good news, bad news, depending on how you want to look at it. When we find vertical cracks, this is typically the type of thing that insurance companies want to see in order to be able to cover replacing the system under insurance. So I'll get to the end, get up top. If the numbers are more than what we're prepared to do today, and you'd like to look at insurance, I can help walk you through that process, right? When I explained stage 3 creosote, you started to do it at the end. Look, at the end of the day, there's only 3 stages. You're at the worst, right? I mean, it's gotten to the point where I can sweep this thing for probably 2 weeks straight, and I'm not going to remove all of the stage 3 creosote because it is chemically baked to the system. So, the other thing, just to kind of point out, and I'm curious other feedback that you guys have, is before I even put the camera up, and especially for you guys at Ozark, this is going to be, because you run into so many of these slammers, before I ever even put the camera into it, hey, I pulled this out to start to sweep it, I realized that there is not an appropriate lining system to this. I very quickly saw that the type of creosote in here is not the type of creosote that the type standard cleaning that we do today is going to be able to remove successfully. So there's not really an outcome here today where I'm going to be able to tell you this is okay to use. But typically, when we have these kind of systems, there's a lot of times, I mean, it's literally the #1 source of chimney fires in our industry. So I do still want to try to do this inspection for you, see what kind of evidence that we find, and then we can put a game plan together on how we want to move forward if that's something that we want to do. So kind of just get that out of the way before you go too far and start explaining everything. I think the way you explained the 2 systems was brilliant. This is a fireplace system. This is a wood stove system. They combine the 2. They're not really matching, right? The venting is not really working. So anybody have any comments, feedback? Yeah.
Do you typically run into any issues if that's the process you go with your slammers? Do you typically run into an issue with the customer? It's like, dude, I just called you here to clean.
100%.
You just clean.
100% all the time.
How do you combat with them?
Yeah, no, I can't. I mean, well, you called me to sweep it, I would be wasting your money.
Because, I mean, we ran into, years and years ago, we ran into situations like, yeah, they called back, it's just upset, your guy did not do what I asked him to do.
Yes, and this is the way I'll be happy to run a brush through here for you all day. I have no problem charging you for that. I have no problem performing that service for you. I just want to be very clear that when I am done with that, this is still going to have a type of creosote in it that needs to be chemically removed or rotary cleaned, right? There's not a way to remove, it's chemically bonded. So if you
you want me to run the brush, get rid of some of the fly ash, I'd be happy to do that for you. But at the end of the day, we still have a very combustible type of creosote that we have to address. And there's not an outcome here today where I'm going to tell you it's okay to use. So if I want to come back and do some other more aggressive type of cleaning, I'd rather save you that whatever $100 today and put that towards whatever recommendations we're going to do. But if you want me to run the brush, man, I'll run the brush. Yeah. So another thing we haven't really talked about, and again, I'm not here to talk business strategy with you guys, but I do not differentiate my price between an inspection and a sweep and inspection. Same price, right? If you're charging more to sweep the chimney, you're asking for different issues, right? So whenever we answer the phone, hey, I just need to get my fireplace swept. Great, happy to help you do that. How much is a sweep? Well, our sweeps are actually included with our inspections. Oh, okay. Well, I just kind of wanted to sweep. Oh, well, that'll be included for you, right? Or if someone is like, I want an inspection and I don't want it swept, well, if it needs to be swept, we will take care of that for you at the time of service. That way, you get into these situations where they're like, well, he didn't even sweep it. Well, I mean, we didn't charge you for that, so I mean, we just charged you for the inspection. If it needs to be swept, you would have done a complimentary sweep for you. That way, they feel like they got the service that they were hired to do. Any other questions on just the discovery side of this? Especially Ozark, you guys, as you're finding these slammers, as you're finding this, any questions about how to approach it before we get into the exterior? Okay, you guys feel good? Okay. All right, so at this point, so in this particular case, let's just say we kind of buttoned it up that, hey, man, we know we can't use this thing. We found missing mortar, we found vertical cracks, but a new stove is basically going to bypass any of that damage. I think the Sabre System guys are all gone to grab lunch. So we talked about this a little at the end of the day yesterday. And I think for the most part they agree with me, but if you have a slammer and you have stage 3 creosote, I am almost always breaking tile, right? Almost always. Could you PCR and then run the liner? Yeah, but if there's been any creosote migration behind the system, you're basically trapping that in there, and whenever you have humidity, moisture, things like that, it's going to produce smells. So did you fall asleep? It's going to produce smell, so I would rather remove the tile. It's just, to me, it's way easier, way cheaper than going through and having a 2 to 3 day PCR process, then coming back and then still dealing with things. So just my take on that. So if you run into those, like, hey, I could chemically clean this, but it's easier for me just to remove the lining system, because at the end of the day, I'm going to give you a new lining system anyway. It's going to be insulated. And that way, if there was any creosote that migrated to the brick structure behind it, I'm going to be able to see that and do a little bit of a rotary cleaning to remove anything that may be present. So, any other questions? All right, so we are, good job transitioning to the roof. Let's make sure everything is good up there. We get up to the top and we realize this is an exterior stone chimney. It has some random missing mortar joints above the roof line, but it does appear to be structurally stable. Everything below the roof looks pretty good. Definitely not waterproof, crown is cracked, and the flashing is definitely starting to deteriorate. Okay, so based on this, what are we proposing? Ground coat, repointing, water repellent,
new flash.
Flash seal. Doesn't say anything about the cap, so you guys can. Yeah. We'll just say, hey, you know what? This has got give you one of these. This has got a top mount cap on it. I don't know about you guys, but I tried not to do full coverage caps on stone, at least on the outside mount. Like, I'll do top mount, unless it's just a perfect stone or sandstone or something, but most of the time, it's so far off, you get those gaps underneath there, it's difficult to measure appropriately. What's that? Yeah, it can be, yeah. So I'll do the top mount into the crown. And I'd like to ask Jerry, you probably probably know this. How long do you have to wait after doing a crown coat before you feel good taxoning into it?
Probably 24 hours. I mean, they'll tell you it dries faster than that, but I would feel better 24 hours.
So this would have to be a 2-trip type of process?
Unfortunately, it'll take a really long lunch, so we go do a couple of appointments and come back.
Yep, okay. Yeah, that's the only challenge with these top mount caps is that, the time, so. But it's the same thing as if, you guys know, if you rebuild a chimney, not to waterproof it immediately, right? It takes 30 days to cure, before you do any type of waterproofing. Hopefully you put some PWR in there to kind of hold it a little bit until you come back, but you should never be waterproofing a newly rebuilt chimney. Okay, cool. Questions? Who's gonna be my exterior explainer? Come on. There you go. Get it. Yeah, you too. Go on. So you're gonna be my consultant. You're my customer. This is the guy that just loves his heat. Went up there, 1937 chimney. This is kind of what we found.
All right. Hey, Mr. Henry. Just got off the roof, wanted to go over my findings with you. So what we have here is just a picture of your chimney, just looking down at it. What I want you to notice, there's a few cracks in the concrete on top. Concrete on the top, we call it the mortar crown. It's your #1 defense against water intrusion into the chimney structure. We want to make sure that's sealed to prevent any water seeping in. Replacing a stove and installing a liner system, we don't want water getting in and causing any rusting of the new appliance or getting any of the insulation right, anything like that. What I'm proposing is that it can be resurfaced. There's elastomeric sealants that can seal those cracks onto what's up there. Concrete's in good condition, so I don't think it needs to be rebuilt. Simply repair what's there. There's a few missing mortar joints between the stonework up there. Water seeping in over time will cause deterioration that eats away at those mortar joints. I would recommend that they be repointed with some new mortar, may grind out the bad mortar that's there, repoint it, and then about 30 days after it's had time to cure, treat the whole chimney with a commercial water repellent just to seal it in, prevent water absorption into the structure, help save the masonry long term. The masonry looks to be in pretty good shape. We just have these few areas of deterioration above the roof line that need to be addressed.
Why do I have to wait that long before you put the water in?
The mortar needs that time to cure. If we prematurely spray with the water repellent, it's not going to cure properly and may result in premature deterioration. Chimney cap looks good. Good news there. It's got a top mount cap that's protecting the majority of that crown. Seems to be in good condition. The next thing I wanted to go over with you is the flashing is beginning to deteriorate. The flashing, which I can pull up the diagram and show you exactly how it works. But a piece of metal cut into the mortar joints of the chimney, run over the counter flashing that goes underneath the shingles. Deterioration of that can allow water to get between the masonry structure and the house, resulting in roof leak. Sometimes we see water spots on the ceiling around the fireplace once that's getting in. What we can do is seal the flashing to prevent that from happening in the first place. We just want to keep water out of the structure and prevent any deterioration of anything that were installed. Other than that, height looks good. Tree branches are far enough away. We've got some good news there. We'll get down and write up our proposal and meet you inside and go over everything with you.
Cool. Good man. So, really good job. The couple of notes that I made, remember number 3 of the big 3 is why people die. What's number 3? What happens if we do nothing, right? We caught it at a good point. At this point, basically, we got a little deterioration at the top, which has allowed some of the mortar joints to deteriorate. Water gets in there, freezes, and expands. But at this point, it's pretty structurally stable. So really all I need to do is take care of this ceiling at the top, fix a few of these mortar joints. If we were to leave this crown and mortar joints unattended, basically we're going to continue to have a lot more water get into the system. We're going to continue the freeze-thaw cycle, and at some point this thing becomes structurally unstable. And I will tell you, with a stone chimney, I would definitely show the videos, right? Well, I mean, it is amazing how porous brick and mortar and stone are. I mean, let me actually just show you this video of how, over a 2-hour period, how much water can come into this structure. And then once this stone and mortar gets full, the only place it can go is into the home. And I did check in the attic. I didn't see any kind of water, any type of water staining, any type of evidence that water's made it into the home yet. But it's just a matter of time if we choose not to address this, right? Those implication statements, right? Yes, if we don't take care of that for you. One of the things you said was, again, technician mindset is going to be the hardest thing for you to get past. What I'm proposing is this. Instead of saying what I'm proposing is this, what I would like to put together, right, is something to make sure we fix the top. Does that sound like something that we would like to see some numbers on, right? It's not, here's what's wrong, here's what I'm going to do, here's what's wrong, here's what that means, here's what happens if we don't address it. Would you like me to help you address that? Would you like me to guide you to making you the hero, right? But we're starting to see how it's just this mindset shift. It's so hard, right? It is so hard when you do this all the time. And all of your other language was fantastic. And yeah, clearances look great, height looks great, trees are far enough away, shouldn't really have any kind of drafting issues. All this looks really, really good. Any other comments on that one? Yeah.
Just a question. So normally, like if I see where something could potentially be causing an active problem that the homeowner can see.
Yeah.
Water damage is the big one.
Yep.
Most of the time you're either called out for it or you get there and you see it.
Right.
But one of the things I'll see if I ever need water repaired is I'll always say, quick question, have you had any water come in your house yet?
Yeah.
And so is that something that would be, I don't want to feel like it's too much. Would that be acceptable?
It's a little strong if you're opening with that, but I think I tend to accomplish that by saying, if this continues, water can get into the home. I did check the attic and your ceiling lines, which is usually where it starts to manifest first. I didn't see any evidence that water is coming into the home yet, so we've caught it at a really good point. That kind of says the same thing. Now, if I don't have a cap or something like that, I definitely ask in a way like that. Have we had any kind of water, birds, animals, anything like that come into the home yet? I mean, I always ask that, right? How many, do you guys deal with Swifts down here, or is it, so yeah, I mean, I'll explain, what chimney Swifts are and how they're federally protected. And good Lord, you're going to hate me for 3 months whenever those things are in there sounding like an engine just going off and keeping me up all night. I mean, God, how many times have you had a guy say, can't have a fire in my ass? They're like, those little birdies will be gone. Like, what you do is on you. That's $5,000 a egg if I touch it. So we're going to have to wait till they leave. So we'll definitely get you a cap up there to keep that from happening. Good question.
All of a sudden, every bird is a chimney swift.
Oh, absolutely. And I just recently found out, in the last year or two, that bats were federally protected. I had no idea. Yeah, it's the same thing as chimney swifts. If you've got a bat, you can't remove them or do that either. So. Only government agencies can remove them. There you go.
Be a little short to the right.
Yeah. What's that?
The shot will be a little short to the right.
Yeah.
You heard she resigned, right?
Oh yeah.
She did today.
That's not surprising.
Well, should have been a week ago.
I don't know if anybody went through that door and then shut it behind you, but if you do go to the back room, leave that door does lock, so maybe there's somebody back there, but if you, that way, but let's all be really quiet. All right, so now we're going to come back and we are going to present the findings, right? What is our goal here? We're going to recap everything. We're selling us a nice brand new wood stove with lining system, insulated, removing the tiles. We are doing a little repointing. We are fixing the crown, the flashing, and waterproofing this thing. So the goal here is to offer insurance, right? Should they want to do that? Typically because this is not a heat shield type product. Any of the exterior being able to tie in all the reasons how this helps them achieve what their goal is. So, who wants to give this one a shot?
Tim?
There we go.
Hey, we don't use that.
Tim, and who's going to be my badass customer that just wants the heat out of this thing? Come on, Doug. Questions? Well, you're coming in, you've been in the truck for 20, 30 minutes. He's already given you permission to put together a code proposal, all the stuff on the exterior. You're just coming in to explain, put it all together, amplify it, hopefully raise the number in his head a little bit, and then give him the options to buy, including insurance if he wants to go down that route.
Right. Okay. All right.
Here's this. If you want it, just
Whatever you want to
yeah. Just call him Marcelo.
It's fine. I just look like one.
So we're putting in the stove with a new liner?
Yeah, whatever, stove liner, because they use a slammer, stage 3 creosote everywhere, so we gotta get rid of that existing lining system to, make sure there's no creosote migration, anything like that. And we probably still have to PCR in the smoke chamber because it's still got some stage 3 in there as well.
Okay, all right. All right, Doug, went out to the truck, figured this all up for you, so.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So what we're gonna do is, what we're gonna start is, this will probably take 2 full days. It's a real extensive process. We'll probably have 2 to 3 guys here doing it. But first, we're gonna get all of our safety equipment set up, just set everything up, and then we're gonna actually remove the old stove, and then we're gonna bring in the new stuff, that's heavy equipment. So we'll bring it all in. We'll get everything set up. We're actually gonna do a tile bust. There's gonna be a guy up top. We're gonna seal off the firebox so no dust or anything gets out in your house. That guy's gonna go up there and actually bust those tiles out.
How do you do that?
So what we do is we're gonna put, we're gonna have a drill and some rods. We're gonna use kind of like a ball and chain bit. We're just gonna bust those things out. We're gonna be real careful while we do it. We're
It's not gonna hurt the chimney though?
No, it's not gonna hurt the chimney because we're gonna be because we're professionals. Any question from here on out?
Oh yeah, I already told you we're professionals. That's right.
I love it. Yeah, so we're gonna be busting out those tiles as smoothly and as safely as we possibly can. We're gonna have a guy down at the bottom. We're gonna seal it up because when that stuff is falling down, you can imagine it's gonna cause some dust stuff to happen. Now, once we get them all smoothly busted out, we're gonna go down there. We're gonna take all those, put them back in our truck, and then we're gonna actually start to install the new stove. So we're gonna install it correctly. We're gonna attach the liner to the bottom, attach it to the top, and we're also gonna.
So it's attached in 2 places?
2 places, correct, because we gotta have that smoke smoothly, continuously transitioning out. We can't have any penetrations within the liner because we want you to have the safety of, burning and not worrying about anything like that. And then we're going to pour a new crown. Now this sounds like it might be a simple process, but it's not. We're gonna actually go up there, bust out the old crown with a little jackhammer up there, and then we're gonna, once we get that smooth off and brush
Sure,
it
we're
off.
chimney's not falling apart. You're breaking it up a lot.
No, I'm sure it might sound like that, but we're gonna make it better than ever. And we're gonna attach a new wooden frame up there, and we're gonna pour a new crown, and it's gonna have a drip edge, and that's gonna protect the rest of your chimney as well as when we water break it. So a drip edge
No,
is,
what's the crown?
so the crown is at the top, very top of the chimney, so you don't want any penetrations through there because it gets to the top, it can go anywhere, and it's just gonna make it not structurally sound. So we're gonna take care of the top, and we're gonna do a drip edge as well, because a lot of times technicians forget to add 2 inches, and that water, the surface tension of the water, just makes it curl right down the whole masonry of the chimney. And I showed you the video earlier of how those bricks, they're really porous and they get water. So we're gonna protect you that way. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're gonna do that, and then we're also gonna add a flash sealant around your flashing. So what that is it's a product. It's much better better than tar. It might look like it, but tar is combustible and flashing is not. This is made to go around the edge so you don't get any leaks to the bottom of the chimney as well. So we got a lot to do, but luckily we know how to do it all. So, do you have any questions over any of the process?
I just hope you're more professional than the last guy I had here, because he was professional too.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let our work do the talking for you. So the total for today comes out to $12,999. Now, if this is more than you expected, we can also try to go through insurance and do that route. But if insurance doesn't, yes, sir.
How is it going to work for insurance?
So what we'll do with insurance is insurance will cover the exterior stuff, but we can file a claim, and I'll meet the adjuster out here, and I'll try to be basically your lawyer in court, and I'll meet him, and I'll try to make sure that he looks in the areas we need the adjuster to look at. Because sometimes you don't get a third-party adjuster. He's going to have his own agenda for the insurance company, but I'm going to meet him out here, kind of hold him responsible, tell him where to look, and do my best to get the claim to happen and get some extra insurance money, so you're not paying as much out of pocket. Is that something you're wanting to do?
I'm going to think about it for a while. I mean, I know I need to get this going because I got to have heat, but 13 grand's a lot, and I'm not sure how insurance is going to cover this.
Yeah.
I want my rates to go up.
I gotcha. Yeah, well, totally understand. So what we can do though is we can file the claim, and however much money insurance puts down, we can take that and we can use that as a down payment, and we can get the whole job done. That way you can use your chimney. And it'll be safe. We'll take the insurance money for the claim, what they pay off that, and then we'll use that as a down payment.
But what about the rest?
And the rest will be your out of pocket. You'll have a chimney that's perfect.
All right, I'm going to think about that.
All right, I got you. Yeah, email me.
All right, good man. Yeah, look at the tough customers. Look, man, you want heat or not? You want heat or not? That's the thing, right? That's what happens if we don't do this. You don't get heat. This is your primary source of heat. If you want heat, man, this is the way to go. Typically we find that insurance companies are going to cover this type of thing for the stove on the inside. That's the big majority of it. If we weren't prepared for the rest of it, I got a couple payment programs for you as well. We can go ahead and have the insurance cover what they will, spread the rest of it out. What is this, another $4,000 over 5 years? It'll be less than $100 a month, and we can get you some heat. You're going to save that just in the amount of less wood that you're using.
Why didn't you say that before?
Yeah. All right. So good job, man. Good job. It is, again, the big three. What is it? What happened to it? What happens if we don't do it? So when we first come in, this is one of the things that hopefully we've written down already. When we first come in from the truck. All right, brother. So this lady had a wife, 2 kids. All right, man. Got all this worked up for you. Were you able to talk to the wife? Were you able to see if she had any questions? Because the Lord knows that if we change anything in the home, in my house, if I change the look of the living room without talking to my wife, I'm going to have to answer some questions, right? So, did she have any questions for me? Are we good to proceed? Perfect. So just a quick recap here. Again, we're recapping. What are we doing? So a quick recap here. You called me out one note. Just wanted to clean. We couldn't clean it. Had the type of creosote in there that can't be removed without either an aggressive chemical or removing the tile system. Unfortunately, the type of stove that we have is not rated for use today, and it can't be updated to today's codes and standards. So really, our only option is to replace the stove and the lighting system. Possible slimmer. Good news is we did find evidence that you had a flue fire in there. So should we want to go the insurance route, we can do that as well. Now, regardless of what we do on the inside, we've got to take care of the outside. You've got a stone chimney. Stone chimneys, when they start to deteriorate, man, it's a nightmare. Rebuilding stone chimneys, trying to match, trying to do all that, it is a very, very difficult task. The good news for you at this point, we just got some minor things that are starting to happen due to water intrusion, and I'll put together some recommendations to button that up for you and to make sure
you don't have those bigger, bills down the road. So, any questions before I get started, then we'll kind of dive into, what my numbers and recommendations are. So great job on building up the process, right? All the work that goes into it. The more you were talking about, the more I could see those numbers, going up in my head. Like, I'm sure this is a company thing, but I do not know why anybody pours crowns anymore. I really don't. Stone chimney, I can make a case for it, right? It's got a top mount cap on it that's overhanging. So, but typically 95% of the time, I am either, if I have to pour it, if it's bad enough, I'm going to pour a wash and put a full coverage cap on it with the crown coat underneath it, or I'm going to do a top mount, right? I personally believe, and again, I'm the new school guy. I know the old school guys will really love this. The days of pouring crowns are pretty much done, right? I mean, we can absolutely, for less money and definitely less time, if you talk about opportunity cost, right? That 30 minutes it takes to install that versus the day or two, what other work could you be doing to do that? So typically full coverage, lifetime warranty, never have to worry about it again. And then explaining the waterproofing. The big thing on the waterproofing is prep. Because you will get a lot of objections on, oh my God, $1,500 for waterproofing? Well, let's talk about that, right? Because if you have all those pictures, and then, I don't know if you've ever screwed up someone's roof, or if you've ever screwed up a gutter, if you've ever screwed up shutters, siding, heaven forbid a car. But if you have any pictures of those, I would put that into your proposal. Because unfortunately, there's quite a bit of liability when it comes to spraying this waterproofing, because it is not friendly to things that are not porous. If it gets on your roof, if it gets on your shutters, heaven forbid the wind picks up and it gets to your car, I'm buying you a new paint job. So we take a lot of time prepping for this product, and it's a dual coat system. And I'm going to stand behind no water getting through the masonry for the next 10 years for you. Right? Questions? Yep.
Under lifetime warranty.
Yeah.
Is this a limited lifetime warranty where if something on the street fell on it?
No warranty is going to cover acts of God. Yeah, that becomes insurance at that point. And like you guys probably know, I think it's like Heat Shield technically does limited lifetime warranty with their product, but in most states, that's only 7 years. Like if you were to look up what is you can Google it right now, what is the limited lifetime warranty in my state? Most states is 7 years. Which doesn't sound near as good. I'm going to do a few housekeeping things, but do we have any other questions about the process? Yep.
So let's say you called in the next day, and you're like, hey, Mr. Jones, what did you decide on as far as Jimmy? And she's like, well, we haven't even talked about it yet.
Yeah.
What would you say to that?
Yeah. So you didn't listen. No. I would say, hey, first I wouldn't say what you decided. Hey, Mr. Jones, how'd it go when Mr. Jones got home? What do you have to say about this? Or you're talking to Mr. Jones, Mr. What does she have to say about this? She gonna be okay with a new looking stove? She think we want to go more the insurance route, or just do this through payments? What are we thinking at this point? Right? Put it a question about how are we moving forward, not are we moving forward, right? And so whenever you put it into, when you say, do you have any questions, or what do we want to do? It's very easy for them to say, well, we're still thinking about it. But if we do get to that point, it's like, honestly, my wife got home, she was so stressed from her day at work, I didn't want to add any more stress to her. We didn't even have a chance to even talk about this. No problem, man. How are you feeling about it? What did you think whenever you went to bed? Which way are you leaning on this, right? Cool. Well, obviously get the wife's permission. That's something that we want to, you think you're going to be able to do tonight? I'll probably talk to her. As long as she didn't have another bad day, perfect. Well, I typically take calls up to about 6 o'clock, so if you want to call me tonight, that's fine after you talk to her. Otherwise, I'll call you about the same time tomorrow, about 9 o'clock, and we'll just see how it went at that point. Right? A couple other just quick lamb objections, just to kind of hit you through some of the highlights. If people ask me for discounts, first of all, I never discount anything unless it's a legitimate discount program. And a legitimate discount program means it is published. It is not some shit that you made up on the spot. If you go to my website, we have 5% off on senior citizens. We have 5% off previous customers. We have 5% multi-job discount. Whatever it is, as long as it is a legitimate discount, you can offer that. Otherwise, if someone asks me for a discount, first of all, I think it's cool that you asked, and it never hurts to ask. But at the end of the day, I don't control the pricing. This is what this project costs. If I could have given you a better price, man, and I didn't until you asked, I mean, what's that say about how we do business? You know, I mean, if I could have given you a better price and you had to ask for it, that's not cool. That's not the way we do it. So I can remove some things. I can change value. I can do all those kind of things. But if we want to do this scope the way it is, I mean, this is what the project costs. We got some programs to help you spread it out, whatever the case may be. But so we don't do discounts. Any of the other lands that were out there, I'm trying to think of I haven't covered yet. Any objections that we feel we haven't covered from that list of 15? So we talked about maybe getting a couple other quotes and things like that, making sure that we're letting people know about voluntary certification. There's no licensing, permitting, and the chimney industry. It's the Wild West, if you will. It's a really scary thing that anybody can come in and just work on a live fire in your house, and no one has to know that they know what they're talking about. It's kind of crazy.
On that note, for the other estimates, and I know, every company's different as far as what their overhead is.
Yeah.
And other kind of stuff. Yeah. So let's just say they actually truly, which never happens anyways, come to me with apples to apples.
Yeah.
And they do come at a lower price.
Yeah.
You kind of.
Yeah. So let me ask. So look, they're a great company. They do. We run up against them all the time. From what I understand, they do really good work. It looks like in this case they are doing a similar proposal to me, but they're roughly $500 cheaper than I am. Let me just ask this question, because unfortunately I can't change the price. But if I was at that $500 price, would we be moving forward today? And they said, well, yeah, man. I mean, so. Again, I'm always trying to learn as a rep, but what are the reasons why you would choose our company and not just go with them? Why are we having this conversation? Well, man, you're very professional. You explained everything. You put on booties. You did this, and probably why there's that little bit of difference in there. Is all that stuff is stuff that we train on, and not only did we do this here, but when we do the work, we're going to take that same level of care. We're going to stand behind it. We're going to be here for you. So I'd love to earn your business. I hate to lose anything over $500, but I can certainly put some programs together for you to kind of help make that more palatable. But that's what it is for us to do this job. But if you went the other way, hey man, I don't think you're going wrong there either. Yeah, I have no problem unless you just know they're a shit company. And don't ever badmouth them. It's like, well, I mean, there's different levels of service, right? Different levels of quality. We happen to be a certified company, those kind of things. But like I just can't get behind, man. I would lie to you if I've never made a call to a manager to see if there's anything that I could do. I'll make one call just to see if there's anything that I'm missing here. Maybe we can apply a multi discount or something like that. But as far as my hands go, I can't touch this. So if you guys, if it's a big enough deal, $15,000, and the manager's like, hey, 500 gets us there, make up something. Not what I would teach, but I'd be lying if I said I've never done it. Anything else? All right. So what we're going to do from here, besides break and lunch, all that when they get back, we're going to start roughly about 12:30 with the Saver Systems guys. So we'll have about 45, 50 minutes. Whoever signs you up for this class is going to get an email sometime by the end of this week. It will have everything that we went over today. It'll have that checklist. It'll have the debrief sheet so that when you get done with your appointments, you can see what objections I got, why did I get them, what would I do differently, all those kind of things. You're going to get the list of the 15 objections to practice, the LAMs. You should be practicing and getting very comfortable so that just pops right off your mouth whenever they give you that objection. You're going to get the list of discovery questions that we recommend. Again, practice that. Do that in the role play. You can see just after 3 scenarios how it started to click a little bit more and more. Remember, you will not get better at this without working at it. you will naturally go back to your old habits. You will naturally go back, and then it'll, like 2 weeks from now, it'll be like we never even met. So hopefully you guys see the value in this process, and that you're going to work to start implementing pieces of that process. If you need help implementing this, I know I'm already working with about half the people in here. Kevin is our fractional sales manager. He will help hold you accountable. I know he's starting with the Ozark guys next month. He will help hold you accountable to the process. He will meet with you every week. If you want to do virtual ride-alongs, he can actually listen to every single appointment that you go on in the field and give you real-time feedback so that we can put an actual action plan together for each person on your team. This is very difficult to do without help. It really is. So if you're interested in getting some help and holding yourself and your team accountable, talk to Kevin. He can do that for you. I joke about the video pitch, that if you're not doing the videos, it's the cheapest thing that you can do to work on sales every single week. It's $79 a month, and you get one video every single week, and it's always a new topic. So rushprofits.com, you can get any of those as well. So trying to think if there's anything else that I am missing. I do want to thank Rilla again for breakfast and lunch, and definitely, if you guys see Richard, he donated this facility, no charge to us to be able to do this. I mean, so let's be sure that if you see him, definitely to thank him. Otherwise, everybody would have paid a little bit more to have this event. So that kind of helped. Any final questions, thoughts? You guys are awesome. I'm on vacation, baby! That's the whole idea.
As far as the rest of it, would it be more beneficial to have like another week? Trying to get as much.
Thank you, Phil. What?
Legion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like we're trying to get enough more crews, showroom. And that's where we transport this kind of we don't have this if we can go back to all that.
Hey, did
what caps? We were like caps.
Oh,
I mean, right now with the I do short
numbers look better. You know what I mean? I'd rather see you closing a little less than a higher. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's just kind of a neat visual on what just a little bit. I mean, I can't remember what percent. You know what I mean?
So, like, if you're curious, like, I've done all the work. If you're curious, they will, if I increase my close rate by 2%, what does that mean to my bottom line? You know what I mean? Hey, Tim.
Oh, I saw.
Barbecue is pretty good. Jimmy,
There's always so much pizza left over.
Well, I would say Flanders, Flanders taken down over the years. I'm not really service Flanders, but it's not like that. Then I started feeling people want to get in. Nobody else wanted to. Yeah, I'd say on average, two. Anymore. Oh yeah, you guys are great too. The more you get out in the States, the back when you used to service down in Iowa and stuff like that. Oh my God. Welcome to it, man. There you go. People, the problem with that area, I grew up in this. The average ticket, I got rid of it because the average ticket was shit. The average ticket in Overland Park, Stanley, all those areas, I stuck to where the average ticket was over $1,000. Those were yeah.
The farmer, blue collar guy, drove down there.
Years ago,
Because they're the ones that see. I built this one. It's perfect.
I like what he said about they don't want to be black. Very simple truth.
Well, it's like you don't see something anymore.
That's one of those things. Yeah, it does your results start out.
Just product information.
I think so. You know, you're being found tomorrow. The guy that started doing building, which amazes me, how people become really American ideas.
Like 35 years ago, like all around the world, the company was just using like I didn't even make the middle. I just put it together, and I had the design patent. It took all my money.
Actually, I think if you shut that switch off and do it on.
I gotta go.
Looks like you took a HDMI cord.
Should be oil and vinegar.
Mine are elective and,
Is it better that if we stay here another night? I don't know. No, I asked him, I said, it's better if we stay another night. Well, I don't know what the solution is. I don't want to. I have an appointment. I have 2 appointments tomorrow. Oh, you're eating. Yeah. Chicken or shrimp? Huh?
Oh, yeah, we're not, got it.
I got a call that client for a while.
When there was three of us
It's always up.
You have to find a job to try and get them. You're like, I'm here tomorrow time. I want to get in and get out. Now they're gonna do the work while you're building a wall.
Bullshit. It's all bullshit.
I mean, literally, he built this business, not because he's a bullshitter, because it's proof. Like, that's his proof.
Where you been, man? We need to worry about that. I saw you all day. I've been here waiting. No, I don't have a mountain like some people.
Is it a contractual conflict?
It is a contractual contract. Richard has some say in that, but I also have some say in them, so. I typically do train people in the same
I
service
did
area.
see the process, had that real estate job I was talking about, and
Yeah.
was kind of just saying what's the problem, what do you want?
Yeah.
And I sent
The actual seller was like.
Well, I told them, you know, they can work, like, they can do all that and basically get the same head of machine in the front. Yes, sir.
Think we good? Oh, there's your boxer. I gotta get on that thing.
Yeah.
You missed all the accelerators. Missed the meeting yesterday.
I did, yeah. Well, I was kind of around here.
Don't pay for it, it's either, don't pay for it.
Well, look at you.
Yesterday was one over a quarter of a million eyes, so like, what we do up there, so everybody submits their numbers once I got people did, but, their direct labor percentage overhead. We'll just see what other people are doing that you may not be doing, how to get to that number, why you get that much. Average sale, average employment, close rates, gross profit, net profit, and all that kind of stuff. It's really a lot to do. Oh, yeah. For sure.
You think it's good to have, well, I mean, which guys should have one of the either Coach Green, that church name, or Cody, or.
Yeah, I would do, I'd try Cody as the manager,
Start, just have them come and start in the meeting.
Yeah, those up, yeah, like, there's an all three, there's an owner three, and a manager three.
Oh,
That's
okay.
red. Tell them what? Oh, yeah, make sure you have it on, silent, you know, if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, like, you're like, hey.
Are you actually talking to somebody?
No, but sometimes people don't, they're on
We're taking off. All right, brother. Can't come in our place.
Sorry, we're taking out an ordinance and then we'll be around. Yep.
Hey, you too. Yeah, you go see around. James, thank you. I'm taking off. That's why I feel better too.
Hey, everybody feel thought that?
I mean,
Tell them 2 minutes, I'll introduce you guys. I'm here to let you not even the
No, I'm not saying that. Brand or something like that, but I don't 100% know. They're voting for the last year voting.
They're setting flags, All right, guys, we're finding a seat. For Richard Lees, everybody thank Richard for the room. We appreciate it. He promises next time I'll have the other TV working. So a couple quick things. Kevin and I are getting ready to head back to the hotel, knock out a few work, and do out some of that stuff. If you're not already a client of mine, meaning my company works with your company, everybody that's in this class has 30 days unlimited access to me on Voxer. Voxer is a free app. Download it. It's an old walkie-talkie app. But that's my ID on there. You can look up Alan Rush or it's ARush4215. My guarantee to you is normally my guarantee to you is I will respond to you within 24 hours. In fairness, I'm going to be on a cruise for 7 days, so if I miss a little bit, that's why, but I'll still try to do it. The easiest way to communicate with me, a guy in my Rochester class just texted me, sent me 7 pictures of an insurance claim, asked what language to use. I helped him put together the claim. He's meeting with the adjuster right now. He's getting a full rebuild, and 2 flues on the inside smoke chamber just closed $40,000 in 1 hour. I'm telling you, if you need the daily accountability, the weekly accountability, reach out to Kevin. If you just have questions about the process, you get out there, you're like, man, I forgot what he said here, or what do we do here, or what would you say in this situation? Feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to help you, and I want to hear from you guys how this is working for you. It really does make my day when I hear from people like, hey man, I tried that one thing and it's made a world of difference. Doug just made my day yesterday. Probably didn't even realize that I was out with him less than a month ago, and he's like, man, I just changed one thing, let them know that, hey, not not about you qualify for financing. It's like, hey, this type of work, this job qualifies for financing. And just that little tweak in language made all the difference in the confidence of the customer, not feeling like we were judging their financing or they needed financing. So I love those little things like that you never know what someone's going to take away out of this. So before you leave today, I encourage every person in here, otherwise, when I'm telling you, when you get back to reality, the weight of your business and your job will come, it'll just be on you. So what I encourage everybody to do it right now, do it before you leave, is write down on a piece of paper. If you write it down, it'll happen. Write down on a piece of paper 3 things that you're going to immediately start with when you go back into the truck. Right? What am I going to do differently than what I did? And if you will do that, you'll make that happen. You'll get the email probably tomorrow that has all the worksheets, all that kind of stuff, and just start using it. Reach out to me if you need help with anything. Voxer is the easiest way to do that. Thanks again, Sabre Systems, for getting the food. Thanks to Rilla for paying for the food. So you're in for a treat now, especially if you're already a Heat Shield customer. There's a lot of information that they're getting ready to go over with you. Hopefully we've met the whole Heat Shield team here. Everybody knows the team. I'll let you introduce the team, Sean. And then so basically we have James and Jamie and Sean, and they're part of the Heat Shield team. They will come to you. They will visit your site. They will help you do installs. They will do a class for you. They will basically do anything that you need to help you with their products. They're going to spend a third of the day talking about Heat Shield, what it is, how to apply it, how to sell it. They're going to spend a third of their day talking about the Prior Fire, which is, if you're not selling Prior Fires, you've lost your mind. Especially in insurance situations, if you've got wood under the hearth, if you've got situations like that. I mean, we've sold 20, 30 just under insurance for $20,000 a pop. So easy money. And then they're going to spend a third of their day going over all their core products, the Crown Coats and water pellets and other cool things. So hopefully you will give them the same awesome attention that you gave me, and I do appreciate the attention you gave me. I know, again, a day and a half sitting in a room, it's not easy, so I appreciate that. I appreciate the questions, the engagement. Man, I really hope that you'll take this knowledge back and crush it, start making more money than you've ever made. Again, the favor I ask, if you did get some value out of this, go to Rush Profits, throw a shout out, say, hey, the class was good. I do hope to do a couple of these next year. I'd like to get some larger attendance there, so that would do me a favor. So thank you again, guys. Reach out if you need anything, and I'll turn it over to Sabre Systems.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's give a round of applause to Alan for putting on such an awesome and Kevin as well, too, I guess, right? So a little bit about us. I'm Sean. I'm primarily a Midwest guy. I cover a lot of Michigan, Minneapolis, Wisconsin, those kind of areas, a little bit on the West Coast. My history with the company, I've been there 10 years now. I started off in customer service and slowly worked my way up into a sales role. I've been doing sales the last 3 or 4 years. I love coming out and seeing you guys. I've been with the company, the founder of our company, his daughter is married to my brother, so we're kind of a small family company as well over there. So it's been a pretty good place so far. Also got Jamie Woodring here. Go ahead, Jamie, introduce yourself.
I've been with Sabre Systems about 3 years. I did a similar thing where customer service and then sales on the professional side, professional products. Before that, I did about 15 years in retail, working with coatings. The coatings are not super new to me, but James?
I'm James. I'm a Southeast rep. Quite a few of you here know me because I am your rep. I've been with the company 5 years. They took me from the gas company. I was really good. I started at sales. I was really good at budget stuff. The president interviewed me, and he's like, "We're going to hire you." I was like, "I'm going to crap out shooting, but okay." It's been a fun learning curve. The first year was rough, but after the first year, Stuart, our other rep, who's not here, I followed him for a year, and then I went on my own. So it's been an enjoyable experience. And like Sean said, we love what we do. We love work with you guys. Absolutely, if you have a job that we can come out and help you with, we'd be happy to.
So, let's talk about what we're gonna do today. Quick show of hands, who's done heat shields in this room? Pretty much all of us done, right, for the most part. You sell it though, right? I sell it, right? Yeah. Who sold heat shield, right? Like most of us then, right? Cool. So today's kind of a review. Hopefully you guys catch a few new things that maybe you thought you were doing right, but you're actually doing wrong. And you can take it back to your shop and improve your process. I have a few sales tips in here too as well, selling the product. We're also going to go over Prior Fire. Like Alan was saying, if you guys aren't in on Prior Fire yet, you're missing out on a huge opportunity. And then I wanted to touch on core products a little bit. You know, everybody knows Chimney Saver and Crown Coat, but you may not know PWR or Flash Shield or some of the other products that we make as well too. So hopefully going through some of those, you guys are familiar with it. Hopefully bring some stuff back to your business and make a little bit more profit with it. A couple of things I wanted to hit first. Our website, we launched it a couple of my CSIA ethics thing. We launched this website about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years now. And I'd say the most important thing, if you've not registered onto the website to become a contractor direct program set up with us, do that ASAP. And if you're not going to do anything else, you'll be listed on our locator. We do a really good job on digital marketing, and we push a lot of people to our website to learn about our products. So Clean Deeds, Cornerstone, CNC, you guys are all already signed up around this area, right? So if you're not signed up, get on there and do it. There's a lot of great training videos, good resources for you guys on here. I love a lot of our technical training videos. You know, there's a whole heat shield video on here. It's about 8.5 minutes. How to do tie coat, how to do the foam, PCR, the Prior Fire, Chimney Saver, Crown Coat. You know, you got a new check-in. They don't know anything about anything with our products. They can sit here for, half a day to kind of read up and learn about some of these products that you guys are installing out there. It also has a calculator as well. So if you need to know how much heat shield you're doing for a job, like my customers call me all the time and say, how many buckets do I need for, an 11 by 11 chimney or whatever, that's 20 foot tall. I'm like, I don't know, go to the website and I'll pop in the dimensions. Let's say it's 11 by 11, it's 20 foot tall. So if I want to do resurfacing, 3 buckets each, right? If I want to do North Korea, 2 buckets. So just great information on here. Like I said, you're going to get basically free leads for even just registering with us. And it's really easy. You just go here, contractor direct program, sign up, and your pricing will show up, when you want to buy. And obviously, you can buy products too. Like, you can go on and, if you need buckets of heat shield. So at the end of the day, you call James, and if he doesn't answer, you can just hop on here. Not that James doesn't answer, but you go in there and add in your cart. Free shipping at $1,000. So that's kind of the main reason that we started the website. But make sure that you're on their listing. Get people are going to call you and say, hey, I see you guys install heat shield. Come out and take a look at my chimney. It's a great marketing resource for y'all. What else is on here? All your brochures and sales aids are on here as well. So for your iPad, you can download every brochure. If the customer has questions about what you're doing, you can talk about the heat shield system. And I like to leave these behind. We give all these brochures away for free. So, you can leave this behind with your customer. And it kind of just explains the process of heat shield and, why it makes sense and why it's a good thing to do. So, yeah, exactly. So, those are all free. Paper copies of them are free. But you can also download them on your iPad as well. So, make sure you're doing that.
What if I got to get some of those?
Call James or me.
Okay.
Or, yeah, I'm with you guys. So, yeah, call me. Have Charles call me and I'll send them.
brochures and everything that you got me set up. There's some great videos on here too. I'm working on getting a lot more videos on the website that are downloadable, so you guys can download them right to your tablets. So if you're out in stick, you can just download it and have it on your tablet already. But you know, there's some great smoke chamber videos. There's like a little 1-minute homeowner video on heat shield, explaining the real reason for them. So there'll be more videos to come on here. I sent my brother, you know, he was the head of our marketing department for the last 18 years, and he recently left the company to go start his own company, and he's still working for us, but kind of like as a contractor. And I was like, before you completely be done with us, we get all these videos up on the website, so they're downloadable. So he's working on that for me right now. All right, any questions on the website? All right. Wanted to mention this. Every other year, we do a business building summit. We did it 2023 down in Key Largo at the Reef House Key Largo. And basically, in the mornings from about 8 to noon, we have speakers come in. We work on your business. You know, we have some great people lined up for the next one. And then in the afternoon, we sit by the pool, we drink beer, we talk, we network. And honestly, that's where you're going to get the most out of this thing, if you ask me. Sitting by the pool, talking with other people from across the country, learning what they do right, what you're doing right, and you can see some really cool connections made, great friendships made. So I encourage you, if you're interested in coming down and hanging out with us for a week, you can sign up on the website for the summit. So it's 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we go home on Friday. So we've got some cool stuff lined up for it. We'd love to see you all there. I know Derek's already signed up.
I think there's like 5 of us.
Yeah. So it's a really good time. So let's get into it a little bit. Just before we get started too, is there any major questions you guys have or issues you guys are having that you want to talk about? This is a great time to do it. Yeah. Definitely doable. Have you experienced issues?
Well, yeah, there's multiple times where the sponge gets stuck, stuff of that nature.
Are you using the right tools and everything with it?
As far as we know, yeah.
As far as you know, yeah.
So they will tell us.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over offsets.
Because I know there's supposed to be like an offset sponge or something like that out there.
We have an offset rig that we build.
Okay, not the actual sponge.
Yeah. The sponge is just a sponge, right? Whatever the inside ID is. That's what we're gonna get you cut for it the right way. But the rig that brings it up varies on the type of offset that you're working with. So, which we'll get into that here in a little bit.
Precast fireplace? Can you put these shields in?
Yeah, absolutely.
So some approved go to Rampart?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool. All right, interrupt you guys anytime you have any questions or issues that you guys have had when you're out on the job. Be happy to help you guys out. So what's heat shield? It's a ceramic refractory mortar meant to repair fluid tile systems easily. You know, it's nice because you're not having to bust out tiles, you're not having to drop liners down. You know, the problem has always been there's never been a reliable way to repair fluid tiles. There's no easy way to repair them. And we all know breaking out tiles is a pain, right? It's dangerous, messy, takes time, labor intensive. What's nice about heat shield is it's non-invasive, it saves you time and labor, you're gonna make more money. It's more economical for the homeowner, honestly. You know, if you're charging $8 grand for a liner, you can usually come in 5 to 6 for a heat shield. I mean, you guys down in Ozark are you guys are starting off at like $5 grand, I think, for a heat shield alone. So, you know, you guys are killing it with it. And, you know, it's another tool for your toolbox. And I always like to mention this, that I know it's not the end all be all. It's not for every single job. There's times where you're going to have to drop liners. And we get that, right? And sometimes heat shield's not the answer to the product, or to the problem. Clay tiles, they're rated at about 1,800 degrees. With heat shield, it can withstand 2,900 degrees for up to 5 hours. So it's taking what they currently build fireplaces with and improving it vastly. Our code book is the MPA 211 and the IRC, right? It's kind of what we live by. So the blue liner has been softened, cracked, and deteriorated so that it can no longer contain the products of combustion. It shall be removed and replaced, repaired, or relined. And where heat shield falls in is the repair option. All we're doing is repairing terracotta for the tiles with heat shield. There's no official listing for heat shield. There was at one point, but it's been taken away. It's no longer there. So there is no UL listing officially for it, but it is a suitable repair for terracotta blue tiles.
Do you have problems with it bonding?
No.
We've seen it.
Huh?
We've seen it.
Well, it depends on the prep that we're doing with it.
I mean, that's the problem we see in our area whenever it's been applied.
Yeah.
It doesn't hold, it doesn't last, it doesn't ever look like it's applied right.
Yeah, it's probably the way that it was applied, would be my guess, because there's a lot of prep that I'm getting ready to go into here, where we have an etching system, we have PCR, obviously, to clean the creosote, we have an etching.
So what about staining in the tiles, the stuff that doesn't come off?
Of creosote?
No, just like a black, the black and smoke stain that really wouldn't pull out of tile.
Mm-hmm.
Is there bonding issues there?
Not that I put it over top of staining tiles before, but never, if it's third-degree creosote.
No, I know that. I'm talking stains.
Yeah,
the actual stains.
Yeah, I've not seen an issue with it being on stains in my experience.
So you took on from saying clay tiles, what about pumice?
Yes, pumps too. Yeah. So, after we developed the product, we took it up to Warnock University Labs in Wisconsin. We tested the various ASTM and UL standards. We did a strength test, a sweep test, an acid resistance, a smoke leakage, temperature test, and we kind of ran it through the ringer. And I'm going to go over a couple of them with you. We're not going to go through all of them, but I want to show you just how great this product really performs. The first test that we did was a UL 1777 temperature test. The same test they run through for stainless steel liners, and basically we fired it for 1,000 degrees for 8 hours, 1,400 degrees for 1 hour, and 2,100 degrees for 30 minutes. Expected to see that there was no cracks or distortion or any kind of damage. So it held up perfectly fine through that crazy test. And actually, we found that the hotter heat shield gets, the harder it gets. We've seen it pulled out of like chimney fires and tore the whole chimney down, and heat shield was still stuck to the tile, like after a chimney fire and falling off, right? So the stuff works, extremely well in those situations. The other test we did is the acid resistance test. Who knows what happens if you get sulfuric acid and water mixed together, right? Or water and creosote mixed together, you're going to get sulfuric acid, right? And that's what eats away your mortar joints. So we're out there every day, right? We see missing mortar joints and blue tiles, and that's what's causing because the masons didn't use the right size of mortar when they were building these things. So we wanted to make sure that it was going to withstand, sulfuric acid building up. So what we did is we submerged it in sulfuric acid for 48 hours and came back and it was 140 times greater than standard mortars. So not going to, get eaten away with creosote and water. Another test that we did, I don't know what you guys get down here, but Indiana will wake up, it'll be 10 degrees, it'll get up to 50 degrees, and drop back down to 5 degrees, and you get that constant up and down cycles, right, with the weather, and you get a lot of expansion, traction, and cracking, and that kind of thing. So we wanted to make sure that we could withstand those kind of temperatures. So we did this crazy freeze-thaw test where we put it in water for 24 hours, we boiled it for 5 hours, we put it back in water for 3 days, and we froze it for 16 hours, and then we boiled it for 7 hours. So we did that 3 times just to make sure that this product is going to, hold up in those types of crazy environments. And, the test came back with less than a 1% weight loss, and the ASTM test is tested to allow for a 5% weight loss. So, it's going to hold up in these crazy environments, wherever you're at. Like I said, I don't know how it gets down here, but like up in Indiana, Northeast, it gets pretty gnarly with the temperature swings. So, you don't want something that's going to expand and contract and crack out of there on you. And I'm just telling you this so you guys know, that you have confidence in the product that you're selling to your customers. So after all the testing was through, we found that it exceeded all codes for repairs on masonry chimneys, can be used in any residential type appliance. So gas, wood, you can use it in oil, you can use it in boilers. I'm always a little iffy on a boiler just because there's so much moisture. The one thing that will kill a heat shield is water in it, and it will delaminate it and pull it off. So be careful when you use it in those types of situations. Make sure it's your last result on those. You have a question? Oh, okay. Sorry about your reading. All right. So tools that we recommend. We're all scanning chimneys, right? Every one of us. Okay. If you're not, you're missing out on all the money that you could possibly make on it. The other tools that we recommend is our winch. It's an open concept winch. The legs are adjustable, the mast is adjustable. It's pretty lightweight. You can throw it over your shoulder and carry it up ladder with no problem. And it makes a big difference too when the pulling head's coming up. You don't have any bars or anything like that in the way, so you have a lot of room to make it work and pull it out. All right, so this is where I get kind of preachy, and I'd say there's kind of three key points with your applied heat shield. The first is your pulling head, the second is your foam cut, and the third is the way that you mix the product up, right? If you're doing those three things right, you're going to have success with the product. So with the pulling head, the way heat shield works, you have your flue tile, right? Let's say it's 11 by 11. Then you have your pulling head, which in this scenario, you're going to use the RS-77. And then you have the size of your foam cut. And then you have the weight of the product, right? So all three of those work in conjunction to give you the perfect slip cast. So if you're using the wrong pulling head, or you're using the wrong type, the wrong size of foam cut, if you mix improperly, you're going to have failures, and you're going to see, issues with the product. But if you follow those steps properly, if you use the right pulling head and the right size foam cut, and mix the mix properly, you're going to get a perfect slip cast every single time, and you're going to have great success with the product. So we have 6 different standard pulling heads. Make sure you're using the right one with the right job. So, standard, what I see out there a lot of times is 13 by 13s and 9 by 13 tiles are kind of the two most common. So in that scenario, you're going to use the RS-77 and the RO-270 for that. However, you may come across a weird one where it's like 13 by 17, and you're going to want to use the RO-711. And again, it's just taking up that space inside that flue tile to give you the proper slip cast on it. Foam cut. So here's what I say you guys do. I know once you get like an arsenal of these, you're probably good, but I get one for every job I'm going to. It's $115 per foam cut. You might as well work it into your job cost. And that way you know that you have the right tool for the right job. With foam cuts, you want to be within 1/8 of an inch of the inside diameter, right? So if your flue tile is 11 by 11, you want a foam cut that's 11 by 11, right? Or cut to 11 by 11. And if you try to use one that's like 11 3/4 by 11 1/2, and your foam cut's 11 by 11, you're going to end up getting, too much or too little on the sides of the flue tile. It's going to look like crap, and like heat shield sucks, and I don't want to ever use this stuff again. So if you're using the right foam cuts and the right tools, you're going to have the right results and the best results. So call us and order one for every job. I talked to Charles the other day at Ozark, and he's like, man, I've got so many foam cuts that I can do with 1/8 of an inch in anything that I do. And I'm like, cool, understandable, but he still orders them even still to this day, So you can reuse foam cuts, 3-4 times. After that, they start being pretty crummy. You just want to pitch them and start with a fresh one. Oh, and they do come wrapped in plastic, so make sure you leave them wrapped in plastic. That foam cut it will absorb a lot of water, and if you get the mix on top of that foam cut, it's going to absorb all that water, it's going to dry your mix, and it's going to give you a crappy pull. So leave them wrapped in plastic. If you shred the plastic up on your first job, take it off, put like a 3mm trash bag around it, and you can be done for a few more weeks with it. This is kind of just a breakdown of everything that you want to bring out on a job with you: pulling head, foam cut, guidelines, your container nuts, all that kind of stuff. You know, guidelines are important. They attach to the bottom of the pulling head, and that's what you're going to pull it down the flue with. And, you know, I've heard of horror stories of guys not using guidelines, and then it gets stuck somewhere in the middle, and then you're going fishing, you know, your winch line breaks or whatever. We've had some really, really bad stories of foam cutters and stuff. So, you know, use all these tools every time you go out.
I got a question. How do you know you've coated it well 18 feet in the chimney where you're not seeing?
I scan it.
When you're done?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come back the next day and scan it. You know, if it's a one like a weird chimney, I can't see everything. But yeah, I would encourage a video scan on every job just to ensure that's good to go. Mixing equipment, this is what we recommend. You know, obviously a mixer is a mixer, right? But the tub is amazing that we sell. It's called a Gorilla Tub. It's super flexible. You can put a whole bucket of product in it, put it on your pulley, you can pull it all the way up to your scaffolding, and it won't break. Do not mix these shields 5-gallon buckets. Who's doing it right now? Be honest. See, I knew a couple people were. The problem is, James, why don't you explain it for us?
So if you mix in a 5-gallon bucket, there's a couple different reasons of why it won't work. For one, you're going to have a chamfer on the inside edge because the mixer will not get all the way over to a bucket. So if you actually look at the dynamics of a 5-gallon bucket, they're sloped. It's not a perfect straight wall. So you'll have dry material on the bottom. And two, you're opening on a 5-gallon bucket roughly like this, right? Your mixing head is probably about like this. So when you put that in there, you have the mixing head produces a mechanical heat and heats up the material while you're mixing. And the opening is not large enough to dissipate the heat out. So it actually starts drying the material inside the 5-gallon bucket before you ever install the chimney. Whereas if you use it as a mixing bucket, you have a much bigger opening with a smaller mixer head in it, and you are allowing that heat to come out so it stays in the consistency it's supposed to stay in.
Yeah.
And the 5-gallon mixer heads, they're very flexible. So when you come up against the edge of the mixer, it will allow that dry material to come in.
Yeah.
And it's hard to proof in a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
The proofing method that we have, it's almost impossible to do it in a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah, which brings me to my next point. That bucket trowel is what you want to use for the mix. You can't, what we're looking for is this type of mixture, right? We're looking for an hourglass shape, no rips or tears. And you can't do that with a standard masonry trowel. So, you know, we sell these bucket trowels or flat cut trowels, and that's how you want to proof the mix. Now, I don't care. You can go to your, get a standard masonry trowel and just chop the end of it off or whatever, right? And that's how you can proof it. But as long as you're proofing with something that looks like that, that's how you're going to tell if the mix is properly mixed. So, again, going back, you know, pulling head, using that one, using the right foam cut, mixing the mix properly and proofing it properly. All three key points. Another tool is our Urbanator. We named it after Tom Urban, who created the chip scan camera. Basically, we've all seen the mortar snots out there, right? Masons build chimneys, they put mortar on it, drop a tile on it, push that mortar out. That will absolutely shred up foam cut. So if you take that Urbanator and you can chip down it, and it's even got a circle piece on it where you get down the corners and pop those mortar snots out. So very good, important tool to use when you're going to chill. Prep product, like anything in life, guys, it's like 80% prep, 20% application, right? Actually, applying heat shield is not that hard, right? It's pretty primitive, you know, but as long as you're prepping properly, you're going to get a good result. So this is what I was referring to with prepping. So this is our cleaning edge product. Who's ever like painted a basement floor or painted a pool, right? And what they'll do is they'll take muriatic acid and spray it on the ground, let it sit on there, and then they'll rinse it away, rinse. What it does is it creates tiny little holes in that surface so that like paint can stick to it better, right? Well, we're doing the same thing on flue tile, but we're not rinsing with water. We're applying this stuff down on it, and as it pulls up, it's cleaning off any like leftover creosote that you may not have gotten out the first time, and it's etching that product. So you think about it like this: if you have a surface, right, and you paint over top of it, you know, there's not that great of a bond. But when you etch it, it actually turns it to this, and then your paint or whatever product goes on top of it and locks it in a lot better. So this is kind of a step of insurance to make sure the product can stick and last a long time. And it will also like remove dust. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those tiles that almost have like a glaze on them, right, when they fire them at the mason yard. And it'll remove that stuff too, because we had a lot of issues with heat shield not sticking early on in its inception, and we created this product to solve that problem. So it's going to remove that glaze on it, it's going to remove creosote, it's going to remove dust, it's going to etch it so that product can stick to it better.
So it's just applied by the sponge as well?
Yep, I'm going to actually show you the video right here.
And just on this, look at the tile when they put it in, and then look at the towel when it comes out. What the difference is. I mean, most people will call the tile clean before they ever do this.
Take your shirt off.
Yeah. So yeah, you just apply it, you just put a towel over top of your pulling head, and you dump your product down all four sides of it, winch it up, throw a fan on for 30 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes, and then you're ready to rock, putting your heat shield on. I would suggest doing this for every single heat shield job that you go out on. Just add it into your cost. You know, I mean, you're talking a couple bucks, you know, at the end of the day. Maybe like $10.
It gets about 10. So
Yeah.
it's about $45 per gallon.
Yeah.
If it's a one-story floor, you can get about 4 of them out to 1 gallon. I've had somebody ask me.
Cheaper than your own bed.
I've had somebody ask me how you pour it down the side of the pool. I said, I don't really know how to describe that any better.
But you know, your tile looks fairly clean.
Yeah.
And look at it when the.
Don't breathe the fumes that are coming out of there.
Yeah, we're bad, guys.
So is there like a drying period before you go into your heat shield?
Like 15 to 30 minutes, yeah.
Basically enough time for it to evaporate off.
Yep, but look how dirty that towel is.
So what do you do about a chimney that's got offsets or bends, and when you pour it down, it doesn't get one side because of the way it falls?
In that case, I'm using like 2 or 3 liters of product, and that way the towel gets soaked in it. Yeah, you can do that, pre-soak your towel. Before you do it.
It's an acid.
It's an acid. Yeah.
Oh.
Alright. So any questions on cleaning edge? I mean, if you guys aren't doing it right now, I would definitely start bringing it into your SOP, right? Just make sure that every time we go out, we're doing that. So what happens if we go out and we've got, you know, State Street creosote build up on there, right? PCR. That's what we're going to use PCR. Who's used PCR in the room? Most of us have, right? So it's a poultice, and what it does is you mix it with water. You're going to use a lot of water with this product. We actually start with 4 gallons of water, not 4 liters. And because there's so much clay in it that it's super dry. But that's how the product works, because that it liquefies the creosote, and then it dries into itself, and then it just falls on the smoke shelf. And you come back 48 hours later, and you can use, you know, traditional sweeping methods to, you know, polylip or whatever, to remove it all, and you've got a brand new tile when it's all said and done.
We've seen even like your clients was in the same time that stuff is falling, you look up at it.
Yep.
PCR stands for poultice creosote remover. A poultice is an age-old remedy which involves applying a moist mass to the substrate to remove a stain or contaminant. As the moist mass of poultice dried, it would draw the contaminant out of the substrate and into itself where it could be easily removed. PCR works in much the same way. In PCR, we have combined an age-old remedy with modern technology. In a smoke chamber or flue system that is covered in third-degree glazed creosote, PCR is mixed with water and applied by means of a sprayer or applicator. On contact, it liquefies the creosote, and as it dries, absorbs the creosote into itself. During the drying phase, PCR will crack and peel, much like a snake sheds its skin, and fall harmlessly on the smoke shelf and inner hearth. What remains is easily removed by a polypropylene whip or traditional sweeping brushes. You are left with a flue tile that looks very near to its original appearance.
So, anybody going to CCP next month in Philly in this class? All right, well, I'm teaching a class on there on PCR and smoke chambers. It's an amazing product for smoke chambers. I mean, if you got that stage 3 buildup, I mean, most chimney fires start in the smoke chamber, right? And you apply this stuff in there, you're going to have a brand new chamber, and you're going to be able to parge it with any parging product out there on the market right now, right? Because you can't put it over top of creosote. It'll be in a hot second. So, using that, with any kind of sprayer, you can use our sprayer or Smoke Strike sprayer or whoever's sprayer, and get it up in there, and it will completely remove all that creosote in your smoke chambers. It's such a pain, trying to get it out of there. So why not make your life a little easier and use PCR in the smoke chamber as well. All right, let's get into the actual repairs. So there's 2 different types of repairs when it comes to heat shield. The first one is a joint repair, and that's when you go and inspect the chimney and a flue system. There's no vertical cracks or anything like that. It's just missing mortar joints, right? You can go through there, fill those mortar joints in, and be on your way. I always tell people, don't sleep on joint repairs. There's a lot of opportunity out there. In the right scenario, I can do 3 or 4 of these in a day. I'm talking like 2 hours for a job. That's most of the time just getting everything set up, mixing it, hoisting up the roof or whatever. And, you're bringing it up to code, right? You're fixing that issue, fixing the missing mortar joints there. So real estate transactions, those kind of deals, great for joint repairs. Like, they're trying to close on a house and, your competitor quoted them $6,000 for a new liner. You can say, I can come out for $4,000 and be done in 2 hours. You guys can close tomorrow on the sale, and it'll be ready to go. So, a great opportunity out there with joint repair. The other type of repair is resurfacing. This is probably the most common one. This is when you have vertical gaps and cracks and missing mortar joints. We're coating everything. Where it's a 2-pass system, we're putting like a thin scratch coat on, and we're putting a thicker coat on over top of that. And that's going to fill in all those gaps and cracks and fill in the missing mortar joints. So, yeah, getting into it. Again, like I said, it's a 2-pass system. So pass 1 again is like a primer coat, right? It's a scratch coat. Same idea with, you're going to clean the edge to get it, able to accept the product. You're putting the scratch coat on for the second coat to grab onto, right? That's all you're going with it. And we call it a tie coat or scratch coat, whatever you want to call it. A few products that you should be using when you're doing a resurfacing is our tie coat accelerator. Your first coat needs to be really runny, really thin, so it dries faster. So we have a drying agent that we throw into it, and it helps speed up the dry time significantly. So you throw a half a scoop in per bucket, and it's going to make that dry time, go from like 2.5 hours down to like an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. Another product is the adhesion promoter. It's like a glue. It's a bonding agent. You mix that in your second pass, and it's one more step to ensure that the product's going to stick and it's going to last. So if you notice on foam cuts, resurfacing foam cuts are cut different than joint repair foam cuts. So let's just make it easy. Let's say you have a 13 by 13 tile. The inside diameter is 11 by 11, right? That foam cut, when it comes to you, is going to be cut 12 by 12. It's going to be cut 1 inch larger than the ID. And the reason for that is that top piece is going to bend down a little bit as it's pulling up, so it's going to give the coating the entire flue, right? With a joint repair, it's actually 2 inches larger, and all we're trying to do is just stuff product into the missing mortar joints, right? We're not trying to coat the entire flue system. So that's why when you call in, you call James or me or training and say, hey, I need an 11 by 11 foam cut. We're going to ask you, what type of repair are you doing? You're going to say, I don't know, I'm going to redo the whole thing. So you're going to do resurfacing, right? So that way we need to cut it for the right type of job. The other piece to it as well, there's a 4-inch flexible foam and then a 2-inch hard foam. The 2-inch hard foam is going to have a bevel cut on it, and that bevel is going to determine how much product actually gets applied. So on your first coat, on the tie coat, you want that bevel side to be down, and what that does is allows less product to go on, because we want just a thin, crappy coat for your first coat, right? Just something for the second coat to bond to is all we're trying to get to. You don't want a thick tie coat or anything like that. You want it as thin as possible. You want it to dry as quick as possible. That way you can get to the second coat and get out of there for the day. So mixing instructions for a tie coat. What we're looking to start off with is 4 liters of water. We're going to add the heat shield to the water. We're going to mix all the product until all the powder is wet. Then you're going to stop, and you're going to give that product, I don't know, anywhere between 5 and 15 minutes to rest. And as it sits, it's actually going to become wetter. And then from there, you're going to add the water in to what you need to get to. The reason for that is you don't want to add too much water too quickly, because then you're going to be too wet, and you're going to have to add more product in, and it turns into a whole nightmare. So, after it kicks and turns a little bit more wet, that's when you're going to add in your tie coat. And then you're just going to add in, a quarter liter at a time until you get to the desired consistency. So your tie coat mix should be really soupy, closes in on itself, and fruit the trout. So I use the moniker first time around, bevel side down. That helps me know, like, okay, make sure that bevel not something done is the proper way. So I got a quick video here to show you guys kind of the process of it. So that takes over time. And it's amazing how much wetter it actually gets while it's just sitting there. And you'll notice, like, in more humid weather, it'll kick over a lot quicker. In the colder weather, it will take a little bit longer for it to, like, become this state. So just keep that in mind, like in the summertime, it's no big deal, but in the wintertime, you're like, come on already. But eventually, it will kick. And then you can add your tie coat accelerator, and then start adding water in slowly. What's weird too is, like, you'll notice, like, different consistencies of the type of water, like well water versus city water, or if you're up in the mountains, it'll be kind of a different feel to it as well. So just keep that in mind when you're mixing. So that's what you're looking for, with that close right in on itself.
You always want to try to pull at the same speed, because if you pull faster, it's going to slump in more. If you pull slower, you want to have a nice, consistent, slow pull.
Yeah, I typically bucket off in the 5-gallon buckets. I fill them halfway up, and I carry them on the ladder or whatever. Depending on where you're working with, right? So with Tyco, one bucket will do, about 18 to 20 foot of like an 11 by 11 tile. And so, in a 1-story house, one bucket of Tyco is more than enough. If you got like a 30-foot run, you're going to need 2 buckets. What I'll do is I'll typically dump a whole bucket down in there. If it's a 1-story, I'll just crank it up, right? No problem. If I've got, multiple stories, or, it's a basement type of flue, then, I'll just dump a whole bucket in, and then I'll add product in as I'm bringing it up. So that's what you're looking for, really thin, scratch coat. So I dry the Tyco with fans, with heaters, whatever your forte is. In the summertime, a fan is usually more than enough. In the wintertime, I'll throw either a propane heater or electric heater on there, and I'll get it to dry in 30 minutes usually using a heater. 45 minutes to an hour in the summertime using a fan. you know, by that point, you know, you're cleaning your tools, right? You're cleaning the winch, you're taking everything down, you're kind of resetting, maybe you're going to lunch, I don't know, you know, however your day's planned out. But I'm letting that Psycho dry all the way. So, once it's dry, we come back from lunch, we're reset, right? We're bringing our winch up on top, we're dropping our foam cut and our pulling head all the way down. Then we're ready to start mixing. And I mention that too because I've been out on jobs and I've heard of stories of guys been out on jobs. They get up there, you know, they got one guy down on the ground mixing the product, the other guy gets up on top of the roof and they're like, shit, I have the wrong foam cut, wrong pulling head, wrong everything, and I don't have anything at the shop. And the guy on the ground just mixed up a $268 bucket of product, right? So you're out that money. So make sure your tools work for the job that you're at. You know, Cheney went out and measured, and he measured wrong, and I show up there with the wrong tools, and James was on the ground mixing. You know, we just wasted our day $268 of product. So make sure that it's going to work for, you know, that your tools actually work. So I do our Psycho, then we're ready for our resurfacing coat. With this one I'm adding in the adhesion promoter. This is like the glue that we recommend to add in. So 3 liters of water and 1 liter of adhesion promoter to start off with. Then I add the heat shield to the water. I mix it up so everything's wet. Again, I give it like a kick over time, you know, 5 to 15 minutes until the product loosens up. And then I slowly add a quarter liter at a time until I get the desired consistency that I'm looking for. This is where it really matters with your water. Like if you start off with too much water or dump too much water in, I've been on jobs where 4 liters of water has been plenty, right? By the time it kicks over, it's ready to go. And so that's why you don't think, okay, it's about 5 or 6 liters every single time. No, it really depends on the weather, how humid it is. It's gonna make a big factor in it.
And you can add any leftover from your first coat into your second coat. So if you have half of a 5-gallon bucket of leftover, scoop it off, throw it in a 5-gallon bucket, splash water on it, set it in the shade, and then you can dump it in after it kicks over. And mix that in. And a lot of times there's enough extra moisture from that that you don't actually have to add any more water.
Yep.
Material.
Right. All right. So then here's the video of the second coat. Again, we're going to mix it just like we did the first coat, but this time we're adding a liter of adhesion promoter. We sell these in 1 gallon and 2.5 gallons. So if you're doing a lot, you can get a little bit more bang for your buck. The guys that are doing this, have you seen anything that you learned before? Pretty much throwing everything up apart. Jeremy?
Do it every single time.
Yeah, right?
Down.
Jeremy's been doing heat shield pretty much since inception, so he's a great resource if you guys need help. He's a contractor through Saber Systems. He'll come out and work with you guys on the job if James or Cheney or myself can't make it out. So if you don't have Jeremy's number, you know, get with him and he'll be glad to help you out.
It's written on every bathroom wall in the building.
So you see here, he's trying to get the right consistency. That's a little too dry, so we're going to keep adding water in until we get that perfect hourglass shape consistency.
You do that every time you mix it. It's not all double down.
I had to touch my thumbs off. I have it down so much. It tastes more on the other side.
Yeah, make sure you cover that fireplace opening too. I've seen disaster happen. Heat shield spilled all over.
Like the full on one roof we had the foam cut twisted, so glue passed on.
Yep. Jeremy's got some stories too. High profile people that use.
Yeah, oh man. Yeah. We're talking about Kelsey's house. Yeah.
Oh, I worked for out the piano.
Yeah. Which one that was? That was smoke tight, but that was your place that you talking about? The piano clean out.
Yeah.
There was a smoke tight deal. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, well, think of the cost of the piano was that house,
All right, so any questions on the resurfacing aspect of it? A couple points that I wanted to hit on here is, during this one, I'm having one guy crank the winch and another person adding the product, right? You gotta maintain that weight of the product to do that slip cast. So, what I typically do is I'll dump a whole bucket in, I'll have another bucket or two sitting right there with me, and as, I'm bringing it up, another guy's just constantly adding product in, right? Maintain that weight, give you that slip cast. I'll talk about this more here in a minute, but like curing it out, typically 48 hours with just airflow going through it, it's good to go. After it dries and cures, then I do a small conditioning fire, and my conditioning fire may be way different from James' conditioning fire. So we kind of brought it down to the standard of just burn Duraflame logs, one Duraflame log, then burn another Duraflame log. And then they're ready to go. You can have a raging inferno. All of our products dry super slow, and if you speed up the dry time on them, then you're going to get a lot of spider cracking, and you don't want that. So give it 48 hours, have a small conditioning fire, then they can, have any kind of size fire they want to have with it. If it's below freezing and you're working on like an interior type of chimney, put like an electric heater on it and a fan for 24 hours, and it should cure out pretty well. People ask me about doing heat shield in cold weather. You can do it, but there is a limit. If it's an exterior chimney and it's in the single digits, I'm probably steering away from doing heat shield in that scenario. But if it's an interior chimney and, it's in the teens, you're probably fine to do it in that type of situation. But I would just kind of, I don't know what kind of monster is working out in single digits anyways, but if you guys are, make sure that you're heating up that flue beforehand and then putting heat on it after. Because it's mixed with water, and water freezes, screws up the cure time, and the product won't perform and will fail. So, any questions on resurfacing?
I sell product best in single digits.
Yeah. Let me go over joint repair, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back in. We'll get the smoke chambers, offsets, and then we'll jump into fire after that. Okay. All right. So joint repair, it's super easy. Like I said, your bump cut's going to be 2 inches larger than the inside ID. So if it's an 11 by 11, that bump cut's going to measure 13 by 13. There is no bevel on this one. It's just squared off, and it's just meant to support it basically. And again, the mixing process is exactly the same, 2 inches larger, but we're just filling in joints with this, right? So same exact mixing process as before.
I like this video because it shows you, we get customers who ask us all the time, well, how do you know it's still in the joints? Videos like this show you the outside of the chimneys and in the chimneys that you don't ever get to see. So you can actually have some confidence in it afterwards that it is still in those joints and complete.
And we're mixing this the same way we do the second pass of resurfacing, with the hourglass shape of roast repairs on it. The only time that you're looking for anything different is when you're putting on tie coat. I get a question on, is there a tie coat bucket of heat shield and a resurfacing bucket of heat shield? No, it's all heat shield, it's all the same. Just depends on how much water you put in to make it the right consistency. That's what they're looking for. on a single story, I'm throwing a whole bucket in. You know, if it's multi-story, I might have 2 buckets up there with me, depending on how many joints I'm filling in. You know, if they're 1 foot blue tiles, and you got 12 joints, then you definitely want to have a couple, 2 or 3 buckets with you.
How big of a joint would you not do?
Anything over 2 inches. That's when I draw the line. You see it fills it in really, really well. And then you will see heat shield on the inside, and that's okay. You know, there'll be a little bit. It'll kind of look like a die coat, to be honest, but it's not going to hurt anything. Like I said, our main goal was to just fill in the missing mortar joints. Questions, thoughts? All right. Why don't we try to get back here at 1:40, and we'll pick back up.
It's not good being. We will most likely be going to hotel. First flight out of Atlanta is 5:30. We're still on hold with Delta, but.
Well, then that's back to it.
It's like you just fly to Atlanta, hope we get lucky and catch the flight.
So what happens if you go to Atlanta, you get another flight from there?
He's not getting one. There's no other flight from Atlanta to Jersey. Oh, I know. He could change airlines and probably do that, you know, but I don't know. I don't know how to do this, so I don't have an answer. I'm just asking him to do whatever he wants to do, and it is what it is. We're not gonna get home till tomorrow.
Yeah, screw that it's in the White House.
Yeah, it is.
What's the problem with that job? Without having the impression that we had that. That was no my impression. I saw that
cutting here. I look back and the frame was brand new. So I ripped it in. I was like, you're still fine. And it didn't go all the way through. You can see how my clothes was on and everything. I was like, okay, never mind. From here on out, we got big old rugs.
Yeah.
They were.
It's really not. Yeah. I forgot to mention. I'll mention that.
Avery didn't believe me when I told him that it was like that.
Yeah.
First one he did, I probably did. He got on his video, whatever.
I was carrying a winch down a roof one time. It got scared. And about halfway down the ladder, it started to burn. Throwing the winch down the ladder, running the hose, spraying myself off of it. Yeah, I know that.
So I'm using, especially in the aerospace, they've got all their notes, because they get the insurance rate, they get the tax rate, we pay for it just use our lunch. I'm used to it. I think I would find and that's what you spray at. If you've got wood, you go, by the time you're done, you'll start to kick process, it's baked, and you're good. So you just sweat on it.
Yeah.
Mind having the thing on it, means I don't have to deal with that again, because I don't want to relive that.
Yeah.
I mean, it took it 3 weeks to get down to that small, and it took 2 weeks to get to where it didn't hurt me. Yeah. That's a month a week, I don't want to do.
Forget it.
Yeah, this also says nitro left. What about the nitro left? We'll get carbon. I mean, you figure everybody wearing these trash, we should cheap ones for those. And we've got nitro on the rod. You get on there, you still have grip, get it off, you stick it in your mouth, you clean the tools, and then you pull it off your hand. I'm only 31 and I'm looking back 10 years on this. You used to be able to fall off the road, bounce up, and that wasn't that bad. Now you wake up from leaning your head wrong, like you can't walk.
We can do better at taking care of ourselves. I think that's my problem. Yeah. It's not exactly that shape I was in my life.
No, my girlfriend and I we both like to hike. She was sitting there, she's like, we're okay, but we could be a lot better. I go, yeah. She goes, we're going to see you doing this. We're going to start working on it. And she goes, for nothing more than stamina and everything. I was like, just so started doing it. And I'm down 10 times. She's down 1. I looked at her and said,
My problem is that I'm, when I'm thinking of an airplane, which I like majority of the time, you drive all day, I don't want to be still, I don't want to you don't want my best out, but same thing, I'm hungry and I want to bed. Oh, and I think I
you've earned it.
Yeah.
That's been my thing. I'll be over the fridge. She goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm ironing they moved to Tennessee from here, is their house is, it's smaller, but in the house is even smaller than their old one, 2,000 square feet, but that's, and so the one fridge is down in the garage.
I would have been.
And so on the floor, actually, one day she put the stuff up, and then she goes, why are you putting your spoons down here? And he goes, so he opens the freezer, and he buys a little bit in dairy stuff, or whatever, he crashes the house and he grabs a chocolate, cups of food, and she goes, are you serious? He goes, they don't scoop it out as well. The man's got to figure it out.
Alright, y'all, if we want to get seated, we'll try to go on here in a minute. Alright, yeah, looks like most everybody back in here, so, I want to talk about warranty for a little bit, guys. I know Alan brought this up yesterday for a minute, but we changed our warranty to where the, chimney has to be watertight. And this gives you guys an opportunity to sell waterproofing on every single job that you go to now. The two things that will kill heat shield is creosote, put over top of creosote, and water penetration that will be laminated. So make sure every single time the heat shield's got a cap on it, and that the control chimney is watertight. So that could be pouring a new crown, putting the top mount damper or top mount cap on, doing a crown coat, doing a flash seal, doing some kind of waterproofing, something along those lines for every single masonry chimney that you go across the heat shield. The heat shield's got to be inspected by a certified heat shield installer annually. So this is an opportunity for you guys to go back out and inspect it every year to make sure that the product's going to work properly and everything's going well with it. So, you know, if it doesn't have to be the same heat shield installer, it could be, you know, your competition or whatever. But, you know, typically you should be locking that up, you know, when you propose to sell and install it anyways. And then again, it's a 5-year transferable warranty. So the house sells, they cover it, you know, we cover the warranty for 5 more years. Now we're gonna back you guys on it no matter what. If you want to keep continuing to service that and warranty it, you know, we'll have your back on it. You know, I've come across this a few times with our customers. Company put in heat shield, they had a warranty issue. Company that put it in is no longer in business. So another guy called me and said, "Hey, I got called out here. Looks like a warranty issue." I'm still going to cover it, even for that guy. You know, in most scenarios. You know, when it does fail, we do ask that you guys send us some pictures and let us know, hey, this is what happened, this was our process. So if there was something glaringly wrong, we can say, okay, here's where you screwed up, and here's how we fix it. you know, we're still gonna cover you on the warranty, but, you know, let's take this as a learning opportunity, so you guys know this is where we screwed up, we won't do it this way next time, ideally. Unless you're just being blatantly reckless with the product, you know, we're gonna have your backs on it. Offsets, so we had the question on offsets somewhere over here. Over here, yeah. So we can do single, we can do double, we can do triple offset. Singles are super easy. We have this offset wheel. All it does is attach to a bull flow rod, same rods that you use to float concrete with, right? They're lightweight. They're like either, what are they? Not graphite, aluminum or fiberglass. Fiberglass. 3/4 inch thread, screw it down in there. You drop your offset wheel on the cable all the way down to where it actually kicks over. And then you dump your mix down, you crank it up, and then once you reach the offset and the pulling head makes the turn, you pull that offset wheel out, and then you keep cranking it up and that mix it as it goes up. So easy peasy, you know, you can do those, no problem. The offset rig that you may not, that maybe you guys don't have, it's kind of a 3-piece system here. You have yeah. And call us on so we know how to build it. You know, if it's just a square, give us a dimension, we'll make it work, right? But if it's like a rectangle, you know, if I'm looking at the fireplace, is this 9 inches or is this 13 inches? What is this side? What is this side? And then we'll build a rig to where those rods will ride corners of it as it comes up and around, right? The only other thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to add an extra bucket of product in, but like that high side, right? The high side, all the product's going to fall in, so you want extra product in there to get that high side, to get that joint up there, right? So that's how it works together. You have your offset pulling head, you have your top of the spacer, and you have the offset wheel still on this one. And just by pushing that cable over so that it can make the turn, make the curve up. So my first job ever was a double offset, and it went off with no hitches. The one thing you need to keep in mind though is that you can't pull that down from the top, so you're gonna have to cut out dampers and probably install a top mount damper after you do a double offset. And call us, we've done some crazy things with some crazy tools to make some stuff work for you, you know. I did a double offset helilator, and we had to forego the entire rig, right? And I built like a little small tool for it to still go down and still cover everything, because there was no way I could get access to the helilator. It had all the tubes in it and stuff, right? So call us and we'll come up with some cool tools for it. We just need to figure out, sit down with the guys that make all our tools, and they'll cut us the right thing for it, make it work.
So a lot of the, I think, snags that we're running, I know you mentioned that little knockout tool for the mortar snuff and whatnot, but that attachment's for more of the stiff, rigid tool sticks, correct? Not necessarily for the flexible chimney knock rods that we have?
Yeah,
so
then
a lot of the hangups that we're seeing is because of all of the mortar snuff that's falling down onto that offset. So now we have this huge lump right there. Well, now we can't really get to that angle to really chip away or knock that area off, you know, because now we've got a flute valve that's now 5 inches across instead of that 9 inch across kind of thing.
Right.
Really, what's a good workaround for something like that? You know, that's
So you're saying basically you're getting a whole bunch of stuff like sitting right here.
Exactly.
You can't get through.
Exactly, because now, okay, we have a very much smaller diameter for that sponge to be going through that, you know, and now we don't have really a workaround to do that. Breakout seals are just gonna damage our, you know, the whole fluid.
Yeah, for sure. On this double, we have another tool. It's basically the double offset rig, but it has a piece of plastic on the bottom of it, and you set that up into the flute tile, and then you crank it up, right? And as it pulls up, it grabs those snots and pops them out as it comes up. So that's a solution for that. Because it's a pain, you can't get anything in that angle at all, especially, I mean, and that's an ideal one, right? You get to, how many times are we dealing with a lot, you know, deeper of an angle on it? So Yeah, absolutely. Something like that would definitely work for you. Okay. So call us on those, and we'll figure out a way to make it work. All right. So again, I'll recap: non-invasive. We're not breaking out fluid tiles. You know, what I like to say that you see some scenarios where if you got up there and you got two flues right next to each other, one's perfectly fine, but the other one has a bunch of issues with it. If you were going to knock out that one with tile knockers, you're almost inevitably breaking the one right next to it, right? Because it's just, there's no way to avoid it. So, you know, you're not going to have to use two liners. You can still stick with one liner. Product easy to install. You know, I could do 3 or 4 joint repairs in a day. I could do two resurfacings in a day with no problem. You know, given the right scenario. I mean, obviously, if it's a 3-story house with a crazy pitch and, you know, you got scaffolding and all that kind of stuff, but if you line up a set of, you know, 4 or 5 ranch houses in a single day or something, you know, you can knock those out in a day or 2 with no problem. You know, it's another tool for your toolbox. You know, like I said, it's not the end-all be-all, but it really, really works out great in the right scenario. You know, you guys are going to make more money with it. The homeowner's going to love it because it's not, you know, total. You're not coming in and freaking them out with this giant, you know, tile knocker and tiles falling on the ground and all that kind of crap, you know. So it's going to make it a lot easier. And the product's not going to downsize the flues either. All right, let's get into smoke chambers a little bit. Are we all addressing smoke chambers on every job, right? If you're not, that's something you should definitely be looking into. Code states that, you know, the inner surfaces of the smoke chamber shall be parked smooth with an insulating refractory mortar. You know, that's just code. And what I like to do is go a step further and use a UL listed product like Formula 51 or Chamber Safe or Chamber Tech, whatever, and really fill in those joints. Because then you get, with Formula 51, you get, you know, full zero clearance. You can have combustibles, 4 inches of masonry, and 1 inch of product, and, you know, you have the UL 2505 listing, which is considered zero clearance to combustibles. So that's what we should really be doing, you know, giving our customers the best. You know, most chimney fires start in the smoke chamber, right? Because of, you know, residency time with the byproduct of combustion. I love this diagram. I know Alan's been showing it the last day and a half, the difference between a parched smooth versus, you know, unparched smoke chamber. I love these videos. I think these are on the website that you can download, but it kind of just shows, you know, the difference of a parched versus an unparched. It's kind of crazy. We use 2 different colors of smoke in here, and it creates like this weird vortex here in the middle, you know, when you have a lot of byproducts going through. So you show your homeowner that, and you talk about all the buildup of creosote, and then you show them this video of, you know, this is more of an average fire, right, with the smoke going through, how easily, you know, it vents out of the system. So having tools like this is powerful when you're actually talking to your customers. So our 2 products that we sell and we make are Prior Fire Formula 51 and V-Shield Refractory Foam. Does anybody use 51 here? About half of us, most of us. I love this product. I mean, obviously I'm biased because I work for Saber Systems, but I've never seen a stickier product out on the market. And what's really cool about it is that you can come back like 2 hours later and hard and smooth, right? You know, Chris Pryor and John Meredith, they were the guys that created it. They sat down in the lab and they mixed up a batch of something. They try it out and they would kind of blind test it to like the other products out in the market. You know, and up until about Formula 41, we were picking Lindemann's product, Chamber Safe, every single time. And then after Formula 41, we started picking, you know, what would be Formula 51, and we stopped at Formula 51, and that's the product that we have out there today. So it's just stickier, it smooths out better, it dries slow, it doesn't have spider crack. There's some products out there that crack really, really bad. This one won't do that. Personally, if I see it, I'm going to hand part every job I go to, but, you know, sometimes that's not always the best option. You can spray, which is why we have our V-Shield foam. This is what we use in our sprayer. Again, it's the UL 2505 zero clearance. And what it does, as if you put it on, like say you put it on 3/4 of an inch, it will actually expand out to an inch as it sits and dries overnight. So if you don't want to remove the damper, you know, you've got a small smoke chamber that's, you know, pretty easy to spray up and down. I'm going to do that for sure. You know what I mean? Now, the one thing that I don't love about it is that if you've got really deep corbels, you know, you're going to have to build it up, let it dry for 15, 20 minutes, build it up, let it, you know, and sometimes that's your only option, right? And that's what I'm going to hand part in those scenarios. I'm going to cut the damper out, I'm going to get up there, throw a top mount damper on, and hand part it. But if everything's fine, and it's not that big of a deal, and you got like 1 inch, you know, 1.5 inch corbels, then I'm going to spray that stuff in there and you know, be in and out real quick. This is our newest, latest and greatest favorite system. This Graco texture sprayer. Who uses our current sprayer, the sprayer pot? Yeah, a few of us do. Yeah. Yeah, I know you guys are starting to switch over to the Gracos though, I think.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. It's just every once in a while we'll get in a situation where we take a pot.
Yeah.
Which one do you like better? Graco.
Yeah, exactly. I got a guy in California.
It's easier to use, and you don't have to haul a bunch of different stuff. Yeah. It's one unit to be done. You don't need an air compressor with it. It's more simple. There's less on the break.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a guy in California. He called me every week and told me how much he hated our sprayer. And finally, when we got this in, I was like, dude, you need to try this. And he bought it. He calls me every week now and just talks about how awesome the sprayer is and how much it's changed the business. And, you know, like I said, it's an all-in-one. It can hold 3 buckets of foam in it, as opposed to the pot that only hold 1. Cleanup's easy. Just run water through it. You're good to go. You know, it's pretty, I mean, I can lift it out of the van by myself with no issue. Yeah, you guys do a lot of spraying. Hit us up. We'll get you a deal on the sprayer. The other sprayer is our compressor pot. Like I said, you have to have a separate compressor. That follow plate weight, you know, you want to use. You got to get the mix just right. You know, if it's not running enough, it's going to get clogged up and not pushed through and not spray properly. You know, you got to have somebody there shaking the sprayer so it actually sprays through real easily. You know, the gauges on there, it falls over and they break off. We're actually discontinuing this sprayer once we finally sell out of them. So I'm trying to switch everybody over to the Graco texture sprayer here. So, yeah, give us a call and we'll get you up what you need. All right, let's hop into fryer fire. Anybody have any questions before we jump into fryer fire and core products and all that stuff? Okay. All right, so who here has installed a fryer fire? Good handful of us have. What do we love about it? What do we hate about it?
Better than the air fire.
Better than an air fire? I like to hear that. Yeah, what's cool about the fryer fire is the entire unit weighs as much as the back wall of the air fire. So, you know, it's completely rebuildable. I'll go into all the benefits here in a minute, but Chris and John, the founder of our company, Chris Pryor, you know, they developed this on a napkin, you know, over a decade ago at a trade show randomly. And what they wanted to do was solve clearance issues, increase performance, improve efficiency. They wanted something that was easy to install, fun to burn, really tall flames, and completely rebuildable and in stock and ready to ship the next day. So that was kind of what they set out to do. And here's kind of a side view of it. The way that the product works is air comes in from underneath of it, right? It heats up on the floor. And the back wall is actually not mortared. So you're getting air flowing into the flames, right? Giving you just this crazy perfect combustion almost. And then the other thing that's interesting on it is the design, right? Based off of Rosen's original design, it looks like an airplane wing, right? So it radiates heat out into the room better. So you've got the overfire oxygen going into the flame, you've got the shape of the fryer fire itself, and then you've got the bricks that we use. We use these specialized bricks from Germany. You know, they're super lightweight, they're highly insulative, and they radiate heat like crazy. So all three of those combined together give you a much hotter, much more efficient burn than when you're getting out of your average fireplace. The other thing that this thing does is it solves a lot of the clearance issues. If you've got 4 inches of masonry around your firebox, you can put this in there, retrofit anything. The main problem that we run across, right, is that there's always wood underneath the hearth, right? And then from that point, you're offering different options, right? You're taking away that homeowner's fireplace. And what you can do with this is you can say, we can keep the fireplace, we're going to put this retrofit in here. You know, it's going to be a little bit more than an insert, but I think you're going to love the heat output for it and, you know, how much fun this thing is to burn. So I want to make a few notes on like what it looks like, an overview of it before we go through the testing process and stuff. But the installation instructions are unlike anything you've seen out there. On the front of the instructions, there's a QR code. Scan with your phone. It takes you on a 20-minute video, step by step, each different step of the process of putting this thing in. So you can just watch that on your own before you even go out and install it. But each step has its own QR code that's anywhere from 30 seconds to like 5 minutes long, right? Of how you install this thing in different places. You know, stainless steel frame, back wall. There's a clip system that Chris developed and patented actually that will set your head and your bed joints, so you need no masonry skills at all, right? You're not laying mortar and laying the brick in there, right? Literally, you're going to mortar this like you would a backsplash, like a tile backsplash in the kitchen. So it's almost like grouting that, right? And you use the silicone float, fill in the side walls, but you don't mortar the back wall. Got a couple pictures over here. This is Dave Lamb from Denver Shipping, Cincinnati. And he's pushing it in there, scraping it clean, and then wiping it with sponge. And that's how you mortar your sidewalls on this. The back wall itself has its own clip system as well. Each of them are laser etched, like A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, and it's like another A and another B, all the way up it. And the back wall bricks are pre-cut, so you don't have to do any of those complicated compound cuts on them. The side walls are all pre-cut. The only thing you're going to have to cut is your face bricks, right? So these bricks right here are the only ones you're going to have to cut, and you're going to cut it to fit. And usually they tuck behind the opening, so a lot of times you may not even have to cut them if you have like a really large opening, you know, inside the box. But that's pretty much the only cutting you have to do. And you can cut that with a miter saw with no problem. You know, you cut it with a hand saw if you're inside. You know, in the video for the instructions, John's using a hand saw and his hand sawing it down. I mean, I would never do that, but John wanted to show you how easy it was to do that.
I've done it, it's super easy.
Yeah, for real. So let me go over some of the testing that we did. We did a safety test, which is what this product is listed to, UL 907. And then we did an emissions test as well, just to see how clean this thing burns. But before we started, we built 2 identical fireplaces in our lab. All right, they're from the BIA, and it's called a Tech Spec 3.5 fireplace, right? This is how they suggest that you build a fireplace, which is crazy because it's so inefficient, not safe, right? It doesn't pass any of the UL standards or anything. Well, this is how they recommend that you build a fireplace. So we tested the Tech Spec fireplace, the 2 different tests we did. First one was the emissions testing. And we had a bunch of special instrumentation that we used for this. We used a scale that's like 10,000 gram, right? It has like special glass size to it, so if any speck of dirt gets in it, you know, it'll weigh it. We have like a flue gas measurer. We have this filter in here. It looks like a coffee can up there, and there's a filter in between it, right? And as it's burning, we pull air through it and catch particulates to see how dirty, you know, an average fireplace and a firefighter would burn. You see John here, Chris setting, you know, weighing the filter and it's basically trying to simulate the crappiest burn you can get, right? Just so we can really put this thing to the ringer. We got finished with the emissions test, and this was the filter. See how dirty it was, how poor this fireplace actually performs. And these are the fireplaces you guys are seeing all day long out there in the field, right? We saw that it was, average 20% efficiency, so just not good at all. Then we took it to the UL 907 test. This is the safety test, right? This is one really important. We had to install all these thermocouples, under the floor, in the smoke chamber, on the lintel, on the hearth, all the way around it, and we let them into this, system right here that led to a computer, and every minute it took a temperature reading on every single one of those thermocouples, right? So the way that the test worked is that, let's say the room was 70 degrees, right? The ambient temperature in this room is 70 degrees. And the way that the test worked is that the thermocouples couldn't reach above 90 degrees of the ambient temperature. So they couldn't reach past 160, right? That's what we were looking for on the test. So we did this test for 14 hours, and this is just in our lab, right? So we put one of those brands of wood in every 7.5 minutes. One in the back, one in the front. One in the back, one in the front, right? We just lit this thing up for 14 hours, and we were measuring the thermocouple temperatures as it went through, right? And the blue line on the bottom is the fail point, and the lines above it are all the thermocouples. Every one of them failed, some by a margin of more than 600 degrees Fahrenheit, right? So this is what they're telling you to build right out of the Brick Institute, right? Like, this is how you build a standard masonry fireplace, right? Just poor performance in emissions and in safety. So, looking over the prior fire, we did the exact same test with the prior fire, right? And these were some of the results of the emissions. We saw a 106% increase in efficiency. So we went from a 20% efficient to a 40% efficient fireplace. We saw a 74% decrease in particulate capture. This picture kind of says it all. Prior fire versus the standard test. So for your customers that are like environmentally friendly and care about the earth and all that kind of stuff, this is a cool product to show them. Say, look, this thing is way more efficient, way more clean than a standard fireplace. So on the safety test results, the blue line at the top is the fail point, and thermocouple lines on the bottom passed by more than a margin of 40 degrees. So just how crazy that is blows my mind. So we got all these test results that we did in our in-house lab, right? Then we ran it to UL, and we did the same test up there. We also tested the Formula 51 as well. They did the UL listing for that. It was really interesting. The rig that they had designed for us to test in, Chris Pryor actually redesigned it and asked if we could use his rig instead of the UL rig. And now UL's standard for testing 907 is in Chris Pryor's design, which is kind of crazy to think about. And a step beyond that, after we got everything passed, spoiler alert, it passed, UL, when we did our XL and XLT unit, we actually got permission from UL to build our own, UL-approved lab at our facility in Richmond, Indiana. So you could come test on our rig in Richmond, Indiana. It's a UL-certified lab, which is pretty cool bragging rights out there in the market. But anyways, going back to the original prior fire. So we burned 200 pounds of wood over a 23-hour test time, right? We were just monitoring those thermocouples, praying that they didn't go over 90 degrees above ambient temperature. And after 23 hours, they called it. They're like, this thing passed with no problem at all. There was 0.41 of ash left over after burning 200 pounds of wood in this thing. 23 hours of burn is insane. And in the test, it allows for you to scoop out ash every so often, just so it doesn't get so full. The engineer came down halfway through and was like, how how many times have you guys had to skip out ash? And they're like, none. He was like, are you kidding me? It just reburned that ash to where in that jar it's almost like glass. It's like how sharp it is. It's kind of wild how it really works. So we passed with such a high margin that we were curious if we could go back and test this without at just 2 inches of masonry on the floor, right? So right now it's 4 inches, and we were like, I wonder if we could pass 2 inches. We ended up failing. So what we did is we created an insulation kit, basically some more ceramic paper and another piece of metal underneath the floor. So on the original prior fire, we got 2.5 inches of brick and then combustibles. This thing, you can put it in there, which is pretty incredible when you think about it. Now, an insulation package is only for the original prior fire. The XL and the XLT, we actually had to put this insulation kit in those to pass the UL 907 standard. Oh, beautiful, yeah.
It's like 78 degrees.
Yeah. It'll get a little toasty in here.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody's falling asleep.
Sorry.
No, you're all good. So, we got UL approval. Everything was great. And we started selling the original prior fire for the last 2.5 years, right? 3.5 years. Then we wanted to go bigger. So we created the XL and the XLT. So now we have 3 models out there for sale in the world. I'll go through each of them here. So the original prior fire, this is going to fit openings 30 to 41 inches wide. This is going to run best on an 8-inch liner, and we do have a smoke dump available for it, and you can use that reduced insulation kit. So you can put the original prior fire, 2.5 inches of masonry with a dome, on a 30 to 41 wide fireplace. The XL, which is becoming one of the more popular ones that we sell, this will fit openings 38 to 50 inches wide. It's going to run on an 8-inch liner, and it has a smoke dome available too. I'm going to talk about addressing the smoke chamber here in a minute, but I wanted to go through a couple other things first. What I really like about the XL is that it opens up your firebox a lot more. The biggest complaint we got about the original prior fire is they feel like it shrunk down their firebox. Even though it burns better than anything, hotter and all that kind of stuff, people didn't love the look of it. So we created the XL, much bigger, firebox than what you were working with before.
Do you need a larger firebox for that application?
Yeah, so you're gonna want something 38 to 50 inches wide. And so, which overlaps with the original, which is 30 to 41 inches wide. So if you got 38 inches, I would go with the XL more than I would the original.
But if you got 134 or 36, no choice.
No choice, right. Then we have the XLT, and it's the same width as the XL, but it'll go 34 inches high versus 30 inches high. And I like to show them how tall those flames are and how hot these are. Yeah, come on, I'll put an order in for you for 2 of them a day. I just got it. They did, good.
He put it in his house.
No. I have a lot of customers that put it in their own house to try it out. They love it. All right. So let's talk about smoke chambers. The biggest headache, I think, is on this thing is one, get your depth. So we say you need about 22 inches of depth, right? And that's from the back of the lintel to the back of the firebox, right? That's with removing the firebox. Some of the things that you're going to have to do on this is dim out the firebox, usually drop a liner. You got to address the smoke chamber in some way or another. If you don't have room for a smoke dome in there, you're going to have to hand part it with Formula 51 or Chamber Safe or something like that, right? If you do have room for it, though, I would highly recommend using a smoke dome. It's going to make your life so much easier to install. And you can take a half a day off your job with a smoke dome. So stainless steel smoke dome comes in a box. It's even got a cutout template to measure out your insulation. Comes with insulation, comes with a trim kit, all that kind of stuff. What I typically do if I'm dropping a liner in a smoke dome, I will drop my liner all the way down to the firebox. I'll attach my smoke dome to it. I'll lift it up. Then I'll set my frame in for my fryer fire. Then I'll drop my smoke dome down on top of it, attach it the way it needs to go. Then I'm building in my fryer fire from there. But like I said, it comes with everything you guys need. We made this super easy for everybody. What's really cool is how well this thing fits. This is on an 8-inch liner. No fan or anything like this. This is in the dead of summertime. A lot of heat. Just truly, truly amazing how this thing works.
You're saying it works best with an 8-inch liner?
Works
Is
best.
shield still acceptable?
Yeah. So that was my next point. The first one we ever did was at my brother's house actually, and we didn't know what the hell we were doing. Right? We were trying to figure it out, and he had a 1313 liner, and we just put a heat shield on it, parked the smoke chamber, and then put it in the fryer fire, and worked like a dream until he decided that he wanted a wood stove instead of fireplace, so he ripped it out and put it in a wood stove, and I was like, you son of a bitch. But when he had it in there though, we were over there for Christmas, and we lit it up, and I'm telling you, it's amazing how quick it catches fire. Like, I had like 2 regular logs in there, some cardboard, lit it up, thing was on fire in minutes. Like, super easy to start a fire with it. Just because you're getting that oxygen coming in, and you got a really good draft. But yeah, if it's me, I'm going to put an 8-inch liner on it 9 times out of 10 if I can, right? If I'm in a situation where I got like a 9x13, they're like mortared in and you're not tile breaking them out, there's no other option but to do a heat shield and then put your fryer fire in. That's just the way that it is. But, you know, overall though, I'm going to try to put an 8-inch liner down if I can. And a couple of things on the smoke dome. We're developing a new one right now. We found a new fabricator, and they've kind of changed the shape of it a little bit. So we're going to test this on a 7-inch to see if we can run it on a 7, which would be really, really cool for everybody. Then that 9x13 is not a big deal at that point, because 7-inch insulated, you can still probably get it down to 9x13. Maybe not, but still, it'd be pretty cool to run on a 7. So that's TBD. Also, in the new smoke dome, I don't know when it's going to be out, probably a year or 2, but Chris is looking to put a damper in the smoke dome, so you don't have to install top-mount damper on it. So that'll be really cool too, once that time comes. So all right, let's say you don't have room for a smoke dome, right? You got a really short smoke chamber or whatever. What you got to do is you got to make part of it, and you want to essentially create your own dome made out of Formula 51. And what I do in this scenario is I drop the liner, I try to attach some hardware cloth to it and kind of make my own dome. And I want that hardware cloth to come down to the top of the top brick of the fryer fire, right? So what I'll do is I'll get that in there, I'll parge down about 75% of the way, then I'll put my fryer fire in, and then I'll finish out parging all the way down to the top of the fryer fire. You know, if you've got like a really, really wide smoke chamber and your fryer fire is sitting in here like this, I'll stuff some insulation behind it and kind of bring it down like that. That way you throw on 51 and it's not just pulling through, you know, into nowhere. So just call us for tips and tricks like that. But one thing I wanted to talk about too was on the depth of it. A lot of times, let me go back to this one. So this is the one we did in our shipping guy's house. We didn't have 22 inches of depth, right? So what we actually had to do was the bricks actually came out into the actual opening here. and it's not cut behind. So we had to clip the frame a little bit, took a grinder and grinded it out a little bit and made it fit in some of the tubes that go in it to make it fit in that scenario. So the thing is modifiable, but call us, if you got like 20 inches or 19 inches, like don't say, no, this won't work, because call us and we can tell you how to do it. It's not that difficult, but your face bricks are just gonna have to be cut dead accurate, and then you usually run like a bead of mortar down it, and it looks great. And that's our literally picture on our brochure.
Quick question.
Yes.
Does it keep the harp extension still the same?
Yes, you still need a 16-inch harp extension. You still need your mantle clearances.
Yeah,
your 6 inches on the side, 8 inches on the side. You still need that. But what it does solve is, if you got an interior fireplace, you're supposed to have 4 inches of airspace between it and combustibles, I believe. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. That's probably ever the case, right? You can do the math, measure it. You'll usually find out that, this ain't gonna work. But if you got 4 inches of masonry, you can still put this thing in there, and it's fine. And same with the floor. I mean, that's like the number one thing, right? Combustibles on the floor is gonna take you out of the running of your fireplace almost every time. You can tell your customer, sorry, you can't use this. We need to put an insert in or a stove or whatever, whatever the case may be. So, and like, I always compare it like my house, my wife, she would want a wood burning open fireplace, right? Like, that's what she wants, that's her dream.
Right.
She ain't getting it because I don't have one, and I'm not building one.
No, I was just curious if it changed anything for that.
Yeah, all the other clearances, you still got to abide by code on all those. Okay. So, the thing's hot. James has a good story of one of his customers put one in on like a 3-season room, and she had this wicker furniture out there. James like, move that furniture back, it's gonna melt it, it's gonna catch on fire, and she's like, oh no way. And they put it in, and like a month later he gets a call, yep, my furniture got melted by how hot that thing was. So, keep that in mind when you're talking to your customers, that this thing is going to heat up your room with no problem. It's not a whole house, obviously, but it's gonna be a lot hotter than what they're used to. Because you think about the design of the fryer fire, right? It's got that Rosen design. Most fireplaces just go straight up in the smoke chamber, and you lose most of your heat that way. But with the brick and the overfire air and the Rosen design on it, you're getting so much more heat out in that room that they're not used to that. So
right, the dog's not gonna lay right in front anymore.
Right. You gotta be step back a little bit. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. We got a few more slides, guys, and we'll take another break, and then we'll do core products after I finish this up, and then you guys will be out of here. I imagine 4 o'clock is late, so. Selling the job. So we've got this inspection form. It's on our website. You can download it. It's basically a step-by-step, measure this, measure that. Make sure you're going to meet all the clearances. Make sure you're going to be the proper way to to install this thing. I got this proposal here from a company in Ohio. They put in 30, 40, now probably 50 fryer fires in the last couple of years, and they actually gave us their proposals on how they broke everything down. This is important for one, for selling insurance jobs, and 2, laying it out for the homeowner. He's got the price of the liner, he's got the price of the removal of the old firebox, other kind of masonry work they're doing, the actual cost of the fryer fire itself, or their cost of the fryer fire themselves. And they came in, they got $15,900, so almost $16,000 to install this thing, right? Which, it's a little pricey, but where it really works amazingly at, and what this guy, most of these jobs that he did were helilators. Helilators were meant for a fryer fire. You cut those out, plasma torch, they've got it down to science now, and they can cut that thing out no problem, remove it, and it fits perfect for a fryer fire. And he's getting insurance to pay for a lot of these.
How? On something that's old, rusted out, and wear and tear.
Yep.
Because we cut them out all the time.
Yeah. I'll have to put you in touch. Alan's really good on it too. Reach out to Alan on how he exactly words things, but using sudden occurrence, high heat event.
Well, yeah, I know those. Well, high heat event, he said no good, but singular sudden occurrence.
Singular sudden occurrence. Replacing the entire system is some of the other insurance. Huh?
You're making a UL system.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, you're going to replace that entire system to make the UL listed all
So
the way
the
up.
prior fire could be done for insurance.
Mm-hmm. I got a guy in Michigan. He's getting $20,000 a prior fire, and he's got insurance to pay for every single one of them. So it's possible the guys are doing it. It's just your language that you guys use.
No, I'm aware. I do insurance, and I know it's really all
you
about
guys
the
know
language,
more about
but-
insurance than I do, and Alan knows even more. So he's a great resource. I know he's sold the hell out of these prior fires doing what he does every day.
Are you do the Northeast?
No, that's Cheney.
Just one of you guys are coming to us in September.
Yeah. We're coming to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coming to us in September.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, it'd be Cheney. So, another way to sell it is offer financing, right? I mean, we've had this conversation the last day and a half with Alan. You know, offering that option out there. You know, $200 a month sounds a lot better than $15,000. Again, we have all these resources on our website. You know, the brochures, videos, installation instructions, diagrams, all that stuff. Here's just a few before and afters. My apologies. For some reason, chimney sweeps can't take a damn picture, right, to save a life, so none of these actually line up right. But another question I get is, can you paint the prior fire? You can. I don't love it, but if you want to take a high temp heat, spray paint it, you definitely can do that. Using a stain won't really work. It's just not going to penetrate through the brick that well. The color's going to fade like 2 fires later. So use a high temp paint. Some people just don't love the color of the brick, but personally, the color of the brick helps the radiation, gives you more heat. I don't love it when they do it, but yes, you can paint it with a high temp paint. So that's all I got on prior fire and heat shield. Why don't we come back at 2:40 and we'll go through core products, and I'll probably go an hour on that, and then be out of here by almost right before 4.
Oh, I didn't sign in. But I didn't know what I do for this. Okay. Don't yell at me. I'm worried about going home.
I usually come in under what I'm like. Not up there very long. You know.
Prices go like the same here.
I don't know what you charge for one.
Getting through like it and so on and so forth.
Yeah, just come in at $2,500. Yeah, I rated high, it's traffic light. It doesn't adhere very well. I don't like the traffic. I don't like the traffic.
Even this,
You know, like the guys at Ozark, they don't even do it all the way, right? They outsource it. And that's their model, and that's fine. But I got guys in Chicago that only use e-shop for donor repairs. And that's perfectly fine. However you want to do it. Just do it. You make good money with it. It's a product, you know. Yeah, and that's fine. And I try to preach that and let people know, like, I'm not saying that you should do every single job that you should do. I'm not saying that at all. You could, if you want, you know, essentially you could do 90% of it that way. But a lot of times, you know, you need a liner and you're doing what you do. So, depends on how you want to do it. Like I said, it's another tool for your tool. I got some people in Jersey that do it. Central Jersey Fireplace Chimney. They're one that does a lot of show. Now, your problem in Jersey, you got code crazy up there, and that's I know like I probably have the least amount of HO guys in Jersey because you know the local jurisdictions are code not you know, and they're very strict on it. They won't let anything go by. It's not poultry, you won't listen to comment or whatever. So I get it. You know, I get it.
And you know what? We have to meet up with inspectors.
Yeah.
They make us.
They make go.
Yeah.
Now I'm from Indiana. They don't care. You know, you can stop build anything without permit out there. You know, you can
No, we have to get permit. And I'm the one who gets the permit.
Yes.
I retired from the book.
Yes.
So I do simple stuff. I'm going to share, doing respectful.
Yeah.
Doing jobs. But I was up there for 25 years.
I wouldn't want to be on there too. I'm 40, I don't want to be on there.
Yeah, no, one day you don't feel like going up there.
You know, I talked to a lot of guys, you know, they're like making killer money. They love what they do. And I'm like, if I can do this, I'm going to do it. I'm thinking, I don't want to start climbing a ladder at 40. Dropping ladders at 40. I don't really like to do that, so I'm just going to figure it out.
Yeah, better off this, better off.
Yeah.
It's not here.
It changes. Grab the bubble or not. Yes, that's clear. Let's see.
Yeah, I was told to bring a couple back to the office.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Your whole wardrobe. I can move all of that. My suitcase came back from yesterday. You can change the clothes, you can change the This is professional. Yell at me if my wife would let me eat it. You know, I've got so many into the. Well, I don't wear a hat, but I just walk on something like that. Alright, you ready to sell interested? Let's go good.
How am I doing? Yeah. Better off shaking. I don't keep putting off my front line, what I was doing, where I was going with it. Deep,
We're in the road, I know.
that was going to be pretty great.
Yeah.
Not just love it.
On the other side, I don't know what.
Yeah, is that hotter than hot?
You're kind of warm in here.
No, that's the temperature in the room.
Yeah.
That's like 69.
Yeah.
It's just not going to go up. Go yell at everybody, Gene.
I'm fine. I mean, if not, I can stick it on the untreated bricks from the butler.
Final stretch, guys. Final stretch. I know it's been a long 2 days. I promise I'll keep it short and sweet here. Tell that every time. What's this? drive a camper? You take the camper down there? Did you drive a camper down there? Or you stay at a hotel?
Oh, no, I brought my camping van, my small one.
Oh. You head home tonight?
Yeah.
How far away are you? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah.
No one showed up. I had to wait either.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah. Have one.
Camper van. I really don't. They hotel in, they lounge out. Yeah. Restaurant, bar.
Put it over there. I can take that shit out.
Oh, dude, I haven't seen that. The only time I check in on my app, I go to my room, it's one of those bigger hotels.
Yeah. Give it to me.
Happens every time. Yeah, I would say 95%.
Oh, plane's delayed even longer now. Plane's delayed longer. To go to Atlanta.
All right, y'all. Let's get into this next part. I promise you, I will try to get you out of here. I know it's been a long couple of days. So I'm just going to get through some of the products that maybe you know about, maybe you don't know about. Stop me if you have any questions. I'll kind of go through this kind of quick. Alan talked about this already, that each brick in a masonry chimney can hold a cup and a half of water. We know what can happen to falling bricks, cracked mortar joints, cracked crowns, efflorescence, overall deterioration of the chimney, costing your homeowner thousands of dollars, right? We have this leaky chimney brochure on our website that lays out like the anatomy of a chimney and why it matters, right? Talks about the crown and the chimney, the flashing, and then it has all of our products that will fix all those issues. So crown coat, chimney saver, flash seal, right? And it talks about, the options that you're giving your customers. With a lot of these products, you guys can do this the same day that you're out there. You're like, you're out there on the roof, everything looks fine, but the crown's starting to look kind of crappy. Hey, I can do this crown repair right here, right now. We call them bucket products, right? Products that are in a bucket, ready to go. But having this brochure really helps sell things. Having some sales images like this on your iPad, showing what can happen, if these things, problems go untreated, the whole how does this happen yet thing that Alan was talking about. Diagnosing a leaky chimney, we've got a couple cool tools. I call it a crack pipe in our bomb, right? That's what it looks like. But what this thing does is it measures how fast water penetrates into your chimney. And you can test mortar joints and bricks all through your customer's house. You can do this demo right in front of them with them right there and show them, look how fast water's penetrating into your chimney. There comes with an instruction manual and everything, and it'll show you, time it, how fast water pours in, simulate, X mile number hour winds or whatever. But show them what it looks like. This one was porous fire break, so it's going to be a lot worse than this, but look at it, just soaks right in, right? Just drops right into it. like crazy. So demoing that will really help your, convince your homeowner why they need, a waterproofer on their chimney. Talk about vapor permeability, right? Talk about allowing the bricks to breathe. And then you can show them the bubbler, right after that, or instead of that one. This is what we call our Saber Systems bomb. That's a fire brick coated in water. Show how there's no water in it, right? And he's going to blow through it and show the bubbles coming through. So, you explain vapor permeability using this bubbler, right? But basically saying no water can get in, but moisture and vapors can escape, right? And that's kind of your pitch. And, you can talk about the different types of waterproofing, like film formers versus penetrating water repellents, right? They're like, well, why can't I just go up there with some paint and paint my chimney? Well, here's what happens when you paint your chimney and you get results like that, right? Because you constantly have moisture coming up through your chimney, right? And that water's got to go somewhere. It's going to sit in those bricks, and when it freezes and thaws and freezes and thaws, it expands and contracts, right? And that's when you get smaller bricks. So anytime anybody's like, yeah, I'm going to paint my chimney, no, you don't want to do that. You want to really encourage them to use a vapor permeable water repellent like Chimney Saber. Some of the other cons about film formers, they produce a really shiny finish. You'll see it, the sun will hit it right. Doesn't allow breathability, has a shorter lifespan. It's broken down by UV light, and it can result in terrible chimneys. I love this diagram too. Kind of just shows the difference, sealers versus Chimney Saber, allowing this moisture and water vapors to escape. Resistant to UV light, it's permeable, prevents water from getting in. It doesn't change the appearance of the chimney, right? You don't even know that it's on there. It's like you said, I don't know who it was talking about, like a new car with wax on it, shedding water, right? Same idea, using Chimney Saber. Got a couple, we won't watch all of these, but I have this little 1-minute homeowner video that they can watch too, that helps sell. Sorry. This breaks it down really simple for a homeowner. The music's really corny, but it's not playing right now. But you can have this downloaded on your iPad too, and let them watch that if they're kind of curious about, I know Alan has the other videos, showing the bricks being absorbed in water and stuff, but this kind of just lays out Chimney Saber. If you get to start talking products, this will be a great demo for them. It kind of spells it out in layman's terms for the homeowner. They don't know most of the time. The music's real cheesy and annoying. I think last time we did this, they made me play it. But I have videos like this for Crown Coat and Flash Shield and Chimney Saber. So, those are kind of the top 3 products that we sell typically. And it kind of talks about, the 3 main areas: chimney, crown, chimney, the flashing. So, it's a resource for you guys. Another resource we have on our website is a 31-point problem checklist. I think you guys should have this on your iPads as part of your paperwork on every inspection you go off to. But it kind of just, goes into extreme detail on your bricks, on your joints, on your flashing, on your crown, all the different areas, the drip edge of the crown, all those different things on there. And you can kind of discuss that with the homeowner, like, here's what we expected, here's what we found. That's a printout that you can get free on the website. Another great piece to have there. This is the rest of that brochure I was showing you earlier, the anatomy of a chimney and the products there to fix it. You can leave behind with them. All right. Everybody's used water-based, right? Yep. Okay. This is kind of it's been our bread and butter for years. 10-year warranty on it, it's got the vapor permeability to it, protects from stains and efflorescence. I apply this with a pump up garden sprayer. I typically do one heavy flood coat over the entire thing. I start at the bottom and I go up course by course and just let it flood down over itself. And you can even take a brush and brush it in, or a leaf blower and blow it in. Thing you don't want to do is put a coat on, let it dry, and put another coat on, right? Because then the first coat is going to repel the second coat. So, do it while it's still wet. But what I typically do is do one heavy coat over the entire thing. This is our newest, latest, and greatest product called Chimney Saver Advanced. Who here has used solvent in the past? Chimney Saver solvent base. James, you've used it before? Okay. So some of us have, some of us haven't. The purpose of a solvent base was to, let's say, Cheney went out and treated a chimney with like Thompson's water seal, right? Which is not a good product for, sorry Cheney, I'm picking on you again. Not a great product, right? It's all wax is all it is. And that wax phase is about 6 months. And then you came out to, Josh came out to inspect it because Cheney's going to get solved, so they called you, and a real reputable company. And that's and you're like, okay, this has been treated with something, but it's obviously not working right, so we need to retreat this. You can't use a water base to retreat. You want to use a solvent base. So what Chimney Saver Advanced is the replacement of our solvent product. However, it is a waterborne product, so it's weird because it acts as a solvent, but it's actually a water-based product. So you can use this for initial treatments, and you can use this for retreatments as well. Essentially, you could switch to this 100% on your truck and keep this be the only product that you have on your truck, depending on how you want to operate your business. Some people have totally switched to Advanced, and that's all they're buying. Some people still buy water-based, and when they do a retreat, they get Advanced. So do with that how you want, but it's an amazing product. It's VOC compliant in all 50 states. Same warranty, same application method. It actually kind of smells like Simple Green Cleaner. If you guys have ever smelled something like that. So it won't like take your breath away. Solvents were messy, they were gross and disgusting, and this product is a lot more user-friendly and environmentally friendly too. Another water repellent that we have is our Chimney Saver Stain Blocker. Say you get in an area, a heavily wooded area, you get a lot of moss and mildew, and mold buildup, all that kind of stuff. Treat it with this stuff. It'll prevent mold and mildew from growing really, really well. I got a lot of customers in the Pacific Northwest, and it's pretty much all they buy is this product because they get so much more units there. But if you run into a situation, where you're in a heavily wooded area, a lot of moisture, this is the product you want to use in that scenario. And we're working on the solvent-based advanced method of this as well. What the difference is it has zinc in it. Zinc is an actual build-aside. It's going to prevent mold and mildew growth. So it's going to prevent that stuff from growing in. So
is this going to kill the garden?
No, it's water-based. So my standard for any job I go out on is I am wetting down the roof, I am wetting down the shrubbery and the flowers, I'm throwing plastic over top of it, then I am, waterproofing everything. I'm not sure if Alan mentioned it or not, but take pictures of your process for, taping off and getting a roof ready. If you overspray any kind of Chimney Saver on the roof, it's going to stain it, and there's really no way to get it off other than it'll fade over time. But that's why you're charging $1,000 for waterproofing, right? So, it's a great product though. For those type of areas, I don't really push it as much in Oklahoma that I would in the Pacific Northwest, but there's still times we want to use something like that. Another product we make is crack and joint sealant. Again, this is a product it's not that popular anymore. It used to be called Crack Magic back in the day. It's a funny name. But you have cracks in your mortar joints. Yeah. You can paint this in there. It's like a paintable caulk. It's still breathable, like Chimney Saver. I mean, 9 times out of 10, I'm grinding those joints out and repointing that way. But you give your homeowner an option. Like, okay, look, I can grind all these joints out. It's going to be $1,500. Put this stuff on here. It's going to get you through for another 10 years. I can do that. Yes.
Do we want to clean the surface before we apply that water?
Yes. Yes. You want to use some type of power washer or use our brick and mortar cleaner or something like that. Yeah.
So will we apply even without pressure washing it?
I mean, if it's a perfectly clean, nothing's wrong with the chimney, sure. But I mean, if you got dirt, mold, mildew, rust, mortar splatter, all that creosote and all that shit on there, then you're gonna want to use something a little more heavy duty, like a muriatic acid, to clean all that off. But if it's a perfectly fine chimney, then sure, you can just go treat it. You want it to be visibly dry. You don't want to do it while it's saturated, and you want to give it 6 to 12 hours to fully cure and dry out. So, PWR, who's used that? A few of us. So what it is, guys, for those who don't know, it's a powdered water repellent. You can add this into your mortar mix. You can add this into your concrete mix. And where it comes in pretty clutch is, if you're doing a full rebuild, put it in your mortar, and your mortar's waterproofed, and you can come back the next day and spray it with the bricks with Chip Saver. Normally, you'd have to wait 28 days for the alkalinity to level out on a new build or a rebuild. And with this, you can come back the next day and you can spray the bricks with water repellent. So then everything's waterproof. You put it in the crown, you can make the crown waterproof forever. Put it in the concrete for new crowns. So, really cool product. Everybody should have a bucket of this on their truck at all times. In my opinion, if not 4 or 5 buckets of it. If you're doing a lot of repointing, a lot of rebuilds, this is your product. It will. Maybe you're just not doing enough rebuilds. Sorting pads, talking about protecting the chimney. We have these pads that absorb a lot of water, so you can put these around the base of the chimney. We're getting rid of them, but I wanted to mention them just in case people are interested in them. We don't sell enough of them in stock anymore, but you can use carpet red mix, whatever, any kind of padding there to prevent, the waterproof from going all over it. All right, crown repair. I'm going to kind of go over our family of crown repairs. So, what I like about crown repairs, and Alan mentioned you, he said that he rarely pours a new crown. He honestly recommends a crown coat and then a top mount cap on everything, right? And that's his method, and that's a great method. But what I look at it as, crown repairs offers you options, right? I have a lot of companies in Wisconsin that they pour 40 or 50 crowns a year, right? They're pouring brand new crowns every year. And if you're coming out to my house, say, and you say, hey, you have a crown, it's not in the best shape, it's serviceable for the time being, I can bust that off, and I'm going to charge you $2,500 for a new crown. Or for $1,000, I can come up with this product called Crown Coat on. It's going to last 15 years. A guy like me is going to say, yeah, I'll save $1,000, right? So you're offering options to your customer. Even if you are pouring new crowns, you can still put Crown Coat on top of it, give you that extra added protection. So
how long do you want to wait?
28 days, which stinks, but or use Crown, or you can use PWR in there, and it'll be fully waterproof. But it's not going to prevent cracks usually. If you're not pouring a crown properly, there's a whole class that they teach. I think Shady's taught it before. It's 7 properties of a properly poured crown, and I mean you never see them out in the real world. Very rarely do you come across an actual real crown that's fully free floating, that's 2 inches thick, made out of concrete, got support in it, got a drip edge in it, has a slope, right? All the things that you're supposed to have in a real crown. But what I love about these products, like I said, is it's another option you can offer your customer. 15-year warranty on something that's going to prevent me from having to spend another $1,500. Sign me up all day long on that. Again, we got another little homeowner video here. I don't think you guys watch it, but it's the same idea as the one we watched earlier. I want to preach here for a second on crown repair. Who's had major failures with crown coat in their life, right? Yeah, James, me too. I've had a lot. And the reason why it fails is the prep process. you follow these steps, you're never going to have another issue with it. I mean, I can't promise it, but it's going to drastically reduce your crown failures. Step one is cleaning the crown, right? I mean, that should be obvious. If it's full of moss and mildew and mold, power wash that thing clean. If there's cracks in it, I fill it with silicone. And then here's kind of, if it's a wash, I will tape off like an inch down onto the actual chimney, and then like an inch above the flue tile, right? And what that does is gives you a nice clean line. But what it also does is, like, if you have your crown and you just paint the crown coat right up to the edge of it, right, water can still get in, and that's going to peel that thing up. So with your crown coat, you want to bring it down on the brick a little bit so that there's no moisture that can get up and through there. So if you bring it down on the brick an inch and a half or whatever, or half an inch even, you're just going to prevent that from peeling up a lot more. So duct tape off down there on the wash, and then let's say right now we're going out to do a crown coat, right? What is it, 85 degrees, 90 degrees outside right now? How hot do you think that crown is? Probably 120, 130, right? You put, an elastomeric coating on top of 130 degree crown, it's just going to kind of flash burn on top, right? It's not actually going to soak down into the masonry, right? And bond with the silica in the masonry. It's just going to sit on top of it. Then it's going to sheet off in big sheets, right? Your customer can call you and say, hey, my crown's peeling, there's white elastomeric stuff all in my yard, and you have to go back out there and fix it. So what I do is one of two things. Number one is take a spray bottle up there with water, and I mist the entire crown down, right? And that drops the temperature like by 20 or 30 degrees, right? I mean, it's cool to the touch almost immediately. That water also helps the crown coat, soak down into the masonry a lot better. It gets a much better bond. So I'll mist the whole thing down. I'll put in one thin coat of ground coat over everything, and I'll work it in there, right? I'll take my brush and just really work it in. I'll let that set up for a couple of minutes so it gets tacky. I'll put one thin coat over top of that. I'm talking about an eighth of an inch, guys. That's how thick you want it on there. Thicker is not better, with regards to crown coat. So, because then it won't cure properly. If you put it on like a half-inch thick, the top's going to dry and everything in between is going to be wet for another week. So, and then when it rains, you get crown coat all down the side of the chimney. It's a disaster. So about an eighth of an inch thick. What we recently came out with, I don't say recently, it's been 3 or 4 years now, it's this product called Crown Prep. It's an adhesion promoter. It will lock in sandy crowns, sandy washes. It will cool the crown down and will improve adhesion by like 200%. So use this. I mean, you're talking a couple bucks a job, and you'll never have to come back to a crown coat again using this product. It's totally worth it. A lot of people don't know about it, so that's why I'm kind of preaching right now about it. Another step too is I remove the tape while the product's still wet. If you let the product dry, you try to rip the tape off, it's going to rip the crown coat, and it's going to look like crap. You're going to have to fix it again. And then give the product your time, 6 to 12 hours, fully dry. I mean, it may dry faster in the summer, but if you put this on in 40 degrees in November, it may take a full day for it to fully cure out. And if it rains, again, disaster on your hands. So, sorry, I had to preach there for a minute. Because I worked customer service for 7 years, and every summer I had to take a million crown coat phone calls. 90% of the time, they were just doing it wrong. Crown coat, everybody's familiar with that. It's the brushable product. One cool fact about it, you may not know, is that you can dye this product using water dye. So if your customer wants like a jet black crown or something, which has happened, I've mixed them up before for them, or a green or something like that, you can add water dye into it, match the rest of the house. Yeah, they got a green roof, green crown. I don't know. You can't get red because there's too much white pigment in there that it will turn pink. So, I don't know. A lot of people don't know that, so Crown Seal, this is our original product. This is the product that you trowel on. It can fill in some of the gaps and cracks a little bit better. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it was our original Crown product. There's still guys out there using it. We still sell it like crazy. I don't think it's as user friendly as Crown Coat, but it is an option out there for you guys to use it. All weather Crown Coat. I switched to this product anywhere, any kind of cold area, like come October. I pull everybody off of Crown Coat and I say, we're using all weather Crown Coat from here because this will cure in any temperature up to negative 40 degrees. I mean, if you're out there in that temperature, you're a monster of a boss anyways, but this is a great product for those type of cold weather scenarios. It's stickier than Crown Coat. It cures easier than Crown Coat. Crown Coat can be fickle a little bit, but it's also more expensive than regular Crown Coat. And again, once October hits, I'm switching everybody in the company to all weather Crown Coat. And you can use it, you can dye it using mortar dye too. Vent tubes. Does anybody ever use vent tubes here? Nobody even knows what they are. Okay. So you go out to one of those crowns and it's like a giant crown, right? It's like 10 feet long by 5 feet wide, right? And anytime you put any kind of elastomeric product on top of it, it's going to peel up. And no matter, even if you follow all the steps I just went over, and the reason for that is all this condensation is sitting underneath of it, nowhere to escape, right? So it's going to go up, and it's going to peel off and sheet off any type of crown repair product that you have on there. So what vent tubes are, they're literally tubes that you put like 3 or 4 on each side, right? And it allows airflow to come through. So that condensation is not just sitting in there, soaked in the crown, and allows that moisture to escape out of the crown, out of the chimney. So you just drill in your mortar joints, put a little bit of silicone around it, stick it in there, and there's instructions for how long, how wide it is, and how many you use, how far apart. And those tubes even have a little wire screen on there, so no bugs can get in or anything like that. And anytime I have an issue with a crown peeling, I ask the question, like, what's the size of this crown? They tell me, oh, it's a big one. I'm like, okay, here's some vent tubes. They're gonna solve the issue for you. All right, Flash Seal. Who's used Flash Seal? Again, guys, it's another option. Obviously, the best way to repair the flashing is to repoint the flashing, right? And the problem with that is it's expensive, and sometimes homeowners can't afford it. They don't want to pay for it. So using Flash Seal is an alternative method that's going to still solve the leaking chimney issue, right? It's an elastomeric coating. It's very similar to Crown Coat and all other Crown Coat. It comes in 3 different colors, black, white, and brown. Again, you can dye the white to get whatever color you want. It comes with fiberglass, or you can buy fiberglass mesh with it. That's going to kind of give it stability for it. But basically what I do is I tape off an inch or 2 above the flashing. I tape, 2 or 3 inches out onto the roof. I paint a coating all the way around it. I put in my fiberglass mesh. I put in another coat on top of it. I rip the tape up, and from there, you got a nice solid seal around the base of your chimney. We've been making this product for years. It will stick to metal. It will stick to shingles. It will stick to cedar shades. It'll stick to a truck. Thomas Meredith, some of you guys may know him. He had an old beat up truck, and he painted Flash Seal in the entire body of it, and it lasted longer than the engine did. So it's a cool product. I keep a gallon of it. I've fixed my gutters with it before. If I had a leaking gutter or whatever, I've painted some of that in there. That's probably just my garage or whatever the thing goes. All right, some creosote removers. Paint and peel. Who's used that? Who hates that product? A few of us do, right? So here's my tips and tricks for paint and peel. Apply it extremely thick till I like to call it glob it peel, right? Like just glob it on there till it's literally running down the fireplace, right? I tape off around it with painter's tape to give me a good grip when I go back. I give it at least 48 hours, really 72 hours for dry time. here's the other thing, I use it in situations like regular red brick. Anything with a, shallow mortar joint. I don't use it on cultured stone. I don't use it on deep mortar joints. I don't use it on the wire cut brick stuff. I can't get off this. I've taken a million calls over the last 10 years of my career on paint peel not working. I would say 90% of the time, it's because they didn't put it on thick enough. And if that's the case, you can put another coat over top of it and peel it off. But James and I went out to one, a homeowner did it, and it was just stone, right? No mortar joints. And it was so thick in there, so hard to remove, that we ended up paying to completely reface their fireplace. And it was that was a $10,000, hit. So, just the cultured stone that has the glitter in it or whatever, I'm talking about, it will remove that stuff out of there. Do a test area before you do anything, and just, prepare yourself for the worst case scenario. It can't happen. But on average brick, shallow mortar joints, like these pictures up here, works like a charm. And I would use it all day long. I've just taken so many phone calls over my career, I'm a little scarred by it. Freeway, I like this product because it's kind of makes it easier on you. So if you got a bad burner who burns a bunch of shit wood and trash or whatever, give them bottles of Creoway and say, use this every single time you have a fire, because it's going to make my life easier to come out and clean it and spring it, right? So it's more of a preventative product than it is an actual, remove stage 3 creosote. So if I have a, really heavily caked up wiring system or front chamber, I'm going to do a PCR treatment on it. I don't really like to do Creoway in those scenarios because Creoway is activated at 300 degrees, and you risk running a chimney fire with, trying to do a Creoway treatment on it. Now, if you've got minimal buildup and it's really hard to sweep, and you don't want to charge them $2,000 or $3,000 for a PCR, you could do a Creoway treatment with our professional version. It's got a little more of the active ingredient in it. Hook it up to a compressor of the gun and stick the tube down in the bucket. Spray it up in there, coat everything really nice, have them burn a fire, come back out, you should sweep it with no problem. But more than likely, I just like to leave them the bottles of Creoway, leave behind, sell it to them, whatever the case may be, and you'll thank yourself, in the spring. Same goes for ACS. It's just like Creoway. It modifies the creosote, turns it to an ashy stage 1 type of creosote, makes it much easier to clean. You got your older customers who don't really like to get into the fire and squeeze the bottle of Creoway. They can spray their wood with ACS. They can spray directly into the flame. And it's just going to be preventative maintenance for everybody. And it's going to work out much better for you guys. Last product here is the Prior Fire Mortar. Who's used that? What do you guys think? I'm curious. Yeah, you guys?
And it just seemed like it almost just dry out pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
We supplement most of it for 6 minutes.
Yeah. But building a firebox though, I don't think I can do anything else but that.
Just like I say, it's just we just feel like it dries out so quickly, so we stuff put them in there.
I heard a couple different scenarios like that. Last time we did this up in Rochester a month ago, that guy said the same thing. He said, I feel like you gotta know what you're doing when you're using the Prior Fire Mortar.
If you pre-soak your fire brick, you have to play with it.
And that's I talked to Chris about it when I got back. I was like, hey, why is this guy having so many issues with it? He's like, oh, you gotta soak the fire brick. You'll have a lot longer open time with it. And I was like, oh, cool. So that could be the answer to your question. For rebuilds on fireboxes that you're not doing a fire retrofit with, this is a great product. I don't know if anybody knows David Klein out in South Carolina. He uses this like crazy. We do a fireplace building class at our facility in Richmond, and we mix up like 10 5-pound buckets of it or whatever, or 10 5-gallon buckets of it, and that's what they use for the whole class to build the products. If you guys don't know any of these products or haven't used some of these, get with one of us, and if you want to try it out for a sample, we'll send you a bucket to try out, and that's, you know, anything from 51 to the mortar. So, again, all of our resources are on SaverSystems.com. Data sheets, SPS sheets, installation, technical videos, brochures, all that stuff's on there. You guys can use any of that stuff for what you need. But thanks for the patience. I know it's been a long couple of days. I got you guys out of here a little earlier than what I thought I would, so I appreciate your patience. Get with us, guys, if you need anything, and thanks for your time.
Now we go fucking hang out in the airport for fucking 7 hours.
Have fun with that. I was me on Sunday.
Like, what are we're gonna go hang out in Tulsa Airport?
Get you a good dinner.
No, I won't.
Post up at a bar, man.
I don't drink.
Feel better. We've had
I like weed. And I don't have no more. All right. We got carts. That's all I got. They're out.
Every time I tell that, it blows my mind. They're like, what? I'm not a guy. He's a buddy of ours. John.
Dude, can you stick that in your bag? I don't think I have any more room. Do you have room? I was just thinking this shit. I want to bring it back. I got it.
I'm gonna one I just run like a dark oh, great. Yeah. I'm gonna get another drum over too if you try it out. Might not help you do it. Take a drywall. Yeah, I've got it with the fireplace corner and stuff, and then we do heat pumps occasionally if we burn out. We like it as an alternative. Yeah, but I've just got one of those. I just think I'm gonna get my top on my snap on it, put that in. You can work it, let it flow. Remix it, and you're good to go. Just like I did it all in this little bucket, so it fits in the firebox when you replace it. Oh yeah. I got to be lazy.
Course, Philip. Motherfucker left his crack. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate that.
That's all that matters. All right, you can go ahead. I'll follow.
You guys can have the rest of the talk now. Thank you. We're not taking that. So